Early on, they would have been scouting a lot more, and that T2K player was just throwing them off because they were getting naded by Godlike Star Wars. They were just so confused, but I'm pretty sure this match is going to be different.
Yeah, 100%. And one more team that you just touched on, which is Godlike Star Wars, and I feel like they're in a really weird spot now where it's just make or break.
I would say they're in a bad spot all that right now if you're looking at the rankings, but yeah, I don't really know where to put it. This does not feel like the stalwart that I used to see. I don't know if you would agree on that one, Seven, but really, like, the team that's looking confident, willing to take these fights, like. Opportunity arises in front of them, and right now it's just
Hello, civilized whitey bhai,
too much
कैसे हो
right now,
bro?
but look
स्वागत
at
है
some
stream में।
Paraboy signs and over there.
आज हम लोग करने वाले हैं watch party क्योंकि अब PMGC हो रहा है तो उसका watch party करेंगे अपन लोग अभी।
Let me put on my glasses.
कैमरा की माँ का भरोसा।
Oh wait, it's gone. But what I was gonna say there with Godlike Star
सब
Wars,
लोग आ जाओ आज
it's
watch party करने वाले हैं। क्या नोबा come back कर रहा है?
yes.
I gotta go
Saw
down
that
there.
one with the glasses.
Give
on.
out some hugs.
What I was gonna say there for Godlike Star Wars.
एक मिनट में दूसरा मैच स्टार्ट होने वाला, पहला मैच मैंने मिस कर दिया यार।
There was a team that was just kind of hyped up a lot.
मैं चला गया था थोड़ा
It is just nothing happened, Max. I'm starting to get flashbacks. I don't want to say it, but it might happen again.
Seven, you continue like that, I'm going to demote you to 6. Okay, just you just keep on going that way, man.
At least 6.9.
Okay, nice. Okay, very cool.
Wow. Maybe coming back to a team that we have on camera right now, which is Alter Ego, the home ground team. They have so much support today, it is absolutely unreal. What are your expectations? Can they come out of that slump they have?
They're less.
Wait,
Just
bro,
saying.
the thing is, with the amount of games you still have, 100%, they can still make it happen. They can still climb back up. The thing is, it's going to start looking scary at the end of today if they're still in that position. Hopefully that's not the case. There's still a lot of hope available. But seeing how dominant the teams at the top currently are, you can't just be consistent now. You need to get those big explosive matches if you want to initiate that big comeback for Alter Ego.
I'm so glad you said that. I was about to call you out. I was about to say you were lying.
Sway, bro.
That they had a chance, but I agree with you. If they want to make a change, it has to happen now. Yeah, you are in your home country. Yeah, you are in the hometown. You have the fans behind you, but all of that is not going to matter if you are just not able to perform, if you're just not able to put up plays. I mean, we have seen, I think maybe 2 plays that stand out to me in my head out of that team. After all the matches that after the 7 matches that we have played, that's just not going to be able to cut it. Not even going to be able to cut it for a top 10, and definitely not going to be able to cut it for a top 5. And I'm not even going to say top 1 because that's out of reach right now.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the thing is, it's very similar to other teams. Like, we lose some players pretty early. We want to try and avoid that. Like, when they take fights, they look really confident, but I feel like it's all they're just too passive or they're over-aggressive. Like, if we find that middle spot where they take fights that make sense, that would be the Alter Ego I want to see.
Talking about too aggressive, there was a situation yesterday that you were kind of disappointed in.
Don't even.
It's your choice to talk about it, but they were at somewhere near Volcano, and there was a team just above them, and they pushed out of the circle almost.
Yeah, the circle finisher was near Yasnai Polyana Fields, like down to the southern western side, and they took a fight versus Nova, and that was like a perfect fight that makes sense. They were aggressive on a position that just was going to give them so much to them. Exactly, and they won it. The crowd went wild, as you would expect. Fantastic. That's a fight this strong. Then the team third parties their position, and the Blue Zone is pushing that team towards them, and yet they actively push out of their comfort zone for a fight that is going to come their way eventually. They don't have to chase it down, and they push it 1 by 1. That is when they're taking a fight that's over-aggressive and doesn't really make too much sense. So just put a little bit more thought behind those fights, and I think that if they just waited, they could have got himself 3-4 more limbs, maybe also take themselves the game off that match.
Going from last to first. Now, we haven't really talked about Inco that much, Seven, but give me your expectation for this day in general. Is there a possibility they will be in first place after 12 matches being played? Still remaining there.
With Inco Gaming, I'm honestly not sure. If it was Alpha 7, I would say, yeah, I can see Alpha 7 definitely being there at the top. I feel like I'm just not convinced with the inconsistency that I saw out of Inco Gaming. I think Blank was able to point it out perfect for us, that it was, I mean, they had 2 great games at the start, and then in the middle, they kind of just disappear, and then at the end, they kind of showed up again. Inco Gaming cannot do that. That's not even a consistency that they want to have here if they want to be able to maintain that first place. And going from Inco Gaming, and other teams that I personally want to talk about is going to be Fireflux Esports and S2G. This was a team that we're kind of wondering what are they going to be able to do here, right? With the announcement of PMGC 2023 Grand Finals going to be in Turkey. I want to see more out of these teams right now. I mean, they started off the day with, what, a 15th place finish for S2G with only 1 ranking point? That's not going to be able to cut it. And then you got Fireflux only being able to get 2 points.
Okay, it's China Day today. Turkey Day tomorrow. No, it's a region step up time at a time, okay?
Okay.
I'm still scared of the castles over there.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me put that into context. The reason why Max is saying that is because the Turkey casters are right next to us.
I'm scared of a death stare right now, okay? It's going to be coming my way eventually, but they could pop off, but we mentioned it. We had some clear critics about the criticism, for these two teams. Fireflux, they get one big pop-off, and that's a lot of their points. Then they kind of like fizzle out for the following matches. And then you have S2G, or you get eliminations, or you get placement points. We need to find that middle ground. Those are the two things we need to see from these two teams, and as of right now, we haven't really seen it.
Something that a lot of this team, especially the ones that are currently, I'm going to say, between third and fifth, right? We saw Inco Gaming getting away yesterday with being in second place because the teams that were actually trying to catch up to them just weren't performing. I feel like today, those teams that are actually trying to catch up to second place and first place will be performing, especially with what we just saw, and especially the jump up that we just saw out of 4 Angry Men. They need to find a consistency. They cannot have this off and on games. They cannot be having those pop-up performances like you're saying. I'm talking about S2G, and then just completely disappearing.
Yeah, I have the impression every time we go back to these grand finals, there's one word that keeps coming back, and it's consistency.
Yep.
It's the name of the game.
It will always be.
It will always be. And even if you get those big pop-off games and then bad games, you need to be consistent in how you get those pop-off games too. So there's no secret sauce. Okay, you need to just get yourself those big games or just consistency, and that is how you're going to reach the way to the top.
100%. A team maybe
that just happened. I think they were just seemingly not prepared that well for that fight at the time, so I'm not really going to put too much thought into it. But yeah, IHG, I think that they have clear potential to get themselves some good games, and I would like to see if Mongolia as a region also can have some big step-ups.
Yeah, I'm with you, and I mean, with what we were talking about earlier at the beginning of the day was that IHG at least got a win already, right? They're going to have a little bit of that confidence boost that they were able to kind of do that. Get that out of the way, in a way. Check market. Okay, we got to win. Now we can focus on other stuff and try to be a lot more consistent with IHC. I think right now with what they're doing, I don't see them being in the top 10.
We will see about that one. Let's do a quick recap of what's been happening so far. Oh no, maybe we're staying right here.
With a recap.
It's coming right now. Ooh, oh, that is just a lovely graphic.
Oh, this is nice.
Oh, so you can see.
चलो मैच स्टार्ट हो गया guys.
By the way, something I did want to point out yesterday, nobody keeps challenging Wolves in Pmgc. I feel like at some point that we're going to be able to take advantage of that, and I think it's finally starting to show that they are going to be able to take advantage of just being able to move wherever they want, whether it's north, whether it's south, whether it's east or west, and I think that's definitely helped them out in a big way.
Yeah, I do also really like the rotation we saw from Nova, Gatka. Of course, you're not going to have a lot of teams up in the northern side of the map, so they tend to be on these eastern circles to always go for the instant rotation northern side of the river, because you have like maybe 2-3 teams, so the chances of you clashing in another team at that stage is very, very slim. It's been working out good for them so far, and then instantly as we see a lot of these teams trying to just center up, because we know this terrain here, Seven. You don't have an insane amount of good position, and then you have this shift, and you're just like, oh my god, this is horrible.
Yeah.
North is going to be
By the way, look at the 2-2 splits there from Nova. They always do it. They do, and we saw that yesterday, especially in Miramar too, and it kind of worked out perfect for them for that circle. And right here, I mean, it ended up working out perfect for them as well, as they were able to kind of just figure out what they were going to be doing. And I feel like this is what Nova's bread and butter is. Being able to utilize those 2-2 splits that they end up doing, putting themselves in a great situation, and then at the right moment, actually getting together and putting themselves in an even better situation.
Exactly, because that's what these 2-2 splits enables Nova to do. It keeps your options open, and boom, the circle pops off, and they saw this, like, okay, we're going to regroup on the 2 players further south, go for the wide rotate, and as we said, avoid all of the madness up north. That is what enabled them to make it so far in the game, until once again, nearly bit it, but it's still far enough and a really strong game.
See, and this is what I'm saying for Angry Man. It would have been a completely different story if that T2K player didn't show up. All right, yeah, they have to rotate, but I mean, if they would have been able to just kind of push back on Godlike Star Wars, which if they didn't have T2K player just laying down, being a little sneaky snake, that would end up happening. I think they would have ended up in a much better performance.
सभी लोग लाइक कर दीजिए और सेकंड मैच भी स्टार्ट होने वाला है गाइस। ये पिछला मैच के बारे में बता रहे हैं कि कैसे नोबल ने और 4 एंग्रीमैन ने रोटेशन लिया था, उसके बारे में बता रहे हैं लोग।
split from Nova worked pretty good. Didn't really capitalize on it too much yesterday.
और ये 2022 वाला फाइनल है, ठीक है, थोड़ा
on that split in particular this game enabled them to make it in the late game. Just like it was a breeze for them to make it.
100%. And with that being said, you can hear the crowd getting hyped up because we are going into match number 2. John, Helen, and Blank, take it away.
अरे फर्स्ट मैच मैंने देख नहीं पाया, पता है मैं जिम में था उस टाइम, लेकिन चलो
That's right, we're ready for Miramar. So are the crowd, so is everybody involved. The players have loaded into the lobby and they're getting ready for the desert.
Absolutely, I think the desert is a very scary place. Big map. Alpha 7 usually was quite good at this one. Influence Kemin kind of took up that mantle over in Americas though for quite some time. This is going to be a little bit more of a difficult match. I think that with some of these other teams starting to build up momentum now, build up some actual good games, some good consistency, we might see a very different Miramar to start off our day here. Excited to get into it though. Some of our players already down there in the booths, repping Brazil, which is good to see. Honestly, some of these teams, I think they've done very, very well, considering the circumstances, considering where they've come during this year. There's some great storylines. I think Inco, almost out of nowhere, a team that a lot of people didn't expect to do this well, have really proven a lot of people wrong, which is great to see. Love to see all the fans here as well in the crowd, trying their best. Come on now, you got to practice that type of stuff.
Oh my God, I'm some of the talent, some of the Indonesian talent had those backstage. Those
मैच तो स्टार्ट हो गया, दिखा क्यों नहीं रहे ये लोग?
I'm great at it.
No,
I was doing it in secret.
Don't lie to me.
Yeah, I did a full like 20 run.
I can't believe you.
Yeah, I was like spinning in a circle. I was so good at it that it wasn't allowed to go.
You don't even know what a circle is.
Well, begs to differ. I've seen a lot of circles in my time, specifically in PUBG Mobile. Also here on Miramar as we head into match 2. Getting started right now, right here. Circle, not here yet.
मैच स्टार्ट हो चुका है गाइस, पॉप कर लेके बैठ जाओ, अब फाइनली मैच स्टार्ट हो गया। दूसरा मैच स्टार्ट हो गया, मीरामार जो कि प्लेन पास तुम्हारा बन चुका है यहाँ से।
A lot of this area over towards the eastern side a little bit more inaccessible. Over towards the western side it is quite rocky, a little bit more difficult to navigate over, so it's going to be a bit of a weird start for
थोड़ा सा लाइट बढ़ाने दो। हेलो डेविल गेमिंग भाई, कैसे हो ब्रो? स्वागत है आपका स्ट्रीम में मेरे भाई।
We might see some scuffles when it comes to teams dropping on one another.
और साउंड को भी
Certainly some scuffle potential on the cards here. Match number 8 of the 18 set. We are, of course, coming up to that halfway mark. We'll be reaching that after the next game that we play, but for now, in the desert, IHC dropping down right on top of Monte Nuevo, and no one really looking to challenge them out here just yet. South side fairly solidly occupied, but no real hot drops. Actually, maybe Buradam with their easternmost player might crash into DRS if DRS don't go too much further on those parachutes, but it looks like they are just going to disengage from one another. Don't want to get locked into it too early.
गाइस प्लीज लाइक कर दीजिए सभी लोग जिन्होंने भी लाइक नहीं किया। हेलो बिट्टू भाई, कैसे हो आप? स्वागत है आपका स्ट्रीम में मेरे भाई। गाइस आप लोगों को बता दूं कि PMGC 2022 का ग्रैंड फाइनल है ये। दूसरा दिन है, फर्स्ट डे हम लोग मिस कर दिए थे, लेकिन आज हम लोग देखने वाले हैं आप लोगों के साथ बैठ के। और भाई बहुत बढ़िया भाई, मार दे मार दे मार दे मार।
Not quite able to land the winning shots over to T2K Legend.
However, you pull out the weapon that isn't necessarily meant for this type of range and you hit a few shots. Legend currently just zigzagging this one out of there. Circle though, up towards that eastern side. Inco, of course, gravitating towards the center of it as per usual. Quite good at this one. We have Nova doing excellently well after that last game, down towards the south of Minister Morales. 4 AM also very much far out the way, very similar to our last games. We can kind of expect them to move a little bit early. Look at that. Gets done and dusted. The Wolves finally start to howl here a little bit in the PMGC.
Getting a little bit of strength from that last game, a late survival for the solo that remained. Third place for Angry Men as well. Doing quite a lot getting a lot of eliminations in that previous game. We saw only Inco get ahead of the 3 Chinese teams, and they were the ones to take the chicken dinner home. So strong performance really from these squads. 400 men looking to try and capitalize on that, to try and convert on that, gain a little bit of momentum. Northern side, Alpha 7 will have to push in through GeekFam if they want to get central. Inco, typically, as they always are, already very close to that central area.
Influence came in. Team that I mentioned, we're doing a lot of work here on Miramar during America's PMPLs. See what they have to offer here today. Obviously, down in 4th place now, 57 points. Very good capability, though, to jump up a little bit, maybe even take 2nd place.
जहाँ पे समझ में नहीं आएगा ना वहाँ पे पूछ लेना गाइस, ठीक है? और हिंदी वाला कमेंट्री नहीं हो पाएगा क्योंकि हमारी इंडियन टीम है नहीं वहाँ पे, तो इस वजह से हिंदी वाला कमेंट्री नहीं हो रहा है. तो गाइस जहाँ पे समझ में नहीं आएगा पूछना, ठीक है?
Quick with crampons. Get those spikes dug into the side of these rocky hills. Fortunately, on the northern side at the moment, would like to move further down past Tierra Bronca, maybe El Azahar. Only Federals in this location, providing scouting for Influence Kevin. Perhaps another position to get some loot on board, which would be fantastic for them.
As it will for everyone. No other big early occurrences going on right now. It's interesting that DRS went all the way out to Puerto Paraíso. They dropped near Los Higos on the northern shore, split north
Hello
and
Dipesh
south
भाई, कैसे हो ब्रो? स्वागत है आपका स्ट्रीम में मेरे भाई. ये हाँ भाई, बस देखो रोटेशन देखो एंड स्ट्रेटजी देखो.
Past Impala, which is currently empty.
एक प्लेयर एलिमिनेट हुआ है
for
अभी.
DRS's progression
सिर्फ एक ही
northwards,
प्लेयर
and they can swing in from the east side near Minas Generalis.
Vampire Danny भाई, thumbnail OP, thanks भाई.
We look at this tournament as a whole so far. We've had some very interesting ups and downs from teams, and also just looking at the leaderboards in general. You know, 11th place IHC 49 points. You're looking all the way up towards 4AM at 61. It's a 12-point difference right now between 3rd and 11th, which is really not a lot whatsoever. That's one semi-decent game, to be honest. That's all you need. That's all you want. That'll see you happy going up towards the top of the tables. I think 4AM right now, they have extended that lead a little bit, but this game has to be another decent one. What they really want is that buffer. They're currently Inco. Perhaps A7 currently still hold on to. If A7 goes down once again early with no points,
अरे कल मैं भूल गया था, लोगो लगाया है ना बेटे सुन अपने.
At the top of the tables, a clean 90. Will they be the first team to break 100, or is someone else just going to blast out from those second to fifth positions?
भाई इंडियन टीम नहीं खेल रही है ना, तो इस वजह से हम लोगों को डिपेंडेंट रहना पड़ेगा इंग्लिश लैंग्वेज पे ही. अगर आप लोगों को मैं बताते रहूंगा कि क्या बोल रहे हैं ये लोग, थोड़ा सा सुन लो ध्यान से. रोटेशन पे ध्यान देते बेसिकली, और कुछ नहीं.
But it is still very, very tightly
Where is Nova? Nova कहाँ पे भाई? Nova टीम कहाँ पे?
And Alter Ego.
A lot of teams really like to stamp their mark during this PMGC, and right now it seems the best time to do it, with Nova currently in 10th place, 52 points.
अरे फ्रोजन खेल रहा है. Nova की टीम फाइनली दिख गई है गाइस.
A lot of these teams right now, Nova has dominated
ऊपर बैठा है एकदम भाई, एकदम देख रहे आज Nova लेके आ पाती है कि नहीं.
would have been absolutely glorious. It does get further and further away every single game we pass. I think for Nova though, that last game versus Inco, really not ideal for them.
इनको के 90 पॉइंट्स है, और
dampen the confidence
A7 जो कल 1 नंबर पे थी आज 2 नंबर पे आ चुकी है, और नोवा जो हमारी है वो 10वें नंबर पे. देखते हैं आज ये लैंग्वेज नहीं चाहिए तो कोरियन लैंग्वेज वाला देखो.
To be able to take them down. So in a lot of senses, sure, the actual result itself in terms of the numbers wasn't super bolstering, but I think that they can take a lot from that game in terms of confidence moving forwards. They weren't always in the best spot. They did have to move around and avoid fights where they didn't want to take them, and take them in the right fashion when they did. And I feel like they constantly made correct decisions during that last
लग रहा है कि आज नोवा कर पाएगी, क्योंकि मीरामार उन लोगों का हमेशा से अच्छा रहा है, और मीरामार में जरूर ये लोग कुछ करने वाले हैं गाइस. अभी तो मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है कि मीरामार में तो कुछ करने वाले हैं ये लोग.
A lot of engagements. This time around, it does
देखते हैं
feel
मीरामार
like
में
this
ये लोग
lobby is
निकालेंगे
starting
भाई
to
आज पक्का निकालेंगे ये लोग
Inco's
मीरामार में,
strategy,
मुझे ऐसा
Inco's
लग रहा है भाई.
technique. become a massive clump towards the center now, because this is what tends to happen, is that with these circles, with these teams, you get just a slow constrict of teams towards that center side, then edge becomes a lot more valuable. You'll see the teams start to spread out a bit more, and Inco has been really capitalizing off a lot of these teams playing edge for quite some time, in which case the center of the circle becomes very valuable because it's so free to get into. I think Inco might struggle because of this. Again, they have so much experience playing center, they might just be able to outplay a lot of these teams. And with this, it's no longer free whatsoever. Inco's going to be a little bit worried with the fact that they're taking towards the circle, but it's certainly not going to be an easy central position for them this time around.
I was just keeping an eye on DRS and Burram on the southeast coast. DRS fairly slow to rotate up from Puerto Paraíso up to Impala, and it's allowed Burram to actually catch up with them. Now a little bit of conflict potentially on the southeast coast as my name P looking to pick on over towards Rules. Both of them are in the blue zone now, spotted. Rules takes a little lick of damage there, and that's going to slow things down, make it all the harder. My name P can't really afford to take too much himself. Killer dispatched early into the buggy, trying to flee the scene, but Rules under pressure still by My Name P on the ridgeline. Can't quite connect the shots. The bullets are not there in magazine. Rules can careen down the hillside, get some healing done, and get the res on.
That could have been an easy 1-2 there for My Name P. It's funny because that shot over towards Killer was the really difficult one. The player just sending away in the buggy should have been pretty simple. Even Stevens, fortunately, pressure gets the player.
A7 वाले भाई खतरनाक खेल रहे हैं कसम से भाई A7 वाले मतलब एकदम सोच के आए कि जीत के जाएंगे ये लोग वो रोटेट करके ऊपर
का
And remember, this is in the blue zone, so you will need to stop and heal. Killer re-knocked there, and actually they're not even going to go for the... Oh no, he is. Rules is going to stick by his teammate on this front.
तेरे बेटे को तू समझा हम क्या करे तेरे बेटे को भाई एक गेम का स्प्रे देखा क्या भाई मतलब गजब भाई रिफ्लेक्स हो तो ऐसे मतलब समझ रहे हो भाई क्या बढ़िया से रिफ्लेक्स में दिखा के मारा भाई ओपी मारा.
There's always the issue for A7 is that Influence Kevin take very similar rotational
finishes आ चुके हैं S2G के
पास. They do it a bit sooner, a bit more slick. For A7 now they have to figure out a different approach inwards. They could just go for
DRS के पास भी दो elimination आ चुके हैं अभी. DRS के पास और ULF के पास and S2G के पास दो elimination.
Not be a bad idea.
दो चार एक शुरू में W का बंदा ने मारा था वो.
Not easy. Influence came in an A7. Widely known for their team fight capability. Very strong fraggers on board for both these teams.
इनके पास दो elimination हैं जो कि दोनों
this is what I thought would be a big issue. A lot of these teams are realizing that Inco is getting away with playing center far too often. So now everyone sends center early on, keeps it chill, keeps it easy. Nova's figured this out too. Inco's been shut out on that northern edge. They're going to have to move a little bit further. This is where comes conflict. Again though, I feel like Miramar never was their strongest map in the first place. Usually Erangel is where they shine. Most of their best rotations are there too. If they can get those blast out performances on those maps, yes, they might not be consistent, but it might just be enough to see them through. It does leave them open though to the chase. Specifically at the end of that day 3 tomorrow, we will conclude everything.
मिडल ऑफ द जोन है भाई ये देख रहे हो मिडल ऑफ द जोन नोवा वाले एकदम मिडल में एकदम मस्त मिडल में गाइस प्लीज लाइक कर दीजिए सभी लोग जिन्होंने भी लाइक नहीं करा लाइक भी करते रहो गाइस.
Oh, 4 angry men taking a knock from Kelsey.
4 AM का एक प्लेयर डाउन हो चुका है यहाँ पे 4 AM का उसको पूरा भर दिया गया है. अरे 4 angry men का
third elimination so far in the game with 58 players remaining.
S2G के पास 3 elimination मिल गया भाई. S2G क्या खेल रही है आज.
News for S2G's position in this next circle with 4 angry men ahead of them and most likely in a location that they'll want to stretch out to.
Yeah, getting that initial knock and flush can make it so much easier. I love the positions they're playing as well. Two forward in the buildings, providing the high ground control in the back, watching for these rotations over on the western side. It's really well done. S2G's got this one on lock on the western side. A7 currently in coal mine.
A7 की टीम जो फर्स्ट पे चल रही थी मतलब कल आज सेकंड पे गाइस देख रहा है ना पॉइंट्स टेबल, लेकिन INCO की टीम 90 पॉइंट से मतलब बहुत ज्यादा पॉइंट से आगे अभी फिलहाल तो.
Escape the cage, but Wolves should spot them. My name P gets some airtime, both on our screens and in the into the vehicle. in the Murado. Has to run on the rims here now near the church. And through the graveyard. I'll have to pray that they don't take too many shots here, but Beautiful is on the roof. NEP able to hop out and go on the inside there. Pickfeet burns the vehicle, but allows the player into the compound.
NEP suddenly
गाली दे रहा है वो जोकर कौन है
solo
लंडा
player
मुझे
in the
नहीं
midst
पता
of the
ब्रो
Wolves here
मुझे नहीं पता
to
उसके
bite
बारे में
back versus these guys. Only 2 players for Buradam. 1 nade could be all it takes, and he's
बहुत गुस्सा आ रहा है इस टाइम
going
हमको
for the bank on the outside.
जा
Molotov
जा
though.
जाला 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 जाला
Might be
जल
able to
गया
get a knock in response there, but the Wolves will hold it down. Fireflux in the meantime, however, could have been lighting up Pickfeet on the hold. Maybe even stealing this point away. Manages to back off behind the ridgeline. Goes for a second peek there on a sliver of HP. Ketch lines it up as well. And Fireflux, they want to snap up a couple of those points, but the Wolves managed to get that point into their wallet. 6th place now held by them. IHC
नोवा के पास एक एलिमिनेशन आ चुका है गाइस एनबी के पास एक एलिमिनेशन है 52 हो चुका है इनका पॉइंट्स टोटल
They've got Stalwart to deal with further south of them.
Yeah, some real cheeky stuff there coming through from Fireflux, trying to pick up those eliminations, even in what I was heard a pretty terrible spot to be in on that amount of HP. Inco just meandering around on that
जोन कट गया अभी भी नोवा जोन में है भाई अभी भी नोवा जोन के अंदर है लेट्स गो गाइस लगता है कि इस बार नोवा निकालेगी ये वाला जीतने वाली है मैच मुझे लग रहा है इन लोगों का वैसे भी मेरा मार बहुत ज्यादा तगड़ा है तो देख रहे हैं गाइस अभी निकालती है कि नहीं नोवा मुझे ऐसा तो लग रहा है कि नोवा निकालेगी ये मैच ये 7 के 78 पॉइंट्स हो चुके हैं भाई
perfectly timed because if you pull the pin and not for long enough, and S2G's already at your doorstep, those nades are going to be all for naught and probably going to cause more chaos than benefit in those types of situations.
IHC 2 players forwards, Godless and Alex at the back. We saw them playing off each other very well.
इंडियन टीम भी होती भाई इंडियन टीम भी होती तो मजा आ जाता पता है बहुत मजा आता भाई इंडियन टीम क्यों नहीं यार
backstop, not the forward vanguard. Alter Ego on the northeast side yet to make their turn southward into the next circle. Nova really with a massive position here, controlling a lot of the east side.
Really good spot for them. Apologies.
अरे यार इन लोगों को कमेंट्री करने आता ही नहीं है काश इंडियन कमेंटेटर्स होते तो मैच देते यहाँ पे भाई पता है कमेंट्री करके भाई
my lungs apparently. My alter ego. T2K though on that south side, trying to make their way in. So far Nova has dealt with them quite easily. You can see Jane's very low on HP. Vampire Esports move up. 4 players still remaining. No changes as Max said. Again 30 points. Still a big game would set them up with a lot of the rest of the teams. This is a very even
जोनाथन रहता तो सबको फाड़ देता हाँ जोनाथन रहता तो वही कहना ही नहीं था मतलब सबको फाड़ देता सही में इंडियन टीम कोई भी रहती ना तो फाड़ भाई अभी तो मजा आ जाता फिर भी देखेंगे अभी रोटेशन देखेंगे सब कुछ देखेंगे अभी अपन लोग एनालाइज करेंगे उसके ऊपर ठीक है
over towards the west. The compounds are very, very prominent here. One of the only compounds. I think the difficulty with this one, though, is it's very accessible to many different teams. So when it gets to a point where this is really the only place left to go, you're going to see a lot of teams trying to occupy this space. And Nova will have to regroup, recoalesce into one spot, and try and focus.
भाई लाइक भी करते रहो गाइस लाइक भी करते रहो
is just moving backwards and forwards now,
देखो
trying to
नोवा ऑर्डर
prepared for any kind of push from the team.
ये अकेले 3 और भाई नोवा अच्छा एक प्लेयर यहाँ पे है अभी भी ये लोग जोन के अंदर है ठीक है
try and cover unless Alter Ego try and full send straight through the middle of the circle. It's the southwest I think they should be most worried about, with the Wolves and Fireflux both taking occupation up there. The southeast side probably going to be able to hold itself out for one more circle, so until that gets pushed in, should be quite safe.
IHC looking for them to do a little bit more, honestly.
नेट किया है, नेट कनेक्ट हुआ क्या?
अरे
नेट कनेक्ट हुआ क्या? नेट पे का इसने S2G के प्लेयर ने भाई क्या नेट पे का नेट कनेक्ट हुआ? वाह भाई वाह, व्हाट अ नेट!
Another cat amongst the pigeons.
4 एंग्री मैन के एक प्लेयर डाउन है, यहाँ पे दूसरा नेट करने की कोशिश किया जा रहा है, दूसरा नेट भी आएगा, दूसरा नेट भी करो, 2 प्लेयर को डाउन कर दिया, एक ही प्लेयर बचे हुए हैं यहाँ पे। ओ भाई, ओ भाई सिर्फ एक प्लेयर बचा हुआ है, पुश कर दिया, मोलोटोव भी आ रहा है, एक और नेट, 4 एंग्री मैन का प्लेयर डाउन करने की कोशिश हो रही है भाई, अकेले मार दिया, एलिमिनेट कर दिया।
Beautiful nade over the top there. The arc is strong.
भाई क्या एलिमिनेट बन रहा है ये भाई, ये लेट्स गो गाइस। फोर एम जो 3 नंबर पे थी अकेले एलिमिनेट कर दिया भाई 3 नंबर की टीम को।
That gives them a good chance. Unfortunately, with Kelsey going down the back, took a little bit longer to respond than they would have liked. Luckily, Silas is just very strong
भाई, आज हम आपके गांव के साइड आए हैं। बढ़िया बढ़िया।
Point of the Nova hold.
लोकेशन मत बताना ब्रदर
Did manage to find a player from Inco, but GeekFam all the way on the north took a long shot with an SLR over towards Paraboy. That's going to force Jimmy to reposition to get that res, and Inco.
किसने कहा जोकर भाई के स्ट्रीम पे गाली बयान है वो खुद देते हैं। हाँ किसने कहा भाई, कौन ये अफवाह फैला रहा है, कौन अफवाह फैला रहा है ये?
For Inco, they moved up towards that position that Paraboy was holding, and rightly so. I think that's one of the easiest points of ingress towards this side of the compound. Try and take that ridge side. Paraboy locks it down. Unfortunately, that delay there has caused some issues. Wolves lose remember to fire Flux. Pick feet though, still looking over the top. Nays going backwards and forwards. Doesn't do very much. Solkai sends one's back of his own. Equally as inefficient.
Catch. Launching ordnance.
Where is Nova? Nova की टीम कहाँ पे है भाई? Nova की टीम कहाँ पे है?
IHC crashing into GeekFam. Alex down first. Snipes able to get the flush almost instantly.
एक प्लेयर को डाउन किया यहाँ पे एकदम
2 on the inside. IHC with 3 pushing through the building now. Godless trying to hold on his corners. Yol onto the upstairs, and GeekFam don't want to take this disadvantage fight. They're going to regroup, reposition, and fight 4 versus 3. But Micah falls down to Demo as he sneaks away back into the building. The high ground occupied as well, as Yol has a nade to cook. They are launching that ordnance out as U-High flanks around the side for GeekFam. Godless falls. And IHC are down to 2 active. U-High around the door frame. Looks for more damage and he'll find it, but Demo's still active. He's cutting both of them down. The tail, but there is only player now standing, as IHC were able to deal with the backlines. In the meantime, there is a ruck-up coming through as well from Godlike Stalwart. The desk said they wanted to see more from them, and this could be a whole host of points if they can move in at the right time. Damn rude for GeekFam. 1 or 2 players alive. Ziol isolated to the upstairs, and now Godlike Stalwart put a break on the fight.
Crazy moments here coming from IHC to hold this one off, but GeekFam able to re-stabilize here. U-High gets back up to speed. A huge amount of damage done by him, but Stalwart starting to send grenades through. 3 players for them.
Would be an excellent pickup if they're able to take down all 4 of GeekFam, but they are not willing to go for the full engagement here. If they'd have known the true numbers of the fight, they might have actually just gone for that push, but it's so difficult to know which way it's going. Nobody quite knows, unfortunately. Fireflux were down in the meantime on that south side.
Nova 10वें नंबर पे आ चुकी है गाइस। Nova के चारों प्लेयर alive है अभी।
Standoff now as we hop on over to S2G.
Nova तो अभी कोई फाइट में अभी तक इंगेज ही नहीं हुई। कहाँ भी है भाई?
Further out than S2G.
S2G के पास बहुत ज़्यादा एलिमिनेशन हो चुका है गाइस, बहुत ज़्यादा। 8 एलिमिनेशन इस मैच में, समझ रहे हो? इस मैच में 8 एलिमिनेशन S2G के।
Launch on over those rocks. Scrambling up the scramble.
Indeed.
नोवा की टीम अब फाइट लेने वाली है गाइस। नोवा की टीम फाइट लेने वाली है अभी फाइट होने वाला है नोवा की टीम के साथ।
Halfway point on that next match. Vampire Esports move up. 43 players left, 13 teams still going. Vampire Esports might have just found themselves a position. This is what I was talking about earlier with Nova having to recoalesce. They take the strong building for themselves, hoping to hold out from there, and this could be another big game for Nova going forward. Influence came in also, but it's DRS taking it down for 7.
Carrillo, Mafioso.
Just like that.
Both pulled down, reduced to mortals.
A7 एलिमिनेट हो गई और ST ग्रेक ने यहाँ पे फाइनली वहाँ पे ST को खत्म कर दिया। ओ भाई,
They have managed to pick
Oh,
up
bhai.
a lot of points now, Blank, on that elimination count. 6 eliminations for Geek Fam. They are on the warpath. 3 players active for Inco. They lost a player earlier on.
ग्रेक की टीम 6
Now they're
नंबर पे
fighting
है
around
अभी
the sides with S2G. 4 players active for them. But Inco are on the inside track
और
on the
ये
circle.
4 प्लेयर
Alter Ego
एक
crash across to
ही
the
सेट
shack.
के अंदर बैठे
I
हुए
think
हैं।
S2G, with the performance they've had so far, Inco's going to be a little bit worried, but Geek Fam's not done yet. Still taking shots towards Inco's side. Snipes has to hit the deck, continue to move it around. Doesn't even know where he's being shot from, and now Damrude, last remaining member for the team. And it's Alter Ego, in fact, in a pretty decent position. All huddled up in the shack.
भाई ये मैच नोवा जीतने वाली है, मुझे लग रहा है ऐसा।
Really brutal here, but Razy spotted around the side, and the Wolves are the other side of this hydraulic press that is crushing S2G. Squash spotted on the ridgeline, takes Memory down. 2 players for S2G caught in the hard place there. As Inco fall back, they want to keep 3 alive. That's all they've got to play with.
Really smart play there from Squash as well, because he wants to absorb those points coming through from S2G. Unfortunately, may have just given them time to
के 2 प्लेयर्स
get these
डाउन है,
players
यहाँ
back
पे
on their
इजीली
feet.
रिवाइव
They will
देंगे,
unfortunately lose
लेकिन उसको
Kelsey in
पीछे
the
वाले को मार
process.
दिया है।
Silas,
S2G वाले
really
क्या
good
खेल
game
रहे
so
भाई,
far.
जो
Silas
4
will use
नंबर
his
के
last
आज
grenade,
अभी लग रहा है कि
hopefully
मुझे
confirm
अभी
his
ये मैच के
elimination
बाद
over
ये
towards
लोग
Memory.
हैशटैग 3 पे आ जाएंगे,
Do
मुझे
quite
ऐसा
enough
लग रहा
damage,
है।
but should bleed out fairly shortly regardless. Inco playing around this edge, just give them a
आ गए
maximum
भाई,
amount of
3 पे
cover.
आ गए, 3 पे आ गए
Said earlier,
S2G
it's probably
वाले।
one of the best places to crash onto this position. Fortunately, still taking damage. I think that might be either from Damrude or Alter Ego.
4 एंग्री मैन यहाँ पे
Of course, the knock
चौथे नंबर
coming
पे आ
through
चुकी
from
है।
Squash means that Memory's point goes over.
INF वाले भी ट्राई
to
करेंगे
Inco.
कि शायद
9
INF का
eliminations
एक
for
प्लेयर डाउन हो
S2G
चुका
right
है यहाँ
now.
पे, लॉ डाउन हो चुके
Damrude
हैं।
looks to line up more shots with the SLR over on towards Alter Ego.
ग्रिक का एक और
That
प्लेयर
is a
एलिमिनेट
lot of
नोवा
damage
अभी
that can
तक
pour through
जिंदा है
those
भाई,
open
नोवा
doors.
अभी तक जिंदा है
Unfortunately, he's a
गाइस।
little bit broadside to Inco's position, to S2G. Nova, if they move a little bit further in, not that they have to with the circle as it is, as it sits, they won't have to move too far at all.
Geek Fam off the huge chance here in the PMGC. Were Yuhai still on loan as well? You wonder if this might be one of the last chances for Geek Fam, PMGC, to put up a big performance or even look for the grand final title. With Micah back on board as well, they've created a fantastic squad with the help of Yuhai.
नोवा के भी 4 प्लेयर्स जिंदा है और INF के भी 4 प्लेयर्स जिंदे हैं।
But right now they've got to take what they can get.
Wolves, they survived late into the game.
जो फर्स्ट लेवल पे टीम है अभी उसके सारे के सारे प्लेयर्स जिंदा है, सारे के सारे
a little bit
प्लेयर्स।
earlier than they would have liked. 4 eliminations though.
नहीं, 3
not a
players माफ
disaster,
करना,
but
अभी
not
भी
what they
जिंदा है वो
needed
लोग।
to try and pick the pieces up. S2G have an answer to Inco. And that is really,
Eliminate
really
कर
fast
दिया
there.
ISG
12
वाले।
eliminations on the game
भाई
now
भाई भाई
already.
भाई, 12 elimination इन लोगों के
Gonna
पास।
add that one up to
और
13. Unlucky for some, but S2G will absolutely be glad.
एक
of
और
those
प्लेयर को
points.
एलिमिनेट कर दिया।
Sure, has been
13
knocked, but that's
elimination
rezzed
इनके पास।
very, very swiftly by Ray Z. In the meantime, Influence Kemen going to take the mad dash across the road. Get past that crate and up to the hillside. Vampire on the
नोवा
board of
एकदम
it.
होल्ड करके बैठी है गाइस,
Kill
नोवा
still
एकदम
for
होल्ड करके
DRS as the
बैठी है।
last player standing. Could prove to be troublesome.
S2G, Silas currently looking like a trash compactor at the moment because he is crushing it right now
एक और
during this match.
elimination लेने की
Hamzy G
कोशिश कर रहे हैं ये लोग, एक
assisting
player को
with some
down किया
great
है
shots
शायद
coming
इन
through
लोगों
from the
ने।
Mini 14 and the Scar as well.
और ये
Great
S2G क्या
supportive
खेल रही है
kick
भाई,
for
क्या
him.
खेल रही है। अभी
The current
नोवा
damage
की
as well,
टीम
look
जिंदा
at
है,
that,
बट
really
उन लोगों के
nice
पास देखते हैं अभी
evens
जोन
on
आता
the
है या नहीं
damage
आता है।
score. Vampire Esports just barely living in the moment, holding on for dear life, basically on life support at this point in time, sucking down the oxygen.
It's not going super well. There's nades from Lil Boy. Stoned has one of his own. Did manage to get the heal off, and the stims are going to start to tick
नोवा
up now.
पारा
So the
बॉय
longer
मार रहा है,
they're in
नोवा
this,
पारा बॉय मार
the
रहा है
better
भाई,
chance they
मार
have.
रहा है, 2
15 eliminations now for S2G. And there's
और
nades. Hang on a
15
minute. Is this Alter Egos coming through? Pombit burns them down. 3 players from Influence Kemen. They've taken a knee and nades over. A
ओ
brutal.
भाई क्या नेट था,
Alter Egos
क्या नेट था भाई,
versus
क्या नेट था,
Influence Kemen is going
क्या
their
नेट था।
way. Nova also
Oh
joining
my.
into this as nades
Nova.
tipple over the top.
नोवा के पास
Picking up a
3
couple of those
एलिमिनेशन आ
points.
गया,
1
3
player remains,
एलिमिनेशन।
and it's Pondbit for Alter Ego into the vehicle. 2 points for them. Nova picking up the share of it though with 3.
And up to 6 teams remaining. Pondbit, that last golden survivor for the team, many times now, but again,
S2G वाले क्या खेल रहे हैं? इनका एक प्लेयर डाउन हो चुका है, 15 एलिमिनेशन इनके पास,
15 eliminations. Everyone's staring at
15
that.
एलिमिनेशन
You're
भाई
worried about as well,
S2G.
53 points at the start of this game with 15 on the top of it. You're looking at a big points total, 68 after that, not including points rankings either. So this could be a really, really good game for S2G to see them towards that top side. And we were waiting for that standout performance coming through from Turkey, that region that has just given and given and given this year.
नोवा ऑर्डर एक और प्लेयर को डाउन करेगा, यस नोवा ऑर्डर एक और एलिमिनेट कर दिया सर.
Here in this position, but they are now with their backs to the circle and will most likely have to move towards S2G.
नोवा चिकन, यस गाइस, नोवा चिकन होने वाला है, मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है कि नोवा चिकन करेगी.
On T2K.
Let's go guys, क्या
S2G rack up 16. They started this game
नोवा ऑर्डर के ऊपर
37
POV
points
करके
behind
रखा
the
है एकदम.
leader of Inco. With one elimination coming through from Inco as
INF
well.
का एक प्लेयर बचा हुआ है जो कि एकदम नोवा के पास ही है, एकदम नोवा टीम के पास ये दो प्लेयर जा रहे हैं उनको मारने के लिए. देखते हैं गाइस क्या INF का एक ही प्लेयर बचा हुआ है.
S2G with this match have got the potential to take over the top of the table.
Last zone now. Everyone's thinking about this one. Nova, second game in a row, they find themselves in a fantastic position. Just taking up that approach that Inco showed us before, but doing it
जो INF का है वही प्लेयर
in
थोड़ा
a
सा
way
दिक्कत
that
देगा.
looks so aggressive. Frozen just stands over the top. There goes T2K. Alter Ego ladder up to
एलिमिनेट कर दिया एक
fourth
और प्लेयर को. नोवा वर्सेस
Potential to go further. And S2G now start their assault over towards Nova, down the hill. First nade goes through, does not get anything done. Ray Z takes a bit of damage.
S2G.
Frozen, Order, both going up at the same time, trying to play off the back of one another. But Pombit, look at this.
Keeping him alive right now, Nova. Looking to try and crunch that one out of him. And they are being so cautious here, Blank. 5 eliminations on the game right now. And S2G just suppressing that ridgeline. Little boy from Influence Kevin is still here and he still wants to play. Order falls first. Jimmy pushes up to the rock and will handle business. But this is an opportunity for S2G. Unfortunately, that door is shut. Strong. And that is the way that they come back into it. They come back swinging.
An insane game there from Nova. I mean that they played all the cards correctly. They're in the right order. With the right shoot. I don't think that could have gone better for them. They picked a great position. Paraboy played a very busy game.
I'm sorry.
Up towards that top side, back down again. He was scouting, never idle throughout this entire thing. It was a very, very well done match. But S2G, we have to congratulate them. I think everything went topsy-turvy towards the end, though. With shots coming from behind from Alter Ego, with Little Boy getting in on the mix. I think S2G was completely confused towards those last moments. Regardless, they had gone through the ringer to get to that point. Unfortunately, Nova was just a little bit too hard of a challenge to tackle.
Just that little bit, unfortunately for them. With a couple more nades, they might have been able to do a little bit more. If Ponbit had gone down earlier, they might have been able to move around the side a little bit more effectively. But they played it with 3 for so long, and they got so much done for S2G.
Absolutely, they did. I think for S2G, they have to.
भाई क्या था, बोला था नोवा चिकन और नोवा चिकन लेके गई. भाई मुझे लगा कि INF की टीम चिकन लेके गई, पता है, लेकिन नोवा के.
Earlier on saying that Pombit, this guy is the golden survivor of the team, and he's certainly got a lot done there for himself. Got very far into the game. And lived that one out. It was not an easy lobby to live that one out in either, particularly being right at the bottom of the hill. Pretty much where you get caught out almost 100% of the time. So the fact that he made it that far, fantastic stuff.
I didn't quite catch actually if S2G went down 2nd or 3rd. I think it was 2nd.
Yeah.
But Pombit surviving till at least 3rd is a really, really great result.
Absolutely. I think anyone here as an Alter Ego fan is going to be really happy with that one.
So you mean everyone here?
Everyone here. I mean, 10 points overall. You know what I will say about the audience and the fans here? It is very refreshing to get an audience that is cheering practically everyone on. I mean, even when S2G
वाले क्या खेले भाई, S2G वाले क्या खेले, मतलब literally बहुत अच्छा खेले.
It makes me happy, it gets me hyped, and I'm hoping that if you guys can hear it in the back, you're getting hype at home too.
I'm sure they can. I don't think you could miss it, to be honest, Blank.
Absolutely.
And it's also refreshing to have a crowd that has rhythm.
Oh, yeah. They really do.
They've been keeping those drums going, and I'm sure we'll hear them for many more matches to come, Blank. Nova,
भाई बोला था ना नोवा का मतलब वो मीरामार बहुत अच्छा है, इन लोगों का बहुत अच्छा है मीरामार, ये लोग मीरामार में हमेशा अच्छा करता है और ये देखने को भी मिला कि मीरामार में इन लोगों ने बढ़िया किया.
From S2G, from everybody else that surrounded them, Nova were able to take care of business and handle it for a chicken dinner.
देखो एलिमिनेशन हाइलाइट्स देखो गाइस, हाइलाइट्स. लेट्स गो. ये राज गुप्ता भाई, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर स्पॉन्सरिंग द चैनल भाई, थैंक यू सो मच भाई. राहुल आ रहे हो क्या तुम? आराम से भाई चेयर लगा के बैठने वाला हूँ. राज गुप्ता भाई, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर स्पॉन्सरिंग द चैनल भाई, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर योर सपोर्ट भाई, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर टेकिंग मेंबरशिप ब्रदर. पारा बॉय भाई, अभी तो मैं बैठ के मतलब आराम से बैठ के देखने वाला हूँ भाई पूरा का पूरा मैच, चारों के चारों मैच मतलब दो मैच हो चुके हैं.
My goodness, is that one hell of a storyline we have back in our hands? S2G taking home a win in a, at least points-wise, a win in a incredibly convincing fashion. But in the end, it was actually Nova that got the chicken dinner. Tell me about it, Max.
I think it's fair to say, Seven, this is the Nova we wanted to see. This is them. They're turning up the heat right now on his second day of play for the Grand Finals. And I don't think they're going to slow down. They're going to keep the heat going even higher and higher and about to melt the entire arena here.
We've been teasing it. We were talking about it yesterday at the end of the day. We talked about it at the beginning of the day too. Nova on day 2 is an absolutely different animal. I mean, for them to be able to get 24 points, but as you guys mentioned, I mean, S2G, we gotta give them some credit. We've been talking about how, yeah, they are able to get elimination. Sometimes they're able to get placement points. This was the perfect marriage for both of them.
Silas, he just put on an absolute clinic this game. That nade onto 4 AM, he eliminated almost the entirety of to that with his team of Wolves. If he cleared out Nova, they just cleared all of PEL pretty much. But
today before he goes to sleep, he's definitely going to be looking at that 1v3 versus 4 Angry Men. He's going to be like, oh,
core memory has been created.
1v3 क्या किया था उसने भाई, क्या किया था 1v3, मतलब वो वाला जो 1v3 था ना, OP था भाई.
He got taken out very early on, and they still managed to pull through almost the entirety of that game.
Yeah, exactly.
आज गेम नहीं खेलोगे क्या?
That's just pretty much like.
नहीं आज गेम नहीं, आज देखने वाले भाई PMGC हो रहा है फाइनल मैच.
But yeah, that's the cool thing, right? If you're still a team that, despite losing a player as valuable as Kelsey, as I say,
दूसरा मैच 10 मिनट में स्टार्ट होने वाले गाइस, तो भाई पॉपकॉर्न वॉपकॉर्न लेके बैठ जाओ अभी आप लोग देखने वाले भाई. लेकिन वो जो
even when they're missing one great player, they can still perform and just pop the hell off. Currently with the most fragging, the most eliminations in a single match.
नीड से और फिर बगी लेके हो गया था भाई, क्या ओपी था वो वाला सीन.
Don't run anywhere. We will have time to discuss that match in detail. But before we go into the break, quick shout out to our sponsors, starting off with Sony and the Xperia 1 Mark IV, that way. And obviously the Xperia Stream that you can see right here, which were co-developed in collaboration with professional esports players. You can play PUBG Mobile with Xperia Stream's total cooling system and multiple ports for intense gaming and streaming.
अभी लाइव हो रहा है क्या? हाँ अभी लाइव हो रहा है, अभी लाइव हो रहा है, ये अभी लाइव हो रहा है.
If you haven't checked out Prime Gaming yet, it is time to do so. You will get free games, not only games, but free in-game content also for PUBG Mobile. So make sure to sign up and check that one out. Also, we want to thank the PBESI, which is the local association in Indonesia in terms of esports, they're handling esports, and we want to thank them so much also for their support in terms of, you know, this tournament, this beautiful tournament that we have right here going on in Jakarta, Indonesia.
हिंदी में लगाओ, हमारी इंडियन टीम हिंदी में, मतलब इंडियन टीम है नहीं ना, तो इसी वजह से हम लोग हिंदी में नहीं लगा सकते, हिंदी में कमेंट्री नहीं हो रहा है इस बार, तो इसी वजह से तो मैं बैठा हूँ भाई यहाँ पे, ताकि तुम लोगों को मैं समझा पाऊँ अच्छे से,
or on all the social media platforms. So make sure to check that out. And the best thing about it is, if you do give us feedback and if you do answer that survey, you will get a chance to win some
हिंदी में नहीं हो रहा है क्योंकि इंडियन टीम नहीं गई है ना वहाँ पे, तो
thank you all in advance for sharing your feedback via the PMGC viewer survey.
हाँ हिंदी में नहीं है क्योंकि इंडियन टीम नहीं खेल रही है. गाइस प्लीज लाइक कर दीजिए सभी लोग, अगर आप लोगों ने लाइक नहीं किया तो, और शेयर भी कीजिए. इंग्लिश में ही है, ठीक है, इंग्लिश में ही देखना पड़ेगा. अब इसके बाद जो मैच होने वाला है सेनहॉक होने वाला है, उसके बाद इरेंगल, मीरामार, फिर एरेंगल. ओ भाई 5 मैच करवा दिए क्या इन लोगों ने, मतलब 3 मैच इरेंगल के होने वाले. अच्छा उसको बेसिकली उसको हटा दिया, क्या बोलते हैं वो हटा है ना, इसी वजह से आज ऑलरेडी 5 मैच होने वाले हैं। मतलब भाई समझ रहे हो गाइस, 5 मैच 7 मिनट में दूसरा मैच भी स्टार्ट होने वाला था गाइस। खा पी लो, खेलने कब आ रहे हो? ये देखो ये देखो ये देखो ये देखो, ये भाई ये स्पोर्ट प्लेयर बनेगा, ये स्पोर्ट प्लेयर बनेगा। क्यों नहीं इंडियन टीम गई? क्योंकि इंडिया में गेम बैन है ब्रो, इसी वजह से इंडियन टीम नहीं गई। नौ मिनट का ब्रेक है, आप लोग तब तक भाई वो कोरियन लड़की आएगी अभी बोलने मतलब कहाँ आएगी? चैट पे क्या बताए हो क्या मेरे चैनल के बारे में? यार मेरा फेस कैम चूतिया है भाई। जाता नहीं ट्यूशन भाई। थैंक यू सो मच भाई, थैंक यू सो मच भाई, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर स्पॉन्सरिंग द चैनल भाई। भाई अभी जो क्वेश्चंस है ना तो वो पूछ सकते हो आप लोग। अभी जो क्वेश्चंस आपके मन में चल रहे हैं वो सब आप लोग अभी पूछ सकते हो, जो भी क्वेश्चंस चल रहे हैं आपके मन में। इसके बाद होगा सैन ऑफ, ठीक है, सैन ऑफ होने वाला है। उसके बाद होगा भाई वो नीड, भाई क्या था भाई। भाई मैं कब बनूंगा यार ई स्पोर्ट प्लेयर भाई। भाई देखने के बाद ना भाई एकदम दिल में ना मतलब अंदर से इतना ज्यादा जुनून आता है ना भाई, क्या बताओ भाई। गाइस हार्ड मेहनत करो यार, अगर आप लोगों को खेलना है तो भाई ई स्पोर्ट खेलना है तो भाई लाइव बन जाएगी यार, सच बता रहा हूँ भाई। तो भाई अलग है इसमें। इसमें कितने देश का टीम है? 16 प्लेयर्स है इसमें, 16। ट्रांसलेटर है वो कोरिया टीम की, तो वो ट्रांसलेशन करने आती है इंग्लिश में। हाँ ऐसा है क्या? सच्ची में? गाइस सभी लोग लाइक कर दीजिए अगर आप लोगों ने लाइक नहीं किया तो, और प्लीज़ हो सके तो चैनल सब्सक्राइब कर लीजिए गाइस। आप लोगों की सपोर्ट की बहुत ज़्यादा ज़रूरत है हमें, तो प्लीज़ गाइस अगर आप लोगों का कोई क्वेश्चन है तो पूछना, हम लोग बैठे इसी के लिए। और ये बेसिकली ये बता रहे हैं कि प्ले विथ लिमिट, और सोनी का जो कोलैब किया है वही प्राइम गेमिंग, और स्पॉन्सर जो किया है उसके।
What an absolute crazy performance coming in from S2G and obviously Nova as well. We will be taking a look at the overall rankings in just a second. But guys, that was one hell of a performance, not only from Silas, but also from Nova, and I want to talk about them in specifics. Their rotations and their playstyle, we talked about it in the first map as well. It did seem to change now in terms of, in comparison to yesterday.
I mean, the 2-2 split, no, they tended to do it quite a bit, and they actually had, and we talked about it at the start of that game, actually, Alex, they had a 2-1-1 split towards the side of Graveyard, and the moment they had that amount of position, that amount of terrain in their control, in that, I think it was phase 2 at the time, just like, okay.
अभी भेज देता हूँ।
hey, this
He's like, you know what? Yeah, top three.
screw you, Seven. We're going to make it 2 games. Yeah.
They might make it 3 games, to be honest, as we go to the second page here. DRS game, and this team we really haven't seen much. I mean, currently 60 points, and I kind of want to go down a little bit more. Wolf Esports, I feel like this team, they could definitely have a great performance like how Nova has been doing. They can definitely push themselves out to that first page.
Exactly, and of course, at the no, I take it back. Not of course. Alter Ego at the bottom. So far, their best game so far.
Yes.
Right? That was by far their best game. We did say during the match, dodgy rotations.
Yeah.
It was a little bit weird the way they rotated things. I think they could be improved upon heavily. I hope they can use this game as a good launching point in the future matches and get themselves in good position. I got the scar for a reason. It means I believe right now, right? So I'm going to believe in the homeboys right now.
You believe in them, I believe in you. Match number 9 is going to be Sandhawk. And that is especially interesting because the biggest game yet, points-wise, did come from a Sandhawk game, and that was 8-7, and they do not seem to be performing at all today, 7.
Yeah, this was the big question mark for me for Alpha 7. Were they going to be able to maintain that first place? This is a team that tends to pop off, but if they start slow, it definitely hinders their performance. It definitely hinders their confidence that they're able to have for players. Now, for this match, though, I'm going to be looking at Influence Champion because they didn't perform that well yesterday when it came to Sandhawk. They ended up, I think it was with a 14th place finish and only 2 eliminations. And that's why I currently have their amazing jacket on. Shout out to their CEO for actually giving me this one. I feel like this team, if they're trying to maintain themselves there within this top 5, if they're trying to maintain themselves within that race, they need to have a good performance here in this Sandhawk.
I'm a bit annoyed at how tripped out you are every time, 7. Everything just fits him so well.
This is nice.
I was a little bit chilly. I was like, you know, I'm going to support my homeboys while I'm at it. But I like it. It's cool.
I am jealous as well. You can use do you have just a whole cupboard of merch is what I wanted to say.
I brought my cupboard here.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I don't know how you guys made that happen. Either way, let's look at the teams to watch from both of these candidates from Match 1 and 7 Worlds Gaming. S2G, Nova, and Influence Kemen coming in from Maximum.
I picked Silence more specifically.
Not an SCG for your side.
No, I mean, it's because we had that question we brought on the pre-show for today, right, Alex? And me and 7 were in agreement on that one. We sometimes for SCG see just eliminations, no placement, or just placements, not eliminations. They got such a good even split on both eliminations and eliminations and placement points. I want to see that continue. I want to see that flow keep going for these next 4 matches of today. This is the SGG we want to see at their peak.
And I mean, SCG actually ended up in a 4th place finish yesterday in this Sandhawk. Yeah. If they're able to maintain that momentum with the amount of eliminations that they just got, if Silas continues to pop up, which I mean, I know you're hoping he does, I can see them making even a bigger push there towards the top. Now, you're going to see a pattern here. You saw Fireflux, Godlike Stalwart, what? And then Influence Champion. These are teams that I feel like they need to react, especially with the teams that are towards the bottom. But with Influence Champion, what I was just talking about, they need to make sure they make something happen here. They usually tend to take facility, especially they take advantage of the Sandhawks. Yesterday it didn't happen. Hopefully today's gonna happen. And for I mean, this is a team that got a chicken dinner yesterday and had an impressive chicken dinner, not just any chicken dinner with like 5 eliminations. It was over 10 eliminations. We haven't seen them at all today.
I do wonder, something comes up to my mind right now. We know that in the past, Alpha 7 Stalwart used to not share boot camp. He used to fight a little bit over boot camp, right? Stalwart's not been looking in their best shape right now. Alpha 7, a little bit slow today.
Yep.
Seeing how the Sandhawk went yesterday, I'm thinking maybe Alpha 7 are going to have a change of heart and try and go back to boot camp because that is their home ground. That is from the position for which they play really well typically. I don't know.
But Alpha 7 ended up winning yesterday in Sandhawk.
I know, but that's the thing, because they're feeling confident, maybe like no, you don't think so? It was a shot in the dark.
Yeah.
Okay?
Okay, yeah.
I just threw it out there.
100% disagree with that.
And that's fine.
I would hope they wouldn't do that, especially with how well it went for them yesterday. Hopefully this will be the confidence booster that they need for today to get out that bad stretch. I mean, we've seen it before. When I talk to players, you were able to tell they were super confident coming in today, and I'm pretty sure right now they are not feeling that way as they are currently not even in top 2.
Talking about confidence, a team that I just slightly want to touch on is 4 AM because that's the second time in a row they lost a player early on, and they absolutely destroyed by Cyprus. That's going to hurt their confidence as well. 4 AM, none of you guys picked them just now, but I still feel like they're still very much in the running for the title. Is that so?
Yeah, 100%. Like, every single team still has a chance to make it up there, right? Even Alter Ego in 16th position still has a chance to climb their way back up there, but look at Nova. get all smiles on their faces now. They're like, it's the day 2 buff.
अरे लड़कियों को ठंडा नहीं लगता क्या भाई? लड़कियों को ठंडा नहीं लगता क्या? देख रहे हो पैर में कुछ नहीं पड़ रहा।
Back-to-back champion.
Yes.
Might want to make room for back-to-back champion.
इतना बढ़िया आईजीएल है यार, वो मस्त करता है आईजीएल। हाँ वो मस्त करता है और हमें आईजीएल की जरूरत भी है, बट वो मना कर रहा है, पता नहीं क्यों।
So good though.
Yeah, it really.
पता है थोड़ा हम लोग ना प्रैक्टिस वैक्टिस ज्यादा करते नहीं है ना, इसी वजह से हमारी टीम पीछे है। अगर सीडो हमारे साथ खेले मतलब 5-6 घंटे कम से कम खेले ना अच्छे से, हम लोग प्रैक्टिस करें तो हम लोग अच्छा कर जाएंगे।
For me though, another team that I kind of want to be looking at, we just saw them on the screen, Godlike Stalwart. That team, I mean, you were mentioning too, if there was ever a time where they can take advantage of the situation.
भाई ये लड़कियों को ठंडा नहीं लगता क्या यार? देख रहे हो
they know they're going to have a little bit of freedom to work with, right? I think yesterday they were actually able to work within that freedom, and during the rotation they got nothing ended up happening out of that. I'm hoping this might be a change for them. We always talk about it, especially I always talk about it, teams can use Sandhawk to just kind of bring themselves up out of the bad stretch.
Especially because normally, as you said, they drop normally in boot camp. You would say that is a position with Trifecta that opens up so many opportunities for you in pretty much any circle, you might be able to almost say. And it just felt, as I said, they were not able to really do much with it. And I do want to see them make use of such a central position on Sanhok to its full potential. They didn't do it yesterday. We don't have many Sanhoks. You can have 2 more opportunities to make it happen now, so I do want to see Stalwart use that position a little bit more to
इसमें आईफोन पे चलता होगा या नहीं? आईफोन पे ही खेलते हैं ये लोग, बेसिकली आईफोन पे ही खेल रहे हैं सारे प्लेयर।
From Geek, and you were saying Geek's aggressiveness is something that really stands out to you as well, and that aggressiveness almost got punished in the last game when they breached, when IHC breached them in that comp up. They still made it work, but just barely.
Yeah, that was actually a really interesting fight we were looking at. You know, that IHC Geek Fan fight. I think that Damn Rude was maybe a little bit slow to join up in that fight, but
a lot.
Yeah, no, very, very late. He just almost didn't get it back into there. But I don't want to do it.
Do it.
Back to Stalwart.
Yes.
They third party the fight. Me and 7 like, oh yeah, this is great. They went on an amazing third party, and then they don't fight it. Like, the idea was good, but the execution, there's no execution. That's the issue.
I wouldn't even call that a third party, to be honest, because they just decided to drive by. They were driving by. They were like, oh, you guys are fighting like everything's over.
They did throw in some nades though. They did get the flashes as well. I believe 2 on one of the players. They were able to eliminate that team as well. Looking at Alpha 7, I want to come quickly back onto Wolfson because Sanhok is essentially their home ground in terms of, you know, best performance so far.
वहाँ पे शायद गर्मी है, नहीं भाई मलेशिया में गर्मी थोड़ी है, वहाँ पे भी ठंडा ही है, देख रहे हो स्वेटर लगा के आई है कितनी लड़कियाँ, बट भाई कुछ लड़कियों को समझ रहे हो जो आगे बैठी है.
You know, I'm hoping they win it. I know I didn't have them on my teams to watch, and that's because I wanted to make it a theme of just teams that I feel like definitely need to react. I feel like Alpha 7 would have fit there.
भाई अगर इंडिया में बैन नहीं होता तो इंडिया की टीम जाती ना भाई यार, क्या बोल रहे हो?
But with Alpha 7, I feel like if there was ever, if they can win a match, it would be this one. Their aggressiveness that they usually tend to showcase, it plays out wonderful for them. We saw how they were able to control the compound yesterday too, how they were able to do a 4-4 split. You were talking about how at one point you wanted them to adjust, and it's like they were listening to you because they did just that. And they weren't just waiting there in the compound, they actually were defending it. They were making people back off. I mean, I think it was Revo where he threw a nade into Inco Gaming when Inco Gaming was thinking about pushing onto them. That backfire as Rebel was just being able to just clutch it up.
And what I loved in that game in particular for them is that they knew the weaknesses of that
compound.
They knew that, okay, there's a lot of teams that are going to
just
go downhill to their location. North is literally the weakest point of that compound on the trifecta of the road.
Yep.
And what they do, they actively push out, send 2 players, play all of S2G. The moment that happens, the south is your only problem. The moment that happens, you can easily push out that location. You know where your opposing teams are going to be standing, and you can close up super easily.
So what you're saying is they're going to win this N Hawk?
I just want a boot camp fight, okay? I don't.
No.
I just want a boot camp fight. Okay?
You really want Godlike Stalwart to get eliminated first one. Come on.
That's the thing.
Come on, Max.
क्या पूछ रहा है भाई वो? क्या पूछ रहा है?
I do not have a comeback to that one. So you win this one, 7.
Thank you.
Coming back maybe to something that we've discussed earlier, to Nova and their play style today, which is, you know, taking things slow, staying as 4, making sure you get all of these players alive, and maybe having very, I want to say, very confident splits as well. Now, that isn't always possible.
फोन इतना ज़्यादा गर्म हो जाता है कि फैन लाके खेलना पड़ता है
Just because they've been looking so good today. I think it's not like a more, it's not.
और वो आगे वाला जो दिख रहा है ना, वो फेस कैम है, वो आगे वाला वेब कैम है.
And they're playing in circle. That's something we didn't see much of them yesterday.
क्या
They're just
खेला भाई,
getting
क्या
caught out
खेला.
of
इसमें
circle, taking
16
fights
टीम है
out
क्या?
in the
हाँ,
blue.
नीचे टीम के
Not
नाम
doing
पढ़
that
सकते हो
today.
आप
And
लोग.
that's where Nova
नीचे
really
डिस्क्रिप्शन
excels
में
when
मैंने
they're
डाल के
fighting in
रखा है टीम
circle.
का
They
नाम.
have full control of their terrain. And I don't think they're going to change it. Even on Sanok, I think it's going to keep going that exact same pace.
If Nova does end up getting a win, right? Inco Gaming goes off early, SCG doesn't really pop off. We could see
हम वहाँ पे
Nova
जाके
end
बैठे तो
up in
हमारी
first
कुल्फी
place
जम
after this
जाएगी.
match.
यहीं पे हमारी जम जाती है तो भाई
They started in
वहाँ
what
की
position?
तो बात
Okay,
ही
so
क्या.
the cue card.
I can tell you, they started 12.
With 36 points.
भाई I am
And they
really
currently
missing
have
Indian team.
76 points.
क्या भाई यार
So
कब
in 2
स्टार्ट होगा?
games,
बहुत
they
जल्द
got
स्टार्ट होगा. थर्ड मैच भी
I
मतलब
swear, man,
वो आज का
I
थर्ड
always
मैच
make this
होगा
joke during
मतलब.
the league stage where normally they have like, in the previous system, they would have like 1 week where they just
देख
not
रहे हो ना,
perform.
iPhone सब
And
काट
it's like
लिया
their
लड़की.
vacation. I didn't think they'd take a 1-day vacation in the finals. Like, they're just like pushing it to the extreme.
I think it was maybe Paraboy just getting used to that 4-finger layout that he was telling me. Oh, look at him talking about it.
Look at him.
Mostly just went wild too. I heard him. I went wild too. I need to calm down.
Whoa.
I need that jacket.
It's insane, man. The legacy of a player like Paraboy. He just looks at the camera, little
Paraboy है भाई,
crowd goes
Paraboy.
wild. Like, there are not many players like that.
Sorry, I had to go wild there for order 2.
Anyway, we muted you because you're screaming.
Okay.
Well, I can understand why. The 4th place right now for Nova, it's kind of make or break time for them as well in terms of getting towards that top 3. It surely gets there, at least with it today. We've talked about all of these teams now, but we've left out one in specific. That is Inco, the third in line in terms of the Brazilian teams. They also lost a player early on again in the last match. So both these matches that we've seen today, they lost a player early on.
A7 वाले भाई, A7 वाले भी बहुत
Is
अच्छा
that
खेल
something we
रहे हैं,
have to
पता है.
expect? Because they
A7
do
वाले
seem to
भी
be rotating
#2 पे थे
quite
कल.
aggressively, quite
नहीं,
risky.
कल तो 1 पे थे ये
I'm
लोग.
not sure. I mean, I think that we've seen a lot of teams have the issue where they're losing a player or 2 early game. If you can improve on that, work on that, fix it, it's going to be better for you for a lot of the teams. I mean, it's pretty much a given, right? But I think the changes can still happen. For the teams at the bottom, we did bring this up earlier, right? Even if you're at the bottom of the rankings, you can make it up there. Unfortunately, you cannot make it up there without making changes. And
मैं जा रहा हूँ अब मैच देखने. मैच है क्या?
I look at every single player, I'm like, this is so cool. They're
आज
here,
मैच
man.
भी है
It
क्या?
feels
मैच ही चला देते हैं फिर आज तो.
atmosphere.
Yes, fantastic. I absolutely love it.
gorgeous.
Talking
मैच
about
चलाओगे
going
तो
wild
पता है
for players,
वर्किंग
one
8 से
team
ना
that
पता
I
है
actually want to go
80,000
wild
पहुंच
for.
जाएगा
Vampire
अगर
Esports.
मैंने मैच चला दिया तो.
Haven't seen them, Max. I know. I didn't want to do it, but I mean, currently 15 plays, 34 points. They're being able to, out of those 34 points, 19 eliminations. I know you got a chance to talk about with Zertani talking about the changes. I even asked you earlier, when would you? By the way, he said just to, in case for some reason you're just tuning in, Zertani, the coach of Vampire Esports, said that they're not making any changes.
Yeah.
After 2 matches, you're currently in 15th place. You have to make changes.
Yeah.
I love your mom too.
Your mom.
That's interesting.
Oh भाई,
there's one
भाई
letter too,
बोल
by the
रहा है
way.
love your mom too.
He wanted to pick that sign. They came from a good place, you know?
Oh, there they are.
Really good place.
There we have them, the #1 team
तो
at the
मैच ही
moment.
चला दो
Inco,
आप, फिर
4.6
पता चलेगा
average
2 सेकंड बाद मेरा
eliminations,
चैनल
especially
गायब हो
packages
गया है,
of
पता है?
71.
उन लोगों के पास इतना ज्यादा मतलब वो है ना, क्या बोलते
hold
हैं?
on. You skipped my question. We got too distracted by that awesome sign.
What was the question?
That gorgeous sign. Do
उन
you
लोगों के
make
पास इतना
changes
ज्यादा
with
वो है ना भाई
Vampire
कि वो लोग
Esports?
एक
Yes,
सेकंड में
because all
तुम्हारा
of the teams
चैनल
at the
गैप
bottom
करवा
have
सकते
made
हैं
changes.
YouTube
They've
पे.
been slowly
तो
rising
समझ रहे हो,
up.
अगर मैंने
Which
मैच
team has not moved
चलाया
too
थोड़ा
much?
सा भी
Unfortunately, is
2
Vampire.
मिनट या
Right? You need
मतलब
to
2
make-
मिनट तो
because
ज्यादा बोल
when
दिया,
he was
30
talking
सेकंड
when
या
I was
40
talking
सेकंड
about
के
those
लिए भी
changes with him,
चलाया
they're
अगर
not
मैच
gonna
तो
make
मेरा
them. They're
चैनल इस
non-existent
तरफ से
changes.
गायब होगा YouTube से.
He said,
तो
but we're
पता
just
भी
gonna
नहीं
hope that the
चलेगा
circles
कि
come our way.
जोकर नाम का भी कोई
At
चैनल
some
था.
point, Circle sure there's a little bit
समझ
of
रहे हो,
luck
उन लोग
in
इतना
play.
पैसा
And to
देके
some
खरीदते
extent,
हैं भाई,
you
इतना
also seven
पैसा देके
create
राइट
your
खरीदते हैं
own
सब
luck.
कुछ
And
का,
I think the
डिजिटल का
Vampire staying
वगैरह
idle,
वगैरह
not
सब
making
कुछ
those
का.
iterations, is just
अगर
going
उन
to
लोगों
keep
के साथ
them in that
बकचोदी
15th
करोगे तो भाई
position.
फेल दिए
We
जाओगे,
need
पता
to
भी
see
नहीं
the
चलेगा.
Vampire
समझ
making
रहे हो?
adaptations like
तो उन लोगों
in
से बकचोदी
the
करो.
event we saw at PMWI.
I was expecting something else to go up there, but
आज के तीसरा का मैच होने
That's
वाला है
his
सैनॉक,
signature
और
move,
मुझे
so
लग रहा है कि नोवा यहाँ पे
good.
भी चिकन
yeah, in
करने
terms
वाली
of
है.
changes, is there any
क्योंकि
other
guys
team
नोवा
that you
मतलब
have spoken
समझ
to
रहे हो,
maybe
यहाँ पे
that
भी चिकन
we're talking
आराम
about
से
changes
करती
as
है ये लोग आराम से यहाँ पे और देखे थे ना मीरा मतलब पिछले जो मैचेस हो रहे थे जहाँ पे इंडिया भी खेल रही थी PMGC फाइनल था वो वहाँ पे ये लोग जीते थे देख रहे हो ऑर्डर है
the way they scout. Yeah, because we had in the previous game on Miramar, weirdest scout possible. You have two players in really good position for scouting, and you would have two players far behind them, serving no purpose, unfortunately. I would want to see the scouting having purpose, having positions where they can actually get strong information and then actually get in those positions relatively quickly. That speed things up a little bit quicker.
Just saying far behind them, you also forgot to say they were so far behind them, they weren't even in the circle. They weren't getting any information. So just I appreciate, right, that they're trying to do a split, but that split wasn't going to be doing anything.
Look at Nova. Do those splits in the circle. You're good to go.
10,000 lakh, 10 lakh, 40 lakh है. Why?
I want to read all these signs now.
This your goal.
I'm busy reading them as well, yes.
Adanova.
A lot of Paraboy signs. I did, sure, I mean Paraboy stuff, but I wouldn't have expected.
मैच स्टार्ट होगा ना तो साउंड बढ़ा लेंगे, ठीक है? अभी इतना ही साउंड पे रखते हैं. मैच स्टार्ट होगा तो साउंड बढ़ा लिया जाएगा. और भाई ये वेबकैम का मार्क का भरोसा
Sadly.
They were here. They did the signing sessions.
They were here.
I saw it.
भाई जिस दिन मेरा पीसी बन जाएगा ना इस वेबकैम को मैं बैकअप से तोड़ूंगा कैमरे के सामने, पता है गाइस? इस वेबकैम को.
You think he did that on purpose?
जो भी है और इस लैपटॉप को भी.
Or you think he was trying to say love you, mom?
I think that was the intent.
दोनों को पटक के तोड़ूंगा और
translated
वीडियो बनेगी, ठीक है? जिस दिन मेरा पीसी बन गया उस दिन देखना गाइस. ये दोनों तोड़ के फेंक दूंगा तो भाई इरिटेट कर दिए ये लोग ये लैपटॉप और ये.
No, I like him. So thank you. I appreciate it.
फेंका ना भाई.
Hey mom, how's it going?
Shout out to my mom.
Shout out to my mom.
Some 4M fans as well in the crowd. We saw some Australian ones in the pre-show. I'm not sure if you guys have seen that one.
भाई किस दे रहा भाई ये.
Before the broadcast even started as well, I believe Bangs was talking to an Australian fan as well, supporting Nova. So we have literally people from all over the world in this audience, and we saw some Chinese fans getting here to Indonesia, Jakarta, just for this tournament as well.
ना इसका सर दिख रहा है ना मुंह दिख रहा है ना कुछ दिख रहा है, कुछ नहीं दिख रहा था भाई. क्या पहन के रखी है?
I believe we have heard that tomorrow is like we're not fully packed. Tomorrow
we might be sold out.
This is with some seats still available. Tomorrow is going to be absolute pure madness as we're slowly getting ready for this next match.
My body's ready.
100%.
रेडी हो चुके हैं. नेक्स्ट मैच स्टार्ट होने वाला है गाइस.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are not wasting any more of your time. We are getting into the next match. John Allen and Blank, take it away and have some fun with this one.
अच्छा डॉलर है क्या? ओ भाई बहुत ज्यादा.
Thank you very much. We are going into Sanhok. For the one and only for today, Blank off this game will be halfway through
क्या करोगे
the
वेबकैम
PMGC
का?
Grand Finals here in Jakarta.
वेबकैम को कोई जरूरत नहीं है.
Seen a lot of fan support for the rosters so far today. Nova have been on a massive upswing.
Absolutely. I think that now they stamped their place towards that top side of the lobby is really good news for Nova. I think they had to have a big bounce back today. No one expected that to happen in the first two games, so that is what was very surprising. For second place to a first place, this is the Nova we're expecting. Again, China is all about adaptation, and Nova is the best at it. They're so quick, and again, with that organization behind them, very easy for them to identify any mistakes, and they're very good at taking on that advice on board and adapting with it and implementing it into their own gameplay. I think that's what is so astonishingly good about Nova in the first place, is just how easily this team is able to quickly get things done and make themselves into an even better team come the next day. Obviously Sanhok now a little bit more, I'd say, random. I still think there's a lot of skill involved here, but it can be one of those cases if you lose them early, not necessarily because of you, maybe a little bit of luck. But we'll see what happens here in Sanhok as we're going to get into it very shortly.
Yeah, a little bit higher variance potentially on this map, so we'll have to wait and see who's going to be able to hold their own. The players seem to have sorted it all out. We're just waiting for that plane path to come on through. And then we'll be heading straight on into the jungle.
इसमें लड़की नहीं खेलती क्या?
Green stage meets Sanhok on the cards.
क्वालीफाई करेगी तभी तो खेलेगी bro.
Let's head into match number 9.
Let's go guys.
Halfway through now, John, as you said, Grand Finals. Almost there to the end now. IHC in the plane, Vampire's already out. Max was saying they might need to be making some changes at this point in time, despite not wanting to.
Let's go guys, मैच स्टार्ट हो चुका है यहाँ पे। चलो
they are quite hard-headed in that sense that they will just keep
भाई मुझे फीलिंग आ रही है कि ये भी मैच नोवा लेने वाली है अपने अंडर।
Inco though left out in the cold in that last game, weren't able to get towards that center as quickly as they would like. I think a lot of these teams are starting to realize what is the best way to play these circles, and it's just go straight for that center, find yourself some priority compounds and play around it.
Nova कहाँ से आ रही
है? In a
है?
better position to do it just with the way the circle lies at the beginning, and it's no longer free real estate for Inco.
एक तो मेरा आँख खराब हो गया, मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है। ये भोसड़ी वाला कौन है मादरचोद सेट पे जो ऐसा कर रहा है? कि माँ की चूत मादरचोद कौन है भाई ये? मादरचोद को बैन करो। अरे कौन है रे तू भोसड़ी वाला?
Majorly occupied by Nova in this scenario, but order has been spotted very separate from the rest of the roster. So going down here would pretty much be a death sentence at this stage. Fortunately, back behind the rocks now, doesn't have a weapon to play with, but can just flee through these hills. They should have seen as a team over towards ruins, and that blank is a northwestern circle. You can't quite see it on the screen, but we've had it just flash up for us. On that northwestern island is where it's likely to finish after this shift.
Ultra already have Fnatic on top of their mountain itself, ready and waiting. Already gets the pickup.
अच्छा नोवा ऑर्डर कैसे बाहर चलो चलो बैठा लिया इसको बैठा लिया
delivery on towards the rest of his team. Vampire Esports hat in currently. This could be a good game for them to get some points on board. Influence Kevin down towards boot camp. Alpha 7 not challenging that one out towards the Karegi. Long way to go for them, but again Sandhawk quite small, can make these rotates quite easily. Inco deciding to head down towards Sami now, try and pick up that position, but DRS are very close in the vicinity.
Still on the wings for DRS.
अरे DRS की टीम कहाँ जा रही है? वो उड़ के कहाँ जाएंगे ये लोग?
They are really chilling right now. They will hit the floor soon enough, and they will have to make their way north. I'm sure Inco also on that south side of the map towards Bantai, with a little bit of an outpost in Nanabete to the west side.
नोवा ऑर्डर कितने पे आ चुकी है यहाँ पे?
There. Influence Kemin. They
4 नंबर पे आ चुकी है भाई। नोवा ऑर्डर 4 नंबर पे आ चुकी है।
Take control of the compounds to the east side of that northwest island.
भाई फेस कैम चूतिया भाई सच्ची में।
Influence compound as well as Vampire, who are on that north side near Hatin. They've sent Ravenclaw down to control one of the compounds, give themselves a foothold on this area of the map. You've got Wolves crossing on the northern side bridge as well. Everybody looking to move a little bit earlier than we've seen before.
Again, it's that meta we're talking about. Get towards that center area, pick yourselves up some of those priority compounds, and specifically with this type of shift, there's not a lot of those priority compounds, and that actual position on the map will be taken up quite quickly. So getting people over there nice and early. It's a relatively smart decision. Influence Kevin realized it, decided not to try and get all that loot from boot camp. Instead, just a quick loop and boot over towards that western side of the map, passing across the shallow edges of the river. Stalwart also moving up towards his position. Already have 2 players towards the roadside on that bridge. 2 behind Top and Pika. But I actually take the fight of STG a very good game on Miramar.
एक प्लेयर को डाउन किया इसने, देखते हैं एलिमिनेट कर पाता है या नहीं कर पाता है।
Phenomenal. They topped the points tables from that Miramar, even though they didn't get the chicken dinner. A massive point scoring game for them, leaves them 10 points behind Inco. IHC loses Yol to a knock. Not going to get flushed just yet, but Influence Kevin taking a scrap. Not going to take a knock themselves either. Take that back actually, as Fireflux do manage to light up Kayovsky, but that should be resable. Ketch and Lutz both going down now. Solke repositions to look for these reses. Ketch still behind the rock. Solke's smoke does bloom there. And Solus not really going to put too much in the push. Hitting the deck with the back shuffle there. Law will not be able to get those bullets over the top. And reses should be available here now for Fireflux.
Rough position to be in. But again, they need to make their way over towards this western side, so getting here nice and early. Need to solidify themselves just a little bit before they start to make this move. S2G as well, moving across the bridge on that north side after their little engagement with IHC. They get themselves in over on that northern side of Vampire Esports. You might just have spotted this.
Ooh. Certainly will now. Schweppes takes shots. S2G now know there's a fight to be had. Influence Kemin, not too far to the south, but they are still playing split on that river, trying to control that crossing. And find value there. Kelsey gets the
down कर दिया pre-fire था इसका.
They spot the drop as well. Vampire trying to just fully disengage from this. Losing a little bit of power there. Stoned up the top, maybe. Shots onto Kelsey. Spots the player, but the door is shut before he can get the flush. Does get the knock, however, and that's going to slow S2G down somewhat.
Vampire Esports might be able to get back together with this as well. The down players is moving out, but AE, they've spotted this. They're onto this case at the moment. Sniff out the clues down towards this eastern side. They are finding shots.
Ooh.
There's one down, that's from Lil Boy, in fact, on the southern edge of this engagement.
On that 2-2 split from Influence Kemin right now.
Guys, please like कर दीजिए सभी लोग अगर आप लोगों ने like नहीं किया तो.
I really like this position from them. Gives a lot of control and slows a lot of teams down, forces them to fight off against one another. So you know your south flank and your north flank teams are going to be a little bit more diminished in power. Ravenclaw.
Oh भाई
given the runaround by Fnatic.
अच्छा down है वो player down है.
Not quite going to get the knock there, and Ravenclaw will have to invest in some more healing. Will have to spend those chips.
नहीं बच गया down नहीं है.
QBZ, little bit difficult at that kind of range. Oh dear me, IHC just about getting away with it. I take it back. Doesn't even make it into the building.
knock में कितना जल्दी fight होता है ना?
T2K can maybe pick up some eliminations here and get free reign over the bridge. On the north side, so many teams already making their way in. 4am yet to move, Alpha 7. Right on the barest edge, there on Quarry. But Adam also need to make in. Inco for the first time in a long time. Right on the edge of the circle. Nowhere near the center at the moment.
For now, anyway. That's potential to change, I'm sure. Next circle popping, and that should confirm it. Yes, we are going to the northwestern island now. So the top of the mountain value skyrockets blank, and that is going to be held by Alter Ego themselves. Zio, back off the ridge line. Lovely shot coming through from Beautiful. From the Wolves. Game 1 went a little bit better for them than Game 2, on the day that is. So hopefully in match number 9 they can get a little bit more done and try and join Nova towards the top of those tables. Try and catch up with 4 Angry Men as well.
Hello,
Look at Alter Ego. A lot of times when you get this northwestern shift, it is very free if you're on the mountainside. A lot of teams made their way over here preemptively, though.
Nova
so a lot more teams to deal with. Stalwart sends a player into scout versus the guys from Geek Fam. Might be a little bit of an issue for them, but quickly wraps back round and went towards Camp Alpha. S2G also in this area. Stalwart get themselves in a very tricky situation now with one player down and one player completely on the opposite side of the coast.
I think so. Boost कर रही है.
Order rolls up right into the sidelines at the top. There's 2 players to hop out. Not really that much damage done by top.
एक player को down कर दिया यहाँ पे. दूसरे player को down करने की कोशिश बस दूसरे player को down नहीं कर पाएंगे.
Does lose the player in the process, but Top and Pika both now have fallen for Godlike Stalwart, and Paraboy's up to the bridge. Maybe overcommittal on going for the flush there for Top. Likely to lose the life, but cuts Nova down to 3.
Scry really has to put in some mega work now. Action nowhere to be seen. Shots coming through the tiniest little angle there. Fantastic stuff. Nova's got all these positions on lock at the moment.
And what a crossing to hold as well. You've still got Inco behind you, which means that you can guard them out. And at the top of the tables, if you take them out of the mix early, certainly a runway opens up. Hopefully looking to try and land that plane, if they can. Still have to push through the remnants of Godlike Stalwart. Inco. They're clashing with Alpha 7, who are trying to swing in behind them as well. Becca as the backstop for one of the Brazilian teams, fighting off against the other. Shots from Nenebete up the top of the hill. Challenges out Mythic as well with Becca. Not going to find that knock, but does suppress the angle. Nenebete moving out, playing 2 and 2 now. They want to sweep the back before they make the aggressive move, the aggressive push forwards. They know they can't really do too much if they've got Alpha 7 hounding at their heels.
Yeah, a little bit caught between two very difficult teams at the moment. Alpha 7, though, pushed in by the blue that is ticking quite hard even at this stage in the game. So, have to make a move. With Inco taking up high ground, Alpha 7's exit from this position
the SP gamer भाई कैसे हो
very
भाई
difficult.
gamer स्वागत है आपका स्ट्रीम में मेरे
Actually
भाई
doing calculus to try and figure out the best way to get into the circle now for themselves.
Look at that, using the ridgeline near the coast for Alpha 7 to actually skirt around it and actually finding themselves in that compound.
Nova
Jimmy will be first to face from
Zimi
Nova. They have managed to get away from Inco,
Team
and I don't
player
think
के
they have
पास
any
Zimi
idea that Jimmy's
अकेले।
here as of yet. There are no vehicles, but he's
दो
got to
player
challenge
को डाले,
one through
दो
the
player
door,
को
two to hit
दो
the
player
floor.
को डाल
The
दिया,
second knock
दो
for Jimmy,
player को
that's
कर
felled
दिया,
by Revo.
दो player को
Mafioso
डाल दिया
through
इसने।
to try and
ओ
help
भाई।
his teammate out, but not going to be enough to save out the player on the inside.
Last वाला
Luckily,
player
they
मारा।
can go for these reses.
आगे
Frozen,
नोवा वाले
however,
आगे नेट कर रहा है
with a
नेट कर रहा है
chance
क्या
for
नेट
Nova.
कनेक्ट हो
to change things around a little bit. The nade was cooking.
एक प्लेयर को डाउन कर दिया नेट बहुत बढ़िया नेट फ्रोजन के द्वारा नेट क्या दे दूसरा नेट
And Frozen wants to put one through.
दूसरा नेट दूसरा नेट भी कनेक्ट होगा यार दूसरा नेट भी कनेक्ट हुआ फिर एक ही प्लेयर बचा हुआ
instead. Paraboy, Frozen.
लास्ट में ओ भाई ओ एलिमिनेट किया पूरे का पूरा टीम को एलिमिनेट कर दिया यहाँ पे
they've taken themselves out.
नोवा की टीम भी गई ओ भाई थर्ड पार्टी यार
I can't believe what I've just seen. Nova tried to seal the deal. Paraboy's nade. They totally forgot about this one coming in. A nade by all stretches. Very, very well placed to explode late. Should Alpha 7 wanted to leave, but it was not communicated clearly. And forgotten about by Paraboy. What a horrible way to end it. After an incredible play from Frozen.
वीडियो एडिट करूं या शॉर्ट करूं
They must be so furious with that.
You would expect so. We're on board now with Inco. 2 players remaining in their scrap with Fireflux. The crossing from the south side proving to be very troublesome for them.
कोपोर्ट भाई कैसे हो ब्रो स्वागत है आपका स्ट्रीम में मेरे भाई
Nearby, ready and waiting to take any opportunity to slow Inco down at the top of the table. They tried to cross ahead, and Nepete takes the knee and now leaves just Vitali alive for the number 1 Brazilian team, S2G. They've been on that northwest island for a long time, and they're on the west side of the next circle as it comes through.
BTR where?
Still great positioning here for Alter Ego to take it all the way here in this match. Influence Kevin find themselves the very strong compound down towards that eastern side. You just feel so bad for Nova there. And even worse that the only thing that can defeat Nova is Nova, apparently.
एक और टीम एलिमिनेट हो चुकी है.
Found themselves a little bit of a handhold over on the east. T2K towards the north. A lot of teams just trying to get themselves any kind of advantage. 4AM still moving into the circle at the moment. Been out in that blue for a long, long time, so very much scratched and bruised.
BTR नहीं खेल रही है bro, BTR नहीं खेल रही है.
Sending across the bridge now though. This could be the engagement with T2K that they were not looking
गलत हो
for.
गया, नोवा मर गई. अच्छा कोई बात नहीं. नेक्स्ट गेम में भैया अभी तो INVCO जो प्लेयर जो सबसे ऊपर टीम थी वो भी एलिमिनेट हो चुकी है गाइस. और S2G भाई लगातार भाई इस मैच में S2G मुझे लग रहा है चारों के चारों प्लेयर एलाइव है. S2G अभी 1 नंबर पे आने वाली है गाइस. लिख के ले लो मेरे से. और एग्रीमेंट का प्लेयर डाउट है यहाँ पे, लेकिन अभी रिवाइव हो जाएगा. बट जिली भाई मुझे लिख के ले लो भाई. इस मैच में S2G नंबर 1 पे आने वाली है. ये मैच के बाद वो लोग नंबर 1 पे होने वाले हैं S2G के.
Haven't had to do too much. You don't really want to draw too much attention to yourself. Honestly, if you're on top of the mountain, people will just try and sweep the leg and get you to fall down off the cliffside there. They can move over towards the south now, though. Does move down towards Geek Fam. Fireflux, who took a position behind Nova, as that position was quite quickly cleared, honestly.
Easily.
Southwest side heating up now. Geek Fam slowing down DRS, S2G as well. Close by. Buradam and Fireflux will be entrants into this engagement too. Wolves, a shot from the top of the mountain, and finally Alter Ego are chiming into the fight. Picking up 2 eliminations now. Maybe looking to take over Vampire as Vampire do fall. T2K moving through the valley as Influence Kemin sits on the compound on the other side, in the foothills, in the shadow of the cliff, the mountain of this northwestern island. We'll be holding off against Jane on the push. Lil Boy looks to find a backline. Jane swings in for a challenge, but won't be able to find it. Not just yet. Close up and personal now. Rick not in for the close range backup. Kayovsky has got that DBS to play around with, so it's going to be hard for Jane to launch through this window and successfully breach this building. Lil Boy moves into position by the door, but Jane allows Rig to move back up. Federal on the back will be able to spot these players moving forwards. Jane lobs a nade through the window, but Rig has fallen, and a nade to burst right under their feet. Only the one now remains from the top rope, but will have to move south, and fairly soon as well. Spots 4 Angry Men and might just go for the points here. Ching Chen finds out all about it. A lovely little spray, a couple of taps more, and you get a point. You take that.
4AM had moved quicker and further downwards. They might have found that position. The IHC currently trying to hold. That's all the way on that eastern side, but they're going to go deep towards the circle. WWX has already fallen, so only 2 players left now for 4AM.
S2G अभी तक से जिंदा है, इनके पास
Alter Ego,
3
though, a real
elimination
chance in
आपकी
this
होगा,
game to put up some big
नहीं तो
points.
सीकर नहीं निकाला.
Next circle does move away from them though. It shifts to the east side here.
अरे क्या
Influence
बोल
came in
सकते
with a
भाई.
compound on the north, can take shots at anyone who moves forwards. Alter Ego, if they can maintain that high ground, however, as you said, so much control.
Shifts in an awkward spot for them.
अरे इंग्लिश वाले
4AM
क्या
smokes out
बोरिंग
position that
कमेंट्री
Alter
करते हैं
Ego
ना.
might have liked to have picked up, so
INF का जो नेट किया था ना वो रिप्ले दिखा रहा है यहाँ पे. क्या नेट था भाई.
frozen with something
There's the name.
incredible.
बहुत बढ़िया नेट था. एक प्लेयर
Incredible
बचे
shot.
थे और
Yeah, there
उनको
was the
भी
nade.
एलिमिनेट कर दिया गया
Through the
आराम
window,
से.
through the door.
नोवा का
It's
नेट
all
भाई, वो
over.
नोवा वाला नेट लास्ट
Must
प्लेयर जो
hurt
बचा
to
था.
watch it all over again.
और फिर दूसरी टीम
And
ने इनके
again.
ऊपर जो आके भाई
And again.
They're happy about it.
They're in good spirits. They
They're in
still
good
managed to get
spirits.
6 eliminations on the game, so it's not the end of the world, but S2G is still in the fight. In the second place there, they have, however, just lost Hamzy. Far from ideal. 3 players
India
alive
ने toss
for them.
जीतकर batting
Soulcake
चुनी है,
low for
बढ़िया.
Fireflux. Spray from My Name P gets the knock,
Here
and
you go,
Fireflux
team
are
खत्म यहाँ पे.
diminished somewhat. But I'm
Eliminate
sure their
हो
spirits
चुकी
are
है
far
Stack
from
9
dampened
पे.
here. Soulcake, Reserble, unless the Geek fam has something to say about it.
Geek fan been a bit of a tear today, doing much better than
S2G का
yesterday, I would
एक प्लेयर
say.
यहाँ पे
UI
वो
really
मारा जा
leading the
चुका
charge
है
for
guys.
them.
INF के सारे प्लेयर
DRS,
जिंदा है और
Only
उनके
one player remaining. Bit of a fall off in performance from yesterday.
S2G
Fireflux
अभी fight ले रही है,
also.
आगे स्मोक करके
For
आगे
some more
जाने की
points
कर रहे
here.
हैं.
13th place, not ideal,
Greek
but 5
के ऊपर ये
eliminations
लोग
on the
push कर
game.
रहे हैं.
Could be good for them. 3 teams, sorry, at 4. Geek fam, Influence came in, and Alter Ego. Looking for a big game this time around.
डाउन कर दिया S2G.
Make the home country proud.
ओ भाई क्या मारा
There's the
था
shots
इसने.
through the door, and Geek fam
लास्ट
eliminated,
बचे हैं, उनको भी
unfortunately,
डाउन किया जाएगा
though.
आराम
Alter
से.
Ego still have the high ground and leave S2G with 1 player remaining.
high ground
6
का फायदा उठा
eliminations,
लिया
just
भाई ने.
Kelsey to move forwards. 4
S2G के
eliminations
player-
from the high ground position.
एक प्लेयर
And
जिंदा
they've
है अभी.
moved 2 down
बस.
as well. The west side of this circle, it feels fairly controlled now. Influence Kemin and 4 Angry Men are going to have to fight it out for the east.
2 players from 4 Angry Men. A tall task in front of them to get further into this game. You gotta like this from Potato though. He's sticking close towards his engagement, providing information back across. Looks like he's gonna move up towards that loot crate. Influence Kevin coming in now. Law
INF वाले चारों के
trying
चारों
to take
जिंदा है
down these
शायद ये
players,
लोग
remove the
इस
vehicles,
मैच
take
में
out the wheels, but it's 4v2
इस मैच में
here.
#2 पे चले जाएंगे ये लोग. #2 पे चले जाएंगे. मुझे लग रहा है INF वाले
4
आराम
Angry
से.
Men eliminated with that.
4 Angry Men
6
eliminate हो
teams
चुकी
remain.
है.
Influence Kemin looking to move past Potato here. But look at the off angle from Fnatic. It needs to be pivotal to control this Influence Kemin push. Pondbit as well, in an ideal location to slow things down.
Still a lot that can go wrong here, honestly. There's a lot of teams still in the mix. IHC, Fireflux, S2G with Kelsey. But right
Oh
now,
my God,
Pondbit
डाउन
putting
कर
in the
दिया
work.
इसने.
Survival is in his name, but sometimes that requires you to lash out and do exactly what you need to keep going. So far, he's putting the damage over towards Influence Kemin. And they're suffering right on the edge, and soon enough, Blue has become their real enemy.
Potato will have to shimmy just a little bit further forwards. I was checking out the utility available for him. No nades, so can't just underarm bobble a nade downhill towards Influence Kemin. Making a break out wide and trying to move down the hill instead. Going on the cliff side, but Potato is there, ready and waiting. The Guardian from up on high. Potato finds a second knock as well. I say unharmed, but now they can start to res up in that location.
Potato, first aid kit. Invested here, but Influence Kemin, it's time that's not on their side. The Blues starting to push them in. Potato still doing work. That's another one down. Brazilian team taking huge casualties from Indonesia.
5 eliminations on the card for Influence Kemin. Same story for Fireflux and Alter Ego, but they're trying to rack up a couple more. Potato has to top.
Oh, okay.
Wins a crucial duel there, but Koyoski has the opportunity now, cuts his legs out, does get taken down in the process. Kalsi eliminated by Fnatic and the off angle in the meantime. And now Alter Ego can take care of business. They move down the hill, and Hobbit puts the final nail in the coffin against Influence Kemin. It's only solos left. IHC looking to challenge, maybe with 2. Catch behind the rock, and there's a knock coming on in. It's Demo to fall to boot, and now it's anyone's game.
Pombit, an absolute master right now, has put in so much work even on Miramar, now looks to take them all the way. 6 grenades still remaining, looks to toss one over the top. In the meantime, his buddies are getting picked up. Fnatic just relaying that information across. This is an all but done deal.
Potato back into the mix, 3 players active. Blasted is Pombit with the final elimination. And in Jakarta, they find the chicken dinner. The home team, Alter Ego.
Take off the headsets. It's done now, a huge game as well. So many eliminations with the chicken dinner as well. That's going to sit them high and proud there and lift them out from the bottom of the lobby. A really, really well done game. It didn't end on the mountain either. That required finesse to finish that one out. They did need to make some pretty quick adjustments, and the fact that Potato stayed all by himself for a long, long time on that northeast side and still was able to deal with the majority of Influence Kemin by himself. Happy days, look at that, the peace signs are up. This was a fantastic match coming through from Alter Ego.
Potato with the MVP for the team. He sat on top of the mountain, on top of Influence Kemin. They control S2G from their western flank as well. These are not easy teams to handle.
Not at all. I think that you often see that top side of the mountain when you get a northwest finish, it's like it's a done deal. It's really not. It's really never a done deal in that case. And look, man, you've got to rep the Alter Ego fam, because look, that last game, absolutely phenomenal from them. It's not an easy finish. A lot of times you get wrapped up from behind. You can get players take you out from the top side. If you don't move quick enough as well, you can catch yourself caught on that top side of the mountain. Alter Ego, they set a masterclass of how to play that mountain themselves and really spread their attention and spread it in such a way that they're still able to deal with all these teams influencing from that high ground.
They didn't really need to have that full hands-on approach until that mid-game struck. And that is where they did really start to leverage their position.
Absolutely.
And I think it was, as you said before, incredibly well executed.
The crowd absolutely wild towards the end of that game, and you can tell why. It was such a clean finish coming through from Alter Ego. Very, very well done, and that's the type of thing you want to see. I think for Alter Ego, you can be happy with just that, even if the tournament ended now. An excellent way to set yourself on the stage of PMGC, the biggest tournament in the world here for PUBG Mobile. And a dominant win like that, 4 players still up, and a 10+ elimination game. Goodness me.
A couple of other teams as well having some pretty solid entries there. Influence Kemin, they did stay up fairly late. They got a pretty decent elimination count as well. Fireflux deep into that game. So the top of those tables still very much in the lurch there, with a couple of the top teams going down early on. but it is, as you said, such a treat for Alter Ego to win in their home ground.
Absolutely. I think that when you look at some of this, though, it has kind of switched up the top of the leaderboards just a little bit, with some teams doing quite well, some teams at the top really not doing well at all. I was surprised that Nova was still so pleased with that result. I think that's what makes a good team. You got to have fun with it, right? You have to have fun at the end of the day. If there's no pressure to begin with, you can just play your hearts out the entire time. I mean, it's crazy. I love to see it.
They still managed to get 6 eliminations, right, on that game. So, sure, they shouldn't have gone down there. Quite frankly, they should have been able to go a little bit further. But you also have to think,
much further, actually.
From the position they were in, they still had to cross the river. They still had to get across. There's going to be so many teams looking out your way. So you're probably losing out maybe 1 or 2 points.
Absolutely. I think that you look at this for Nova, again, I still see it as a win. If you can have absolutely no pressure on yourself during the PMGC, it becomes so easy to bounce back from something like that, which is beautiful. We're going to bounce back very, very shortly, but in the meantime, we're going to throw this one over back to the desk.
Welcome back to the next absolutely absurd scenes from no one being able to take out Nova but themselves to AE finally getting that well-deserved chicken dinner that we were searching for so long. 26 points.
I think I've never heard this much hype for match ranking 7. I don't think it's for the graphic, I think it's for one team. Alter Ego getting himself the heavily awaited chicken dinner right there, and we said it.
Yes.
Played to almost perfection on this Sandhog Battleground.
The way it was done, we were talking about it earlier during the Miramar, we were saying how they needed to readjust a little bit in regards to the pretty much the awareness that they had, and also how they were playing in the macros. They did that so well here. I mean, at one point I was like, oh man, I don't like what Potato was doing. I was absolutely wrong. I'll be the first person to tell you I was absolutely wrong, because that man set that squad up to actually get the win. Some of the other stuff though, Fireflux, this was a team that I wanted to see how they were going to be doing. 19 points for them, Influence Gemin as well, 11 points, a good bounce back for this team that definitely needed points. And if we actually go towards the bottom, this is going to make it even more interesting, because Inco Gaming and Alpha 78 are towards the bottom.
We have a little bit of a complete reverse of what we had in the first day. They're towards the bottom right now. It's not fun, but hey.
Wow.
Some nice changes up here.
Look how far down Alpha 7 has now dropped. Currently in 5th place with 80 points. Inco Gaming still maintaining, currently tied with S2G. Tied for 1st place in Influence Gemin. I mean, this is what I was saying. They needed to have good performance to be able to kind of slow down that push from Nova that they've been doing the whole day. Great stuff.
Exactly, great stuff coming out from them. Geek fans still know just on the cusp.
93 और 93 मुझे मतलब और थोड़ा सा ज़्यादा सर्वाइव करते तो ये लोग #1 पे होते अभी फिलहाल के लिए 93 अभी नोवा को थोड़ा जो 2 मैच बाकी है 2 या 3 मैच बाकी है आई थिंक नहीं 2 मैच बाकी है उसमें भाई अच्छा खेल रहा होगा.
What was the step up? They're up in 13th position from 16th, and this is the redemption
Overall
of the might peak they're getting right here, 7. They look so far down below. This game puts them back in the race.
It really is. I mean, for teams that we're talking about that we wanted to see changes, Alter Ego's currently doing perfectly that. Fireflux, for them to be able to jump up to 9th place and be tied as well with 4 Angry Men, this is great stuff.
Let's head over to look at the next matches. What is coming up? Match number 10 in just a couple of minutes, which is going to be Arrogant. We've had all sorts of theories about who's going to take Arrogant matches for today. The first one obviously has already been decided, which is Inco. But going back to the overall rankings, really quickly I want to touch on, because you were saying something really interesting. Is that just the beginning for AE? Or is there maybe beginning of the end in terms of staying in that second page of the overall rankings?
I don't think so. Like this is hopefully going to be serving as a wake-up call, right? I mean, we said it. That was a gameplay to almost perfection. We had a lot of criticisms for them in yesterday's matches, for the first 2 games before this previous one of this second day of play. if this is the new normal, I'm telling you, the redemption arc might be happening for Alter Ego here, over here in Jakarta, Indonesia.
Not only just their positioning that I loved in that Sandhawk, I love the aggressiveness.
Yes.
I love that they were willing to just try to look for those extra points in regards to eliminations, and I'm hoping that that actually continues. Saying that it's going to slow down, I don't think they're going to slow down. I'm hoping, as you were saying, carry this momentum, continue doing what you're doing, because right now everything's looking great for them, and with the crowd so hyped up, they better continue to do that, because I'm going to be getting myself a scarf if they continue to do this.
It is absolutely crazy. Honestly, the ground was shaking. Let me tell you that one. The ground was absolutely shaking. You can feel it up here. The energy is just out of the charts. Let's take a look at the teams to watch. Both of you really quickly. Start with you, Max, but S2G, Alter Ego, and IHC. Let me touch on IHC really quick, because I thought they were really interesting in the last game. They were really quiet on that eastern side, but they still racked up quite some points. Is that something you expect in the
that's the thing that you said, right, the word quiet, and I do not want to see them be too quiet. And this is like kind of my, I want to see them present. And right now, they've not been really there too heavily throughout today's matches. Only that big pop-off in yesterday's last match, thanks to Zyol in particular. So I just want to see them a little bit more present. They've not been there so far, but we know that the region of Mongolia can be so strong, but so far not looking super surprising in these 2 days of play.
What about you, Seven? I see some Alter Ego as well, an Alter Ego pick, but also an A7 pick.
Yes.
They have been really quiet, and it kind of hurts my heart to, have seen these last matches in terms of, A7 at least, because they've just not shown up at all.
Yeah, I mean, it's now 5 games straight for them that they just have not been able to show up. We just haven't really been able to see anything out of them. And the overall leaderboard is reflected, and I'm pretty sure at some point they're going to have to wake up. I was hoping it was going to be Sandhawk. That's kind of why I was talking about it when we were talking about Influence Chairman, who I thought was going to win. I picked Alpha 7. It didn't end up happening. I mean, Nova did end up destroying them, but that's neither here nor there. And then Alter Ego with what we were just saying, how this team is currently being able to get that win. Hopefully they're going to be able to continue that momentum, continue on the great changes that they've been doing, continue in the macro, and continue to just take advantage of the aggressiveness. If they do put themselves in a great situation like they did there in Sandhawk in this next Erangel, I'm hoping they continue to do that too. And then I have Vampire Esports because I remember you told me something earlier, Maxman.
Yeah, I had a little chat with Corpai over there. We got some food and we're like, oh, wait a minute, let's have a little quick chat. And he said, for the first time, Vampire, after this previous match, starting right now in this next game coming up very soon, they're going to be making changes. Vampire, he didn't tell me what. So no spoiler, okay? I'm not going to spoil you the second season of PMGC. Don't worry about that one. But there are going to be some iterations brought to the table for this team that we needed. It's a little bit late, but we just hit the 50% mark of these finals.
Yep.
They can still make massive adaptations in the rankings.
We did. 9th match has been played, and changes coming to Vampire. That does sound good because you really do need them to perform. And I mean, every fan out there, we have a lot of them here as well, is rooting for them to finally change something. Let's hope it changes for the better. Interesting topic as well in terms of our ranking. 3 out of the top 4 teams went out first in their last match. And sure, it is Sanhok. Sometimes that can be a little bit unpredictable, but we've seen A7, for example. The losing streak kind of continues. Is that something you guys are worried about in terms of being on top?
With Alpha 7, I mean, it's always been a worry. I mean, going back to, what was it, Americas, and then going back even more to PMWI, Alpha 7 tends to perform really, really well one day, and then the other just fall off. I was expecting the fall off, and yes, I'll put this on the record. I was expecting the fall off to happen on day 3. I was not expecting it to happen here on day 2. So in a way, I'm hoping it's kind of like reverse psychology. They're trying to hype themselves up. You know what? We're actually going to throw on day 2, and then on day 3, we're going to bring it. Overall, though, these teams are going to have to be able to readjust. This is what makes champions champions. This is what we were talking about with earlier, how they were able to readjust on day number 2, and they've been able to continue to play so well that Paraboy ended up nading 2 of his teammates.
Yeah, you just got to bring that out. You got to do the guy. At least I'm really happy, despite him nading himself with Frozen. They were laughing. Like, they were having a good old time.
They were like, your merit's going to go down.
At least don't get your account banned, okay? This is not the right time to do it. But he's definitely having some fun time over there. But I do really like the fact that even the top teams of yesterday, it's not a good thing that they're struggling, but the fact is that even if you're at the top, this lobby is so tough that even teams that were at the bottom, like we saw as Alter Ego in this previous game, even teams that are in the middle of the pack, they can get those big pop-off performances. Even if you're at the top, you are never going to be safe until that very very last game.
And with that said, I mean, let me just say something in regards to that. If Alpha 7, if they can pull off a win and back it up with a nice amount of eliminations, they're going to be back in the mix. Their confidence is going to be up, and then we're going to be seeing that Alpha 7 that we saw yesterday at the beginning of the 3 matches.
Talking about teams coming back and maybe, you know, grabbing onto that connection towards this first page of the overall rankings, Fireflags has just performed really, really well. They were partly also a little bit quiet on the southern side, but when they actually got out of that warehouse and, you know, were able to push out, then they actually started coming back into this game, and that was the Fireflags that we knew, popping off shots. Fireflags, I think one of you had that in their prediction as well, if I'm not mistaken. You did. What's your hopes for them?
My hopes for them is for them to continuing to just move up that leaderboard. We saw them yesterday. They ended up getting a win. And then after that, there was nothing. It was a bunch of crickets. I don't want that. I don't want it to be like this right now after that, Sandhawk, after that performance.
Crickets?
Yeah.
Fair enough. Okay, I'm not going to go into that.
It's a saying. It's a saying. Never heard it.
Let's hope it's not going to be like that. Either way, we are getting into the next match, and that means the commentary desk is ready already. Waiting for you is John Allen and Blank. Take it away, boys, and have some fun.
We'll have a little bit of fun.
We will.
Why not? Let's go for a little bit of fun. I can always go for a little bit of fun.
Any time of the week, any day, really. I love it. That's all I want. Just
fun.
more fun.
More
all the time.
Fun. Well, this week is going to be a lot of fun.
Too much fun.
It right now is a lot of fun.
Maybe. I don't think so. Maybe just enough fun. Just the right amount.
Fun के ऊपर ये लोग क्या कर रहे हैं भाई इतना
ज़्यादा? We won't get into the semantics of how to have fun. I'm sure you guys know plenty about how to have the fun. Of course, Alter Ego fans will have had plenty of the fun in that previous game. Actually. Most of the fun was had by Alter Ego fans in that last game, obviously taking that chicken dinner. A magical moment, I'm sure, for the home ground supporters.
A wonderful win as well, really well executed from Alter Ego. I want to see a similar kind of performance out in this next game. You're playing it tactically, really having each other's backs, and some pop-up performance overall from each player, which is really nice to see, honestly. And something we weren't able to see a fair few times over the past day and a half, let's say. I think just looking at Pombit in general, though, this guy has really stood up for the team massively. Really doing a lot of good work. Bit of an odd playing time to start off our angle as we head into it right now for match number 4 of day 2. From shooting range down towards Primorsk. Vampire Esports were getting out the plane very late here.
A west side plane isolates places like Milta, like Lipovka. To be a little bit harder to get to. Novo potentially pretty tricky to achieve there, but you can drop towards Sosnovka military base. We haven't seen too many teams really target that as a main drop, so there might be a little bit of an opening there, but there's certainly going to be a couple who are going for it as a backup drop location. Severny close to the starting point there, which means T2K will be out and over it very, very quickly. Inko breaking out wide, a little bit further west for them. They'll head towards Kameshki and Stauber, probably swing down towards Yasnaya in the next couple of minutes.
We're in a big game here now for Alpha 7. Get things back on track. I think for them, this will be a good time to bring things back into the fold on match 4. It's the only 2 more matches after this one before we head into that final run towards that Grand Finals itself. See exactly who will take the prize home, and now it's no longer a case of Nova not being in the picture. Could have been anyone towards the top, but now Nova is really chasing after this one.
That's a hard northern circle there, Blank, though. It's going to go all the way up north. Slap bang on top of T2K in Severny. This engagement in North Georgia, well, I say engagement, this drop in North George, 4 angry men. All 4 of them are in North George. Alpha
बिल्कुल मुखालिफ ज़ाता और सर्कल यहाँ पर जो है वो तमाम तर मैं कहना चाहूँगा जो भी व्यूवर्स थे जो कह रहे थे कि जो उम्मीद कर रहे थे हमारे साथ साथ कम्युनिटी पे सर्कल जाएगा उनकी भी मुखालफत करता हुआ T2K को बड़ा फ़ायदा होगा इस सर्कल से लेकिन आपने चीज़ नोट की होगी T2K को जब भी सर्कल मिलता है सबसे पहले वो एलिमिनेट होते आती सबसे पहले जो टीम लॉबीज आती है वो T2K ही होती है लेकिन ऐसा इस बार भी होता है नहीं होता ख़वातीन और साथी देखना पड़ेगा एंड ऐसी ख्वाहिश तो नहीं है मेरी ना ऐसी ख्वाहिश T2K के प्लेयर्स की होगी और होनी भी नहीं चाहिए
इनकी मतलब वो भाई मतलब वो भी बहुत ज़्यादा खराब है
काफ़ी करीब आप देखें मैप
नहीं हम लोग नहीं देखेंगे और इनकी ग्राफिक्स भी बहुत ज़्यादा खराब है
स्टार्ट में आप किसी भी तरह की फाइट अफोर्ड
इनकी ग्राफिक्स भी बहुत ज़्यादा खराब है हम लोग अपन यही चालू रखेंगे अभी इंग्लिश वाला ही देखते गाइस, इनकी ग्राफिक्स भी बहुत ज़्यादा खराब है।
Not move from them. This will give them a chance here. It's been a fair few times in the last couple of games that they have been outside of the circle with no real hope to actually push through the masses of teams that were ahead of
हमारी
them.
हिंदी के टाइप नहीं है, वो पता नहीं उर्दू लगा के बोलते हैं, उसमें बहुत ज़्यादा उर्दू डाल देते हैं, समझ रहे हो, जो समझ के बाहर है। तो आप लोग यही देखेंगे अभी।
On the mouth.
इनकी ग्राफिक्स देखो भाई, उनकी ग्राफिक्स देखो।
50 seconds before phase 1 circle closes.
हिंदी मेरे समझ से बाहर है भाई, वो लोग पता नहीं क्या-क्या बोलते हैं भाई।
They dropped long and late towards Novo and military base. They wouldn't have had the most time in the world to get this loot on board. See level 1 helmet invest there, full top. Wolves making their rotation as well. That's right up the center, north from Pmgc. Moving up to the church now, a launching point towards the ruins, potentially up towards Rozok.
Pmgc always a great springboard for a lot of these teams, just in terms of being able to rotate fairly easily from that spot. Buddhadam really not had breakout performance as of yet. Alter Ego, in fact, passing them now with 57 points in 13th place. In a really good position to actually start catching up a lot of these other teams towards 7th. Really good standout here for Indonesia, for a team that looked almost out of the picture on day one.
They were in the teens of points at the start of today, so they have done well to kick it up a gear with that previous game, but it is a question of maintaining that, as we have questioned time and time again from Inco. At the top of the table is obviously now being tied on 93.
कि आप लोग
with
कौन
Inco
सी
and
टीम को
S2G,
सपोर्ट
the
कर रहे हो?
tiebreaker of course meaning
हमारी टीम तो
Inco
नोवा
wins
है भाई,
out
हम लोग
with the
नोवा
chicken
को
dinner
सपोर्ट
count
कर
that they've
रहे हैं।
had.
मैं बेसिकली
S2G falling behind on that metric, but
मैं कर रहा हूँ नोवा को,
it's still
तो आप लोग
very,
कौन सी
very
टीम को
close.
कर रहे हो सपोर्ट? वो भी
And
कितना
then third and
ज़्यादा
fourth
थर्ड
is
है।
also tied between the Influence Chem and
अरे
squad.
ये लोग क्या कर रहे हैं?
Nova,
T2 की
82
टीम के
apiece with
साथ
Alpha
फाइट ले
7
रहे हैं क्या अभी
right
फिलहाल?
at the door with 80.
चलो गाड़ी उठा के जाएंगे अभी। मुझे लगा ये लोग फाइट
Again though, starting the day at 78 points, John. Only 2 points found so far for Alpha 7 over 3 matches.
थोड़ी पुश कर देंगे कहीं
That
पे।
buffer definitely slipped away. No longer that safety net beneath them. It's time to start getting the boots dug into the ground. Get something done here, because it's really starting to slip away from a little bit. Nova ahead of the 82, tied with Influence Kemin, 82 points apiece. Influence Kemin drawing ahead now of Alpha 7. It's kind of what I expected as well.
93
Team
और
was
93
a favourite of mine, honestly, coming from Americas. They just looked leagues ahead of most Western teams, in fact.
93 और 93
That includes HVP.
अरे पाकिस्तान वाले बोल रहे थे कि S2G की टीम बहुत ज़्यादा मतलब बहुत पहले लॉबी चली जाती है।
Yeah, I think Influence Kemin definitely
समझ में ही नहीं
a
आया, उस
favourite
दिन
Brazil
ध्यान ही
team
नहीं दिया
for
मैं
me.
उनके बात पे। अब बताओ
Inco,
S2G की टीम
a
यहाँ पे
strange strategy
ऊपर
that seems
बैठी
to
हुई है
work
और वो
out.
लोग बोल रहे कि भाई
You respect them for it. Just think that
Yeah,
Influence Kemin are kind of that team that just keeps on trucking.
Just always there, always in the conversation. Coming into PMGC, we were worried about S2G, Blank. We were worried that this was a team that had dropped off a little bit, qualified through PMGC points, remember, to the group stages, and didn't manage to get one of those top spots in the European regional, which would have seen them in had they not been up the top for the PMGC points from Turkey, from the PMPL points, sorry, from Turkey. So people were worried about their group stage, but they came in swinging, they absolutely blasted out, and now here they are in Jakarta in the finals, tied for the top spot. This is a team that I don't think too many are going to be worried about from here on out.
Yeah, some seriously clutch players on the side of S2G. You saw that throughout the group stage as well, with some seriously potent moments from them. I think there's a player on that team that I kind of discount, honestly. I think every single player has their own role to play. Every single one of those players can become the fragger if necessary, which is really good in any team. Now, to have that to fall back on in those dangerous moments that anyone can perform at any given time. T2K would get some more points on the board, currently in 7th place, not doing too badly for themselves. A lot of ties at the moment,
पाकिस्तानी वाली बोल रहे थे ना कि
63 and 63 between
पाकिस्तान वाले
Fireflux and
लगाए थे
4AM,
मैं
67 and
S2G की
67
टीम
between
वो
T2K
शुरू
and
में ही
Geek.
बाहर जाती है भाई। बताओ यहाँ पे S2G
This
की
is just
टीम
one of those
हैशटैग
lobbies where
सेकंड
we
पे है
have
और
a
वो लोग बोल
real
रहे कि
even spacing
क्या
of
भाई
points. Starting to break away a little bit now
सस्ते
towards
नस्ते
that
और
top
उनकी हिंदी
side.
भी बहुत अजीब है भाई, तो इस वजह से हम लोग सुन नहीं
So we
सकते,
meld into that middle pack.
समझ में नहीं आएगा भाई उतना ज़्यादा।
Vampire now 16th place on the table. 13 points clear at the bottom there. They were saying over on the desk that Satani had indicated that they weren't going to change anything. It seems that that is true. And unfortunately for them, not changing anything means that they are going to continue to perform under expectation in a way that is not what you'd expect of a PMWI champion. Back to back, I think they earn, I mean, pretty vast sums of money over there as well.
Yeah, I think Max was actually talking to Corpo. I was talking about this on the desk, that they said that now they are going to make some changes coming into this match 4. So there are going to be some differences for Vampire Esports. We'll see exactly what those are. It looks like they are moving a lot earlier.
Where is Nova?
Than usual. I think that was necessary at this point in time. I don't think you can really play edge with this.
Nova की टीम वहाँ पे shooting range
with this
वाला
current lobby, who are just sending it for that center,
है.
sending it for those priority compounds. The thing is, with this level of players, these level of teams, they could quite easily hold onto these compounds. Once they pick up a priority compound, very difficult to dissuade them from that position. It has to be a very clean crash, and we haven't seen a lot of those recently, just because of how skilled these players are at holding.
It is very, very difficult to make those crashes unless you can capitalize your third party on the engagement.
Wolf memory भाई कैसे बचा है ये वहाँ पे.
Nova.
Nova की टीम के फाइट हो चुके हैं. एक प्लेयर डाउन होने की यहाँ पे कगार पे है. दो प्लेयर को ये प्लेयर को डाउन कर दिया. बहुत ही बढ़िया नोवा ऑर्डर ने क्या डाउन किया.
Frozen and Order in still. But in comes Silas and Hamzy for backup. They swipe each other away. Oh no, he's run himself over with the vehicle. And Hamzy's low on the HP as well. Looks for the flush onto Paraboy and potentially even needs to go for this res. Alpha 7 are nearby and Hamzy falls. It is absolute chaos here, Blank.
That rundown so unfortunate. I think they got out of the vehicle just a little bit late.
और कितनी सारी टीम आ चुकी है यहाँ पे.
A momentum base that you can hit and get out quite safely. Fortunately for S2G, little bit too soon. Everything came crumbling down around them because
A7 ने eliminate कर लिया S2G को finally.
A very quick response.
S2G को eliminate कर दिया है भाई. A की टीम में.
Literally just spoke about it, right? Unless you can third party in an engagement, it's going to be difficult to roll up unscathed. That's exactly what Alpha 7 have managed to do here. IHC going to be peppering them from the back now as well. Two players underground, Order and Frozen for Nova to stay alive near the shooting range. And IHC looking to move through, but Mafioso has got the oversight to slow them down, to give his teammates room to breathe.
Absolutely required here as well, John, to get them back into a position where maybe they can hold on. 3 players, 3 eliminations though. Now having to deal with IHC. That's 1 knock going their way, so perhaps holding on. Nova just 2 players hiding in the bunker here. It's an okay start, 1 elimination, but they've got to go a little bit further than this. And right now, Alpha 7 have got them in pitched warfare. Unlikely they're getting out from underneath this bunker. They are locked in.
Mythic tries to keep them pouring down the stairs. Try to bank it off the wall. Does take a little bit of damage. And doesn't throw any more with the smoke there.
शायद ये लोग ब्लॉक करेंगे. शायद ये लोग ब्लॉक कर देंगे. हेलो रौनक सिंह भाई, कैसे हो ब्रो? स्वागत है आपका स्ट्रीम में मेरे भाई.
Ingress, you can't really push down here, especially with Frozen on the boxes. With 3 players, it's likely that you do lose this. With 4, you might want to chance it, but even then, it's super risky.
100%. 4 players might have been nice, but not enough with that. Getting the refrags on the 4 would have been a little bit dicey.
Down करेंगे, easily down करेंगे.
Capability, the guys coming through from Nova. So unlikely. Great shots coming in from U-High. This guy is an adaptive player. A freak when it comes to speed. His reactions, so good.
Spins.
DRS की टीम थोड़ा सा आगे आ चुकी है. अब 73 points हो चुके हैं उनके.
Couple more players still to go, and a northward shift again for the players on that south side. Keeps Severny in it.
को यहाँ पे गाड़ी से डाउन कर दिया. 4 Angry Man की टीम यहाँ पे एलिमिनेट होने वाली है. नहीं, एक प्लेयर को 2 प्लेयर को डाउन कर दिया. यहाँ पे 4 Angry Man की फाइट हो चुकी है गाइस. चलो एलिमिनेट कर दिया. 4 Angry Man ने पहली बार एलिमिनेशन देखने को मिला है. यहाँ पे वुल्फ की टीम को यहाँ पे एलिमिनेट कर दिया है 4 Angry Man की टीम ने. 4 Angry Man इनको मिल चुका है.
they just haven't stood up as much.
एक भी प्लेयर लूज. अच्छा, एक प्लेयर लूज किया है इन लोगों ने.
Not quite able to get as far as they'd like, and I think some of that has been due to circles today.
Uh-oh.
Geek Fam moving through. Alter Ego, though, find themselves positioned to maybe hold out the guys from Geek Fam, who are sent away now. Inco was able to move down from Stalbert. Good decision at the start of the game to play up there.
इनको अभी भी सर्वाइव कर रही है, 2 एलिमिनेशन के कारण S2G जो फर्स्ट पे थी अभी सेकंड पे आ जाएगी क्योंकि इनको की टीम अभी भी एलाइव है, चारों के चारों प्लेयर एलाइव है। अभी देखते गाइस पहला मैच जो हुआ था इनको ने एरेंगल में चिकन लिया था, अब ये वाला देखते हैं क्या इनको यहाँ पे भी चिकन ले पाएगी। यहाँ पे T2 का एक प्लेयर डाउन हो चुका है।
Only Inca remains at full force. And we've seen what they can do if they're left alone for a long time in these circles. Fireflux, nade over towards IHC, that is inside Saverny, the northern end of it. So with the buildings as cover, that might be a little bit of an opportunity. Look at that, they keep pouring them on through. IHC have lost 2 now. So Fireflux looking to control North Saverny.
हाँ यहाँ पे नेट से एक प्लेयर डाउन हुआ है।
Fireflux
दिखाओ यही दूसरा प्लेयर भी डाउन हो गया, यहाँ पे जा रहे थे।
Unfortunately, taking a knock there.
Fireflux के प्लेयर जा रहे थे रश करने के लिए, डाउन हो चुके हैं यहाँ पे।
10th place, losing that lead to 4AM.
1-6
Fortunately, 4AM now down to just 2 players, right in dead center of Saverny.
Alpha 7 pushing in from that western side as well, forcing IHC to make decisions. Soul K down for Fireflux, the nade from Alpha 7 over onto Demo as forward position. Godless does get res by Ziol. Nades can continue to be thrown out, but Mythic wants to capitalize on the position and will push into the building, wants the challenge. Fades away just a little bit, spotted on the cross. Can he get back behind the wall? Yes, he can. Ziol not able to curtail that rotation. Demo still not res. Alex will start to stick it now with the smoke starting to bloom as Revo puts a Molotov in to stop any pushes coming on through. Ziol cooking the nade, wanting to launch it over towards Alpha 7. In the meantime, Fireflux back up to fighting form. Geek Fam on the eastern side have managed to find a little bit of compound to play with. Further south, it's the warehouse for Buradam.
Finally find their way into the circle now. Buradam really been struggling over these past matches.
Where is Nova? Nova कहाँ पे यार? Nova कहाँ पे? 2 प्लेयर उनके डाउन हो चुके हैं, मतलब 2 प्लेयर मारे जा चुके हैं, मतलब एलिमिनेट हो चुके हैं, 2 ही प्लेयर बचे हुए हैं। और भाई पुश कर दिया ग्रीक के टीम के ऊपर।
Sends Alter Ego back. That's 2 down already.
And a flush as well.
Last player बचे हुए हैं। आराम से मारेंगे, उनको भी डाउन किया। Last player बचे हुए हैं, बहुत ही बढ़िया ग्रीक की टीम एलिमिनेट करने।
8 rounds, 8 cartridges still to chunk on out.
यही के प्लेयर, एक प्लेयर को डाउन किया, यही के प्लेयर ने जो इनके सामने उनको फिनिश भी किया आराम से। दूसरे प्लेयर को भी डाउन करने की कोशिश किया यहाँ पे, और यहाँ पे DBS के कारण भाई।
The UMP to find the final points of damage, but Geek Fam are getting rolled up on. It's Buradam
और
with
दूसरी टीम भी आ चुकी है यहाँ पे, ग्रीक स्टार सैनिक एक और DBS लेके प्लेयर भाई, DBS और DBS और DBS।
Pika knocked but resable.
Such an effective weapon there from the guys from Geek Fam. Snipes really putting in the work with DBS. Beautiful stuff. 1-2 punches the entire time. He was extremely accurate with it. Waiting for his moment marvelously. But now Stalwart on a piece of the action. Molotov doesn't go through the window. Won't give them that space that maybe they wanted. But the nades again would go inside. But it might be enough if it pops right now.
Top row, beautiful stuff. Elimination निकाल चुका है now in a 1 versus 1.
1 versus 1 का सिचुएशन है यहाँ पे दोनों के पास। DBS है,
DBS versus DBS from Stalwart around the door frame. He pushes through and Scry to close down the fight. Finally, 4 teams have rolled up into these buildings and only 1 player has survived it. It's Scry from Godlike Stalwart.
The cacophony of DBS as well, just resounding through that compound. I almost felt like Snipes was going to take it all the way home. And so successful with that DBS in the first place. What a truly marvellous moment if he was able to finish that one out. But now only Scry left, and realistically, it was Geek Fam to make everyone pay much more dearly for that position than they had hoped.
Scry now has DRS to deal with.
2 प्लेयर्स के साथ एलिमिनेट बहुत ही बढ़िया जाएगा और उनको एलिमिनेट किया जाएगा DRS की टीम के द्वारा। DRS की टीम के पास एक एलिमिनेशन आया, अभी फिलहाल 73 पॉइंट्स हो चुका है इनका। नोवा की टीम शायद एलिमिनेट हो चुकी है, दिख नहीं रही है।
And very much still a part of the conversation now. on that east side. Really one of the very few teams with
नोवा की टीम है लाइव है गाइस वहां पे
outside of
देख सकते
Saverny
हैं
right
आप
now.
चर्च के पास
They've
नोवा
been
ऑर्डर दिख रहे हैं
hunkered down on the
Yes,
south of
guys,
Saverny
Nova
and
order,
allowing
Nova
these three teams
Frozen
to their
and
north
order
to
दोनों
just
प्लेयर्स जिंदा है अभी वो
fight
लोग
it
भी
on out
चिकन
to
कर
juke back
सकते
and
हैं
forth.
ऐसा नहीं है कि नहीं कर सकते वो लोग भी करा सकते हैं चिकन
Buradam, still with 3 players, moves towards that northern side. 4
आप
AM.
देखते हैं क्या
Still a
यहाँ
strong
पे
spot
रोटेशन
in
लेती है
the
नोवा
twins there. Obviously only 2 players, but if they can get further along right now with the 4 limbs they have and get a high placement, the amount of players remaining, the amount of teams, it is quite likely we'll see a lot of them fall soon, especially with how clumped up they are over on that western edge. Inco may want to leave or take some good shots over towards anyone that's moving out from that northern side. Fireflux, A7, IHC. Nova also still in the mix with 2 players.
T2K from the south will need to push up north. Vampire will be in their way if they try to move a little bit further east of that. Buradam will shoot down, as well as 4 angry men, but Inco will hold that south point fairly firmly. 4 nades in hand for Inco over there. I think they might have spotted that Alpha 7 got a little bit close. Nova trying to skirt around on the south side. Spotted
Nova
by Vitali.
Frozen down
Lights
हुए
up
हैं
Frozen, gets the
Nova
flash.
Frozen
Order
को
up to
फिनिश
the
कर
wall.
दिया गया
They know he's
ऑर्डर बचे
there.
हुए अकेले
And Order is not going to be able to make
Order
it
को
any
भी
further.
finish
Nova
किया गया
down, eliminated. 11th place, 1 elimination. That's going to drop them beneath Alpha 7.
4 नंबर पे आ
And
गया
now it's the
अल्फा 7
Brazilian
अभी
teams
जिंदा
with a
है
chance to
फिर
realign
से-
for the top 3 on the tables.
A very good chance as well. Influence coming up towards that northern side. Inco tucked away on the west. For Alpha 7, this really is an
इनको
important
भाई
game for them.
ऊपर
4
चली गई
eliminations
फर्स्ट नंबर
down
पे
to
भाई
1 player now.
इनको मुझे लग रहा है कि ये
Not really
चिकन
hope
डिनर
to
लेने
get
वाली
their
है
fellow
इनको
teammate back up again. T2K as well taking heavy casualties on this side.
T2
Three
के वाले
players
भी
left.
बहुत अच्छा खेल रहे हैं
Active and Reservoir behind the rock. They are in this next zone, so as long as Vampire don't take them down, Buradam is their main threat here from behind. And of course, Buradam will need to be pushing on in to this next circle. The smoke's all starting to fade now. That smoke line really shunted out of control. And Vampire on a solid ridge line here on the east of Saverny. Potential here to put in a shift.
Yeah, they could get a huge amount of eliminations over towards that western side. Killer. Very dangerous to that one. Swims over the top of some of those players over towards the north and Influence Kemin. Certainly a terrifying weapon to come up against. Revo though still going. Can't count out Revo either from Alpha 7. This guy is an absolute beast when it comes to solo clutches.
Put it down 2 players behind T2K still in the queue to get into the next circle. 2 players on the forward, sorry. They have got their backstop in Tiger out to the east, and he's taking shots over towards Rig to get the flush. Knocks over towards Vampire, or certainly damage, if not knocks just yet. And that's going to suppress that position nicely. Vitali for Inco has been knocked in the meantime, but Becker can reposition, wend his way through the streets of Saverny to keep them going. Currently, Inco sat at the top of the tables, tied with S2G at this stage. 2 eliminations apiece puts them at 95. And anything more is gravy for Inco to open up that lead. Alpha 7, you talked about Revo not being able to count him out. See how much further he can go. He's currently 11 points behind that second place position on S2G.
I think getting towards the top placement probably high priority for him right now, but again,
अरे मोलोटॉव से डाउन हो चुका है
Saverny still being
दूसरा
just
प्लेयर भी
about
डाउन
in.
होगा
T2K, Buradam all moving up towards Vampire Esports position. You can see
that's
it's
डाउन
so
डाउन मोलोटॉव तो वैम्पायर बहुत ही बढ़िया खेलता हुआ
tough for Buradam. Vampire Esports roasted him there.
रोस्टेड थे
Influence Kevin on the north side. DRS moved 2 up to them to maybe even guard them out. Nades from Rules and from Delta starting to pour over towards the beach side.
टीम के साथ यहाँ पे फाइट हुआ रहा है DRS का DRS के 4 प्लेयर्स है और INF के
wanting to
3
move
देखते
up
गाइस कौन
and get away from the rest of the
fight
team. They
लेके
don't
जाते
want to all go down here. Killer as well with an excellent sightline to control this crossing. However, DRS have to move themselves. Are they going to invest all this time just to take down Influence Kemin?
भाई
They can
इनको
take down
वाले
Influence
कहाँ पे
Kemin
है
means they
यार
can control the northern side of the map. I think that's what ideally they're looking for, but I would be
इनको वाले एकदम बाहर है अभी फाइट से, वो लोग सीधे चिकन डिनर निकालेंगे अभी फिलहाल, तो मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है.
DRS currently have the roadside. It's a very smart rotate from them to hold out the boys here. But Nay's coming through liberally. The guys from Influence came in. One goes down already. Yante immediately has to move in for the assist. In the meantime, Federal gets up towards the roadside. What a play from him.
Delta
very limited amount of time as well to make that happen.
Two players to deal with now. Delta has to push around the side of the smoke, and Law not great able to deal with it. Lit up from the back. An Influence came in, torn apart there. DRS now have that control on the side flank.
So important for them. DRS, really tough fight there for them, especially with the initial knock coming through. Federal playing that one marvellously. Again, it's that 4v3, it's the man advantage that comes through to bear. But DRS now hold a very strong spot inside the circle with 4 players alive as well. It'll be tough to dismount them. 4EM, though, surprisingly still going with just their 2 players.
DRS smokes out. Roll forwards, Delta. Gianti leading. Trying to snake back together there for AM. With their remaining players, 2 of them to the south. Good Xiao and Ting Chen. Wanting to hold out on the eastern side. T2K have been surviving to their credit under the supervision of Vampire. But they are right on the edge of this next circle. And they still have Tiger to worry about from Buradam. Inko on the inside have just been chilling for so long in Severny.
इनको वाले बैठे एकदम भाई वो फाइट ही नहीं ले रहे, एकदम फाइट ही नहीं ले रहे.
very good at is taking their time. Okay. It's picking their moment, man. They've got to pick their moment.
Fireflux का एक player down हुआ है यहाँ पे.
Nitro boost. And it is very important that you don't hit that nitro boost too soon. You don't want to be rolling over the finish line. You want to be absolutely blasting past it.
HC की टीम से फाइट हो चुका है.
They won't have to move even in this next circle either if they don't want to. They might want to take a little bit more position, but Solus
का एक प्लेयर डाउन हुआ, दूसरा प्लेयर डाउन करके बहुत ही बढ़िया.
Plenty in catch. 2 players now for IHC looking to push on through. Alex flushed out. Godless dispatched by Lux on the sidelines. A nice little third party, and it's just Demo. Ziol's too low to be a part in this fight, but Demo handles business on the inside of the calf and drops from the top rope. The heel was good, and Ziol keeps Godless alive.
Fireflux just not able to put up any kind of fight there versus IHCs. They swarm on their position. Ripping apart Vampire Esports. They've remained on the south side for a long time and quite quietly too.
Brilliant nades coming through to dispatch a lion's share of the Vampire position.
तीनों प्लेयर को इजीली रिवाइव मिलेगा आराम से. अगर नहीं मिलेगा रिवाइव. लास्ट प्लेयर बचे 1 वर्सेस 1 का सिचुएशन है, उनको भी मारा जा रहा है और एलिमिनेट हो गई यहाँ पे Vampire Esports.
7th place, 2 eliminations is not going to be enough to lift you off the bottom of the tables in a position that was potentially very strong. Vampire have it all come crumbling down. Now, Buradam losing their last as well, brings us to 5 teams remaining.
Vampire used to playing edge, don't expect anyone to be at their back. And they'll prioritize that position as a threat. Unfortunately for them, it's where they do get taken down from.
T2K, 1 player lit up, 1 in the shack. Jane stays alive for now, it is, in the next circle. Inko can still just play in these buildings, however, and with that sightline, with that hard cover, they can provide such a difficult time to everybody else in this lobby.
Inko, I've just waited this one out.
इनको वाले चारों के चारों जिंदा है. मुझे लग रहा है भाई आप लोगों से बोला था कि चिकन डिनर लेने वाले इनको वाले, मुझे लग रहा है कि इनको वाले ही चिकन डिनर लेंगे अभी फिलहाल तो. हेलो दीपक भाई, कैसे आप? स्वागत है आपका स्ट्रीम में मेरे भाई.
Is where they're going to start to blast out, and they knew this compound would be extremely
आराम से ले रहे हैं, आराम से एलिमिनेशन ले रहे हैं ये लोग.
See where the circle goes. Will it still hold them in?
Once they've dispatched IHC, they have a ridgeline in front of them to move in towards, but it's broadside to DRS. DRS really the main threat now against this Inko position. But they don't even have to cross the road. They still have the walls to play with, Blank.
Exactly. That is the most difficult scenario. Inco's once
ओए
again
इनको का आईसीएल
identified
कॉल है यार, इतना अच्छा खिला रहे हैं।
most based position here on the map.
इनको का आईसीएल कॉल है ब्रो, भाई इनको टीम क्या खेल रही है यहाँ पे।
The rest of the game would be fairly simple.
DRS ने एलिमिनेट कर दिया यहाँ पे 4 एलिमिनेट एलिमिनेट हो गई है गाइस यहाँ पे। DRS की टीम भी बहुत अच्छा खेलती हुई है यहाँ पे।
Any double-digit gain is good news.
वॉलेंसी के
That's
DRS
exactly what they were able to find here.
DRS के ऊपर ये लोग पुश कर रहे हैं, 3 प्लेयर से वॉलेंसी के प्लेयर को डाउन करने की कोशिश, आराम से लेंगे ये लोग, एलिमिनेट करेंगे। DRS
delivering on the promise of their
खत्म,
position.
वॉलेंसी टीम
Both
खत्म।
of the players from IHC eliminated. 7 eliminations, 4th place.
वॉलेंसी एलिमिनेट हो चुकी है गाइस।
T2K surviving. Jane in the shack. Not in the next circle. We'll have to shift a little bit forwards, but it's 4 versus 4.
चारों के चारों प्लेयर अलाइव है यहाँ पे। T2K के एक प्लेयर जो है वो उसके अंदर अलाइव कर रहे हैं यहाँ पे। 2 टीम्स एंड 3 टीम्स माफ कीजिएगा और 9 प्लेयर्स। इनको स्पॉट कर लिया गया है यहाँ पे। स्क्वाश के द्वारा शॉट लिया जा रहा है लेकिन डाउन नहीं कर पाएंगे अभी।
Their attention to be able to be over towards DRS at the end game. But Jane's got perfect cover to play in. And DRS are happy to wait this one out. They drop smokes, in fact, even delay this game out even longer.
Position completely known here. Needs to burst the buggy.
प्लेयर जो रही है बगी से ज्यादा में दो टीम बची गई गाइस, 2 टीम बची गई।
4 versus 4.
4 versus 4 का सिचुएशन।
Becca taken pretty low as well, but does get the heal off himself in the blue zone. That'll be crunched forward. Delta moves up to the crate, and that could be crucial, Blank.
That's the biggest move in all this, and the smokes are really good. Disorientated Inco a little bit, but getting these 2 players up, very important.
Oh no.
Squash, unfortunately, takes a hit to the zone. Vitali struggling to get across 2, and DRS might have just played this one out perfectly. Nenebete down. Just better remaining. A horrid push for them going forward. I don't even think they can get the player back up on his feet. And DRS actually going for aggression now.
Vitali still active, but they get lit up by Delta, and DRS extend their hand.
DRS जीतने वाली है गाइस यहाँ पे, एक ही प्लेयर बचा है, DRS जीत गई यहाँ पे।
And the first match was theirs. Now in match number 10, they're able to do the same.
अरे इनको आले लगा था जीतेंगे, but DRS ने यहाँ पे बहुत ही अच्छा गेम प्ले दिखाया और
some very good decisions. Taking that fight up towards Influence came in when there was a lot going on around the map, but understanding that northern side was going to be so important for buying them time for that end game, considering where Inco was playing in Severny. They knew that, look, we have the wall for us. We're just going to take pot shots at everyone out towards that side of the map on the east. But DRS don't give them that chance. They smoke out. They get a player up towards that crate. It was fortuitous it was there in the moment. But they make all the right moves at all the right moments. I've got to be very, very proud of DRS from Nepal here because that was a marvellous game. Very, very well played out. And that should see them further towards the top of the rankings now. Actually very far towards the top of the rankings considering where they were. I think it was about 70 points at the start of this game.
Talking about seeing yourself to the top, I mean, Inco, they started towards the top, right? They are absolutely going to have extended a really nice lead now towards the end of today.
कल दिन में भी लाइव स्ट्रीम होगा, ठीक है? कल दिन में हम लोग अपना गेम की प्ले खेलने वाले हैं, मैं खेलूंगा सोलो
Potentially they could have taken home, but either way, it's a good result. It's double digits, and that's what we want to see. I think they might have even broken 20 on that game.
I think they might have broken 20
Guys, कल दिन में भी लाइव स्ट्रीम होगा, अभी तो ये हम लोग वासन पार्टी करने वाले बेसिकली, ठीक है? लेकिन कल दिन में आना आप लोग, कल एक वीडियो भी आ रहा है, ठीक है? कल वीडियो भी एक आ रहा है और बेसिकली वो बाजीगर के ऊपर है, ठीक है? गाना के ऊपर वो एडिट हो गया है, ठीक है? तो कल एक वीडियो भी आ रहा है और हम लोग आप लोग दिन में भी लाइव आएंगे, ठीक है? मैं सोलो स्क्वाड खेलने वाला हूँ कल, ठीक है? आप लोगों को बहुत मजा आएगा, लेकिन अभी ये जो है अभी आप लोग इसका मजा उठाइए, ठीक है? वासन पार्टी का, ठीक है? अभी थोड़ा सा ब्रेक ले लो, अभी चले जाओ गाइस, जिनको नहीं देखना है थोड़ा सा ब्रेक ले लो आप लोग, नेक्स्ट मैच स्टार्ट होने में थोड़ा सा टाइम है, तो थोड़ी देर बाद आ सकते हो आप लोग।
So long as soon as zone 9 hits, their life becomes so much harder. I think they had to have a player move out much earlier towards that ridge side, under the cover of DRS finishing up a lot of these engagements. Although Inco did get a lot of success, a lot of result out of that position, it was eventually going to become a bit of a moot point. So getting players up early on would have really assisted them, because if you have those 2 anchor points early, getting those other players towards your position with smokes easily thrown from that, that would have been the key play. And I think we mentioned it, Inco was just going to sit around for a while. It's what they do, and I think they make that smart decision of where to play, when to play it, but I do think they need to figure out this a little bit more proactive gameplay.
They made one rotation.
Yeah.
That whole game. It was into South Taverny.
Exactly.
And that was it. That was their entire game.
They
plan.
identify a very good spot. That's the
true.
thing. Every single game they identify a very good spot. But the proactivity of the late game, really, there's something that needs to change in that regard. Because, again, we're seeing this case of Inco being blessed a little bit by these circles. And it's hard to say, right? It's hard to say if they're being blessed or not. But at this point in time, when you see them make that singular rotation, it happened throughout group stage as well, which is what it makes me hesitant to say it here in PMGC, because I don't want to have to say that Inco's run has been based on luck, but a lot of the time it has. I will say this is a very intelligent team. I think that's one thing they have, but proactivity, aggression, it's not really in the tool set right now.
What's unfortunate as well is that T2K, they dropped in Taverny. They went south, and Inco, in that time frame, snooped on in and actually were able to take that away from T2K. T2K obviously ending up coming third, but that position in second would have been so much sweeter.
It's ballsy maneuvers from Inco that continue to work out for them. So, I don't know. I want to see more ballsy maneuvers towards the end game, though.
Well, that's exactly what DRS delivered on, right? They were able to do so much work, taking care of IHC on that side of the circle. A little bit of a risk, but with all four of them alive, they stayed in the fight, they made it work, and they took home match 10.
Once again, a phenomenal match, and it seems to be the match of the teams from Nepal. Look at DRS Gaming and T2K both having phenomenal performances, 25 and 14 points.
Yeah, I mean, DRS, we needed to see a little bit of a follow-up performance after their first strong game yesterday, right, Seven? That was a little bit of critique we had for DRS Gaming when it came down to it. But here, strong performance, and especially controlling team on the Easter. We wanted to see from DRS, from any team pretty much, but DRS here, they just gave no breathing space to teams around them, which in a position like that, in that type of terrain, you always love to see.
Yeah, and I love the way they were able to kind of third-party certain situations too, especially with, I think it was somebody from Godlike Stalwart, where they were able to actually beat him. Yeah, one player standing, they were like, you know what, let's actually clear that. The time that they took to clear and just make sure that they worked their way up and put themselves in a great situation, you love to see that. And then we see IHC Esports. This was a team that we were keeping an eye on early on. They end up with 15 points. Inco Gaming going with what Blank was saying. I feel like, yeah, they were blessed. They were super blessed in that circle. And I wish they would have decided to rotate a little bit earlier. I felt like they took a little bit way too long. Or if maybe they would have just worked on a 2-2 split.
Especially because Vampire had that ridgeline. It was really strong. We said it. This is the position of Vampire are going to play where they can gatekeep all the teams leaving Taverny position. The moment you know that team is in a little bit of a bad spot taking that fight versus T2K specifically, that is your time where you can transition, get access to that ridgeline, and then maybe you can just take the fight to go for that chicken dinner. Crossing that road is the hardest part. They had one opportunity, and they didn't quite pull the trigger on that play.
And Inco already has so much intel too on where some of the teams might have been, and they figure, you know what, let's send it there, but they send it in way too late.
Yes, and especially since, coming back to Vampire really quickly, they had one of the positions that was in the very late game as well, and they still couldn't capitalize on towards that. So incredibly disappointing in that specific game. Maybe come back to DRS really quickly, because I really wanted to highlight that play. They came in to the east side and they pretty much fought their way through that. pretty much doing the whole game. They pretty much were fighting constantly, right?
Yeah, I mean, as you stated also, Seven, right, they were able to get himself that position where one of the last players of Stalwart, Godlike Stalwart were playing, get access to that compound, and especially that position enables you to get a lot of information. So the moment they get access to that position, they know pretty much what cards they're going to be having to play with for the remainder of that game until the very last second. And as we said, don't give them any breathing space, get himself a chicken dinner. That was the one play that just set them up for success in the first place.
Yep.
Setting yourself up for success is something you can also do with this beautiful device I have at my hands, which is the Sony Xperia Mark 1. Sony Xperia 1 Mark 4. My goodness, it is a complicated game. Actually, it's not that complicated. Either way, Sony Xperia 1 Mark 4 and Sony Xperia Stream, which you can see right here. Keep your eyes peeled. Were co-developed in collaboration with professional esports players. You can play PUBG Mobile with Xperia Stream's tone cooling system. Once again, you can see it right in the middle of your screen. And multiple ports for intensive gaming and streaming. So make sure you check that out. Actually, I'll give it to you. Also, check out our sponsor, Prime Gaming. With Prime Gaming, you will be able to have free games if you sign up for it, and also have free in-game content, for example, for PUBG Mobile. So make sure to check that out. Sign up. You will find the links either on social media or in the chat. Either way, if you have checked out all of that, Sony Xperia and Prime Gaming, there is another thing I want to get your attention on towards, and that is the PMGC survey. Check out the PMG survey link in the chat and on social media to let us know your feedback and suggestions about the show. Maybe positive, maybe negative, it doesn't matter. We need all of your feedback, so make sure you sign up, and you may get a chance to win some prizes as well. So it's not without anything you get either. You might be rewarded for it. So thank you all in advance for sharing your feedback via the PMGC viewer survey. Last but not least, I want to get your eyes peeled on the newest update, which is out since yesterday, actually. I was already talking yesterday about, you know, us in the break opening up the app and checking out the update ourselves, and you can do so too. In case you haven't opened the app since yesterday, make sure to download the update and check out Warrior Trial and awaken your fighting spirit we saw in the opening scene. It's pretty cool. Before we head into a deeper analysis of the last game, we will be going into a short break. Stay tuned though for more PMGC action. And welcome back to PMGC 2022. We should maybe take some moments to discuss that last game, which was DRS and obviously T2K as well, that performed fabulously for their region.
Yeah, NEPALI able to show strong in that previous game, and I'm really hyped to see the overall rankings, how much that potentially has changed right now, because we reached already the halfway point of the tournament before this previous match, and now more than ever, Seven, it's going to be so much harder to really have a big impact on the rankings if you're towards the bottom. So if you're towards the bottom of the rankings, it may be a little bit too late to make changes.
If you were going to make changes, they should have happened at the beginning of today.
By what?
They did make some changes, though, to be fair, but it didn't end up working out for them. Inco Gaming, wow, maintaining their first place. And the reason why I'm saying wow is because DRS now making the jump to that second place with 98 points, STG falling down, and Alpha 7 overtaking Nova.
Yeah, Alpha 7 able to get himself just a little bit higher right there, remaining in that 4th position while Nova dropping down, but that's fine. Nova, they're just nading themselves. But no, but at the end of the day, it's cool to see the competition being so close between all of these teams. Looking even for Angry Men, they could give themselves a pop-off game and they'll be roomed right up there, potentially even that top 3 position. So it is still so close, up in the air. Who will take it? I have no idea.
100%, and actually a big surprise for me is going to be T2K.
Yeah.
I'm surprised that they are actually maintaining the placement there in the first page. As we go towards the second page here, IHC, we see them with 74 points. If we go down, Fireflux, after we saw the good performance out of them earlier on, they have completely disappeared. And then Wolf Esports, this was a team that I was just expecting so much more. I expected them to be in the first page at this stage, and they're currently not.
Yeah, unfortunately for the PL team of Wolves Esports, not going to be able to get himself too much done.
Gosh.
I'm a little bit disappointed by Buriram, actually. They were, I'm not talking about the team below Stalwart, no. I'm talking about Buriram. They were my dark horse pick initially going into this, and I do not see their performance on the league stage. They're just struggling to get in that rotation path. They struggle to take fights. And even if they do have a good position, which doesn't happen that often, they don't tend to hold it that strongly. So it's a rough time for them.
Unfortunately, they don't. We have 2 more matches remaining for the day, and we have already crossed the half-time mark. Miramar and Erangel will be the upcoming teams. Looking at the top Miramar performers, we have Nova sitting in first place.
That's pretty good. I don't know why my voice went like that. You take it, Seven.
But I'm glad Nova's currently there because they have had 2 bad performances in comparison to what they were able to do at the beginning of the day. I know we were kind of joking about how Paraboy ended up nading 2 of his teammates and how they were just kind of laughing it off. And after this past game, they really didn't perform that well either. I feel like if they can maybe put another good performance here, it's going to push them up to that 3rd place. And that's exactly what they're going to want to be.
We keep saying, right, when you're talking about Miramar and teams that we expect to do well, we keep on saying all the time, Nova Esport, they're finally up there, they're performing well, they might get themselves another strong game here.
Let's look at the teams to watch and look. Actually, we do have 1 Nova pick as well. Talking about Nova right now. 7. You expect Nova to perform well right now? I mean, they are the top performers, so, you know, it's kind of a given. But either way, can't explain because they haven't really been popping off in the last game.
I think pretty much exactly what I said before and exactly what that graphic showed is exactly what I wanted to say and the reason why I'm picking them. I'm also picking Inco Gaming because I do want them to maintain that 1st place finish. And I'm picking Wolves as well because of what I was saying too. This team needs to do something. They showed so much potential and nothing's going on.
Airdrop, you know? I mean,
on purpose.
Right now, it's not Wolves Esports like PUBG Esports. Not gonna lie, that's what we're seeing. Yeah.
Max,
I thought it was good.
Yeah, that was good. Actually, I wanted to talk about your picks, but maybe just talk about one really quickly. Actually, I hear that we are going over to the casters maybe a couple of words. Last prediction for you, you have that 1 team to watch?
Vampire keeps changing stuff.
Vampire keeps changing stuff. We're going over to the commentary desk, and it is John Allen and Plank to cast for you guys at home. So, once again, take it away.
कैसे खेलता है ना? अरे ब्रो भाई तेरी आवाज है नहीं आ रही है अंग्रेजी.
Thank you very much,
भाई तेरी
Alex, and the rest of the desk. We are going into Miramar for the
आवाज बढ़ाता हूँ. वेट 100% तो है, थोड़ा सा और बढ़ाता हूँ. 200% करता हूँ. 150%. 200. अभी आ रही है क्या मेरी आवाज? हेलो. और ये अंग्रेजी आत्माओं का थोड़ा सा आवाज कम करेंगे.
It is, maybe it's not.
इतना तो
Perhaps they
कम
can
है इन
blast
लोगों का
out, but
अंग्रेजी
again, I
आत्माओं
think this
का
is more
आवाज
looking for a high placing finish now for the guys from Vampire as opposed to a podium finish. Keep this one strong, keep the spirits high. This is all about for Thailand at the moment. But over to Miramar once again.
मेरा आवाज क्लियर क्रिस्टल
Game we do see here. Geek fam
अंग्रेजी
still keeping
आत्माओं
it
के
strong
सामने
so
मेरा
far.
आवाज आ रहा है क्या?
Really good to see you high on absolute clinic.
ओ भाई
recently
अंग्रेजी
today
आत्माओं
as
के
well,
सामने
versus
मेरा
IFC
आवाज नहीं
earlier.
आ रहा है तो
Versus a
अब
lot
आ
of
रहा
teams
होगा
in the
शायद
lobby.
से थोड़ा सा आवाज बढ़ाया
Really
तो
taking his team to the limit at
और
the
यहाँ पे
moment.
थर्ड मैच
See
भी
how far
स्टार्ट
they
हो
can push
चुका है
this
नहीं
one
बेसिकली
into
सिक्स्थ
Miramar.
मैच या सेवेंथ मैच भाई अब है इनका थोड़ा पता नहीं कौन सा
Heading over to the desert.
हो गया
For the second time today, we'll be flying from Puerto Paraíso all the way up towards Ruins, a direct southeast to
मीरामार
northwest
मैच
cut
स्टार्ट हो चुका है भाई मैच
on
नंबर
Miramar
11
for our
लेट्स गो गाइस
11th
इसमें
match of the
क्या लगता है
tournament
क्या
of the
नोबल
series.
सेकंड रन लेके आएगी भाई
Teams should find it fairly simple to access most of the map here, Blank. It's not really going to isolate too much away.
San Martin,
Late
Los
positions
Leones, Arab.
over towards places
Godl
like
Mobile.
Cruz del Valle, towards Tierra Bronca, also over to Valle de Mar for teams like 4am. And Los Higos as well, a little bit further south.
अभी
But
मैच
everywhere
शांति
else,
से देखते गाइस
really going to be
हाँ
very
भाई
accessible now.
हिंदी आत्माओं का
Absolutely, I
आवाज
think
आ
there's
रहा
gonna
है
be fair few positions around the map which
ओ
should be
भाई
accessible for these
हिंदी
teams.
आत्माओं लिखना चाहिए था
Very fair
इन
play
अंग्रेजी
back here
आत्माओं
on
को
Miramar
थोड़ा सा शांत
towards El
करवाना चाहिए
Pozo.
था
DRS obviously out nice and
देखिए
early,
लॉस
an
लियोन
Eastern team
कौन सी टीम
most of the
उतरती है
time.
अभी
This has been throughout most of PMGCs we've seen DRS take up this kind of approach as well. Nice to see this continue for them. Buradam in their vicinity, just not able to get
और
through.
कैंप मिलता
There's a lot of these positions they'd like to take. Many teams
प्लेन
around their
पर लॉस
areas.
लियोन्स को
Shut
चीरता
them
हुआ
down nice
सैन
and early.
मार्टिन एल पोजो एंड रूइंस के साइड से पूरा निकल जा रहा है उधर
for Buradam.
कौन सी टीम को दिखा रहा है यहाँ
East
पे
side, Alpha 7 out a little bit later, potentially heading
नोबा
up
की टीम
towards
यहाँ पे जाती हुई
the
जोन के आठ के
Karegi
तरफ
and
नोबा
the
हमेशा
Crater
जोन के आठ
Fields, the
जाती है और
south
जोन के आठ के
circle.
तरफ
We'll
ही
bring
जा
them
रही
back
है
down
लोग
south.
ये
Alpha
फिलहाल
7
तो
had the wind knocked out of their sails just a little bit so far today. Only 2 more chances to prove that it's still there. That they were just tacking into the wind. Influence Kemin though. They've been keeping that pace up just a little bit
चलो सारे
further.
सारे INF वाले तो
85
लूट
to
कर रहे हैं
83,
आराम
Alpha
से
7 to
easily
Influence Kemin respectively.
भाई INF वाले भी
But
सही
Inco
खेले वहाँ पे
stretching out ahead.
मैं
12
आता हूँ
points ahead of
थोड़ी
DRS after
देर में
DRS's
जरा
chicken dinner.
ओके भाई ओके
Inco still sit firmly atop, and they are the first team to break that 100-point barrier.
Still doing some really good work for Inco. A little bit blessed throughout today in terms of circles.
ये INF वाले पूछ करने
They've
जा रहे हैं
translated
क्या
that to
उनके
points
ऊपर
though, that's the main thing.
ओ
Doesn't
भाई
necessarily always mean you get
क्या
points
बात
even
है
if you get the
INF
circle.
क्या बात है यहाँ पे
Does not work that way. We saw that from T2
चलो नहीं
KO
पूछ नहीं
Seven.
कर
Anyway,
रहे
they dropped in
बेसिकली
that
वो
spot,
लोग
weren't able
ऊपर
to
जा
get
रहे
the
हैं हम
points
तो सिर्फ
available
पूछ
to
कर रहे
them.
हैं क्या ये लोग
Down to just Jane in the end, taking himself out. Again, 3rd place, not bad for
भाई
them.
9
81
बड़े
points in
8:30
7th.
मुझे लग रहा है कि
Real
हम अपना भी
opportunity to
गेम
move
खेल
up
लेंगे आज
towards that
क्योंकि
upper
अभी
echelons.
तुरंत ही खत्म हो जाएगा
4th
ये
place,
वाला थोड़ी देर में ही
definitely
खत्म हो
accessible.
जाएगा तो इसके बाद अपना गेम
Like to see a
मतलब इसके
4
बाद
AM
एक
game
और
here,
मैच रहेगा तो
though.
वो भी बहुत जल्दी खत्म
Still
हो
putting up
जाएगा
those numbers,
रेंगल
but
का रहेगा आई
again,
थिंक सो
a little bit
या
more
सेनॉक
needed.
का पता नहीं
4
देखना
AMs
पड़ेगा
at 4,
कौन
they
सा
look
रहेगा
really good, but losing players
इन
early at the moment,
भाई
not ideal
इनको
for
के
them.
पास 110
Nova,
पॉइंट
I
और
think this could be
98
another big game
DRS
for them, John,
DRS
honestly,
देखने
here on
कितना अच्छा
Miramar.
लेवल
Has
अप
been
की
some,
भाई बहुत बढ़िया
oopsie
S2G के पास
daisies for the last
95
couple
और
for them.
A7 के पास
I think Nova could
85 और
definitely
नोवा के पास 84 अभी
turn
भी
this one
नोवा
into a
के
win.
पास टीम है कि कमबैक करे ये लोग बहुत ही अच्छा कमबैक किए
Over down in, I say down, they are in 5th
से
right
ऊपर
now.
जाना आसान है
Maybe should say up in 5th. It's certainly very much still in that conversation, which is where they wanted to be. We questioned their presence and their power in this
आवाज
lobby,
सही आ रहा है
in
ना
this
क्लियर मेरा
final
आप लोगों को
from yesterday's performance, but we knew that they've always had
Which
it in them.
player had the most knockout during the last
30
chance
knocks for
qualifier?
Matic over in the last chance qualifier. It's just such a shame that HVVP didn't make it. A very powerful team, but when the chips were down, when the cards were being counted, it just didn't go their way. And that's sometimes just how it goes here. The PMGC found the top 16 teams in the world and has brought them all together here. And at the moment, Inco sits atop that pile, the Brazilian squad.
It's a cruel finish as PMGC. Like I said, John, things don't necessarily always go your way. You have to work with what you're given. Looking at 4 AM on our screen at the moment. Currently down towards the eastern side of Minas del Valle. Just passing up past Los Higos and a couple of players underneath Empire Esports in Los Leones. Potential for them to get a good game here, considering the circle down towards that southwest. Fireflux also maybe looking for a big game here.
You'd hope anyway. 65 points right now for Fireflux. 11th place on the tables. It is very volatile still on these tables, and in an 18 game set, it can all change at the drop of a hat. So you do need to keep your wits about you. Seize any opportunity that comes your way, should it be presented. Wolves moving quite early on this one, able to get central towards Chumacera. Valuable position. You're talking about it with Fireflux holding that area as well. They will be getting some neighbors fairly soon. For Angry Men, they left south from Los Leones. They are coming in towards Minas de Valle now, but the hills to the south of Chumacera could prove to have value, and the value that they are looking for on For Angry Men to try and catch up to Nova. Now, 9-point difference between them.
ये तो रेनोक भाई ने बता दिया तो मैंने सही फिक्स किया. अभी बताओ, अभी मेरी आवाज आ रही है?
Really nice high ground to play around with. Getting in this spot early on is always the name of the game. Not necessarily a position that you can head in towards later on. This is one of the positions that you bank on, so I like this play from 4AM, splitting Svan, Kudziao, Ching Chen and Co. on a 2-2 split, allowing them to regroup together.
अगर नोवा यहाँ पे लेके जाती है तो मजा आ जाएगा भाई. नोवा टॉप पे आ जाएगी अगर ये चिकन डिनर निकाल दिया इन लोगों ने. #2 कौन सा मैच है ये सेकंड लास्ट मैच है, और इसके बाद एक और मैच होगा, उसके बाद खेलेंगे सिवा. ठीक है भाई, तू पास में होता ना, पता है, कनेक्ट करके भाई अभी मजा आ जाता यार. मजा आ जाता भाई कनेक्ट करके. अभी दोनों अपन साथ में बैठ के देखते, मतलब सारे, मतलब मैं, निशान, तुम बुट कैम्प के पास कब आओगे रे? सी भाई. अच्छा, नेक्स्ट जो होगा उसमें इंडियन टीम भी जाएगा 2023 वाले में. तो गाइस अपन लोग बैठ के देखने वाले हैं. मैं, शिवा और निशान और एक और प्लेयर होगा, तो वैक्साली होगा. तो आप लोग अप्लाई कर सकते हो. हम लोग लेने वाले एक और प्लेयर.
Looking to elevate them from the 39-point bottom table performance that we've had from them so far. T2K, 2 players are there.
यहाँ पे T2K के प्लेयर्स के ऊपर यहाँ पे फाइट हो रही है गाइस. पुश किया है शायद इन लोगों ने. नहीं पुश नहीं किया. वो लोग बेसिकली जा रहे हैं, रोटेशन दे रहे हैं आगे की तरफ. T2K वाले की गांड फट गई होगी यहाँ पे.
7th place. I feel like this is a team we haven't really talked about too much,
भाई अब
but
की
there
बार
is a
जान
lot
लगा
of
देना
power
है
there
सच्ची में.
behind
सिवा
them.
I think T2K
जान लगा
have
दियो.
been steady
अच्छे
away
से खेलना है,
for the
बहुत
majority of
अच्छे
this
से.
tournament. We haven't been able to talk about them too much, John, but honestly, regardless of that fact, they're still making stuff happen. 81 points is one hell of a result. It just hasn't been any of those pop-offs. It's mostly about just getting towards that end game, picking up those points where they can, and then going from there. Influence Kevin, another team.
लिया 180 के प्लेयर ने बहुत ही बढ़िया शॉट लिया था. डाउन करेंगे शायद से. स्पॉट किया, नहीं लेके जा रहे हो, आराम से लेके जा रहे हैं. बहुत ही बढ़िया रीज होल्ड किया है. एक के प्लेयर के ऊपर ये लोग शॉट ले रहे हैं. ओ भाई क्या डाउन करेंगे. वहां से निकल रही है, निकल जाएगी.
Will be able to get to safety for the time being.
एक टीम बची है वहां से. बच्ची है भाई, बच्ची है. लोग बच्चे हैं.
On the southwest side near Valle de Mar, as Alpha 7 going to be moving in from the north edge.
Everyone really banking
इनको वाले है भाई, ये इनको वाले हैं जो कि फर्स्ट पे है.
What kind of spots will be ideal here, or trying to take at least whatever is suitable. Monty Nuevo in this one though, very hard jump towards the northwest.
कितना छोटा हो गया, कितना जल्दी जोन आता है भाई, कितना जल्दी.
As our DRS down towards that south side. Influence Kevin got a long way to go. Can't even see them on the screen for you guys, but they're all the way over towards Puerto Paraíso at the moment. Inco again shifted to 5th gear. We'll get a move on up towards Monty Nuevo's side. 4AM equally trying to get down off that mountain as fast as possible and back on the road. You can see them zipping, flying over the top of these ridges.
A lot of teams making rapid movements now. This is a very hard shift, Blank. This zone 3 will put the cat amongst the proverbial pigeons as Nova moving in from that east edge. might come across Inco if they move any further south. But
AZ का fight होने वाला है यहाँ पे 1HC के साथ guys.
Up to bat, I'm sure.
1HC के player के साथ यहाँ पे AZ का fight होने वाला है. Four angry man यहाँ पे push कर दिया है player को down करने की कोशिश. ओ भाई 4 angry man ने इनको के ऊपर यहाँ पे down एक player इनका मारा जा चुका है. दूसरे player को मारने की कोशिश, दूसरे player को भी मार दिया भाई. 4 angry man ने यहाँ पे इनको के ऊपर.
Low HP close by, will need to get a heal off if he wants a chance in this engagement. 2 versus 1 right now. Has got a backup now coming through in the form of Vitali.
एक ही प्लेयर बचे और इनको भी मार दिया जाएगा इजीली. नोवा की टीम यहाँ पे थर्ड पार्टी करती हुई गाइस एलिमिनेट कर दिया इनको की टीम को. ओ भाई फर्स्ट में ही एलिमिनेट कर दिया है इनको की टीम. यहाँ पे 4 मैन एंग्री मैन पे यहाँ पे नोवा की टीम यहाँ पे रश करती हुई गाइस. उनको पता है कि एक ही प्लेयर खड़ा हुआ है, एक ही प्लेयर बचा हुआ है, 3 प्लेयर डाउन है वहाँ पे. देखते हैं क्या यहाँ पे संभाल पाएगी यहाँ पे 4 एंग्री मैन की टीम. यहाँ पे नोवा के अपोनेंट आ चुका है यहाँ पे.
Pretty much everyone all the way down to 7th place in T2K, 81 points.
इनको का टीम के ऊपर क्या इन लोगों ने पुश किया ना भाई.
Should they have the circles align?
नोवा ऑर्डर का नीड जा रहा है.
110 right now, which sits 29 points ahead of T2K.
और भाई नीड कनेक्ट हुआ था बट डाउन नहीं हो पाया.
Nova continuing to bombard on the 4 angry men's position that they fought so hard for.
एक और नीड
will not let them rest. Another one sent on over. Not going to land any damage, but certainly going to be scary as a prospect. Shots actually coming through from T2K.
For him at least, do get a resupply on the guys from Inco there. Should give them enough meds, enough supplies to restabilize.
INF का एक player zone के बाहर knock हुआ है.
Not the worst thing to happen to you in the world, and with I think that was at least 3 eliminations going their way.
भाई यहाँ पे पुश कर देती नोवा की टीम ना, पक्का इन लोगों के पास एलिमिनेशन मिल जाते. 3 एलिमिनेशन आराम से मिलते हैं.
S2G dead set in the middle. Might be looking for another big game. Obviously they dominated on our earlier Miramar of the day. Looking to make this one number 2.
Buradam from the south side. Max had them as a dark
इनको
horse
की
pick.
टीम
We
पता नहीं
really
क्यों ये लोग
respected
थोड़ा सा
their
मीरामार में
prowess
वैसे
in
खेल
the
के
games that we've seen from them so
eliminate हो
far.
जाते
They
हैं
deserve to
तुरंत ही.
qualify here.
चलो अभी नोवा के पास चांस है कि ये लोग ऊपर जाए. ये लोग 4 एंग्री मैन के भी चांसेस है कि वो लोग आगे जाए. INF के एक प्लेयर डाउन किया गया है. फायरफ्लक्स का भी एक प्लेयर डाउन है यहाँ पे.
And this time they will move into the south
SG के ऊपर
of
रश कर दिया क्या इन
S2G, who
लोगों
are
ने.
looking to
SG के
close
ऊपर
that gap themselves against Inco.
I think if you look at
इसका एक प्लेयर डाउन है यहाँ पे.
Buradam, it really does feel like the wings were torn off and they were
नहीं ब्रू की टीम वहाँ
falling
से
from up on
वापस
high.
अभी इनको डाउन करने की
during this
कोशिश. ब्रू का
PMGC.
एक प्लेयर साइड डाउन होगा यहाँ पे.
Hope for something a little bit more from them.
नहीं बच गया वो.
Didn't see it.
लेकिन इनके
Again,
पास
still don't see it at the end of the day.
टैप मार भाई.
Kengza was so confident coming into this PMGC2. Just realised they weren't able to really find that same type of momentum that they were showing us over that group
जो
stage.
फर्स्ट नंबर पे टीम है ना गाइस वो फाइनली एलिमिनेट हो चुकी है गाइस. और बहुत पहले ही एलिमिनेट हो चुकी है. 4 एंग्री मैन की टीम ने उनको एलिमिनेट किया भाई अभी. बट वो लोग के पास 110 पॉइंट है तो इस मैच में कुछ कहा नहीं जा सकता कि वो लोग स्टेबल वहाँ पे रहेंगे कि नहीं. DRS की टीम के ऊपर हमारा नजर रहेगा कि वो लोग क्या करते हैं. और नोवा की टीम के भी A7 की टीम भी बहुत अच्छा खेल रही है और वो लोग फाइनली #4 पे आ चुके हैं. और INF की टीम भी बहुत अच्छा खेल रही है. उन लोगों का पॉइंट्स एकदम 20-20 में. INF, नोवा एंड A7 देखते गाइस ये तीनों में से कौन ऊपर जाता है कौन नीचे जाता है. मतलब तीनों टीम्स के पास है यहाँ पे.
don't have other ideas. They are going to control the ground around them.
I see. Really big lineup at the moment with Alex further back, Demo down towards the southwest. Still have to keep eyes over towards Fireflux and DRS, but DRS look like they are moving up towards Fireflux's position. Rules gets dangerously close. He's on the ridge side. You look at Wolves though, they've got a nice little split for themselves towards the centre of the map. With that ditch right in the middle that Buradam currently hold. They're not going to be taking too many fights with anyone anytime soon, but it will give them a lot of time to just live towards the end of the match here.
Fireflux now needing to hold
Fireflux के ऊपर रश आ चुका है गाइस, Fireflux के ऊपर रश आ चुका है, भागने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं DRS भाई, अभी भी यहाँ पे वो क्या बोलते हैं शॉटगन भाई, शॉटगन DRS किलर वाइटी के द्वारा एक नॉक दिया गया। Fireflux के दूसरे प्लेयर भाग रहे हैं वहाँ पे अपनी टीम के पास और वो फाइनली भाग चुके हैं, लेकिन यहाँ पे क्या शॉटगन से मारा था भाई, 2-2 के होल्ड में होल्ड कर रहे थे, 2-2 के पोजीशन में होल्ड कर रहे थे, बट वहाँ पे काम नहीं आई उन लोगों को। DRS की टीम चारों के चारों आके पुश कर दिया, यहाँ पे नोवा की टीम यहाँ पे आ रही है गाइस, जो 4 एज इनके अभी भी नजर में डाले हुए ये लोग नोवा वाले, नोवा ऑर्डर एंड ज़ीमी एकदम पास में आ चुके हैं।
For anyone team in their vicinity just has to leave, get out of dodge. My name P, surprisingly, down towards that south side of DRS. Not regroup with the rest of his team for Budoram. It will be a long run to get towards them, and he is heading dangerously close to DRS at this moment. The circle at stage 4 will be hitting very hard.
Nova eastern side. Frozen at the back on the east side.
हाँ ये नेपाल कहीं के दो ही प्लेयर हैं क्या ये
Looking to shunt in just a little bit further south of that.
इनके ऊपर लगातार शॉट लिया जा रहा है, शायद यहाँ पे फेडरल डाउन होंगे, बच गए फेडरल,
but not out of it.
प्लेयर डाउन है यहाँ पे।
T2K not ready for it, it seems, but Kayovski's finally dispatched.
INF का जो एक प्लेयर बचा था वो डाउन कर दिया गया है, ये लोग फाइनली पुश कर रहे हैं वहाँ पे, दोनों प्लेयर जा रहे हैं, दोनों प्लेयर को डाउन करने की कोशिश किया, यहाँ पे इनका एचपी बहुत ज्यादा कम है, एक प्लेयर को डाउन करने की दूसरे प्लेयर को भाई नहीं कर पाए। INF की टीम यहाँ पे एलिमिनेट कर चुकी है, एक ही प्लेयर बचे हुए, उनके ऊपर क्या रश करेंगे, ये लोग नेट किया है यहाँ पे, फेडरल ने बहुत ही बढ़िया नेट कर रहा है वहाँ पे जी, वो बाहर आ चुके हैं जोन के बाहर, क्योंकि जोन से भी ज्यादा डैमेज हो रहा है, शॉट पीछे के साइड से भी यहाँ पे शॉट आ रहा है INF के प्लेयर्स के ऊपर, एक ही प्लेयर बचे हैं, दोनों प्लेयर मार के मिलने की जोन के बाहर गए, यहाँ पे एक गोली, ओ भाई भाई ब्लू जोन से बचने वाला था। नोवा की टीम भी यहाँ पे एग्रेसिव हो रही है, 4 एंग्री मैन का एक प्लेयर डाउन कर दिया इन लोगों ने। नोवा ऑर्डर एंड नोवा ऑर्डर को नॉक एंड फिनिश डाल दिया, नॉक किया गया है, नॉक किया गया है। नोवा की टीम एक प्लेयर को डाउन कर दिया, नहीं नोवा की टीम के चारों प्लेयर एलाइव है अभी। ऑर्डर को यहाँ पे ज़ीमी को स्पॉट कर लिया है शायद, ओमिस NF और ओमिस ने यहाँ पे ज़ीमी को स्पॉट किया है, देखते हैं उनको डाउन कर पाते या नहीं कर पाते। चल भाई चल मार, एक ही प्लेयर, दो प्लेयर बचे हुए गाइस, 4 एंग्री मैन के 2 प्लेयर्स बचे हुए, ज़ीमी एंड पाराबॉय आगे जा रहे हैं, यहाँ पे नोवा के चारों प्लेयर बचे हुए हैं, आई थिंक नहीं एक प्लेयर यहाँ पे एलिमिनेट हो चुके हैं, उनको मार दिया गया है। ज़ीमी आगे जा रहे हैं, यहाँ पे एक घर के अंदर 2 प्लेयर है, दोनों एक ही घर के अंदर है, एक एचपी है, यहाँ पे ज़ीमी को डाउन किया गया, पाराबॉय को बहुत ही बढ़िया एलिमिनेशन। ओ भाई यहाँ पे 3 एलिमिनेशन आती हुई नोवा की टीम के पास, और आराम से इनको टांग के इधर लाया जाएगा और आराम से रिवाइव देंगे। यहाँ पे नोवा बस अर्ली 3 एलिमिनेशन आ चुके हैं, फाइनली ये लोग INF से ऊपर है अभी फिलहाल के लिए, तो अभी देखेंगे कि ये लोग एसजी को कैसे पीछे करेंगे। एसजी के चारों प्लेयर लाइव है,
considering how close they are to the circle starting to envelop.
Where is Nova? अभी उन लोगों को जोन के अंदर जाना है।
Made the operative decision to head down this way and
भाई इनके एकदम हेड टू हेड है, और VIP एज और शायद एक और DRS की टीम एलिमिनेट हो चुकी है, I think so.
With the time that they've been given, Nova are going to be able to regroup quite effectively. Anti, oh no, finds Solus lying in wait.
DRS की टीम एलिमिनेट हो चुकी है गाइस, जी हाँ वही बता रहा था कि मैं DRS की टीम एलिमिनेट हो गई है, तो वही अभी एलिमिनेट हो चुकी है DRS
realistically in this game. Nova on the east, sure they might be able to make it. Alpha 7 actually as well with a shot over on that western side, but to be honest, S2G's position is so powerful. Look at the high ground that they have. It's just so difficult to deal with for any team.
S2G की टीम भाई, DRS की टीम भी एलिमिनेट हो चुकी है फिलहाल, तो वो पोजीशन इनको के पोजीशन बचा हुआ है क्योंकि DRS की टीम यहाँ पे एलिमिनेट। अब S2G के पास चांस है कि वो लोग भाई ज्यादा देर तक एलाइव रहे, फायरफ्लक्स का एक प्लेयर मारा गया फायरफ्लक्स की सारी मतलब एलिमिनेट हो गए क्या फायरफ्लक्स वाले एलिमिनेट हो गए फायरफ्लक्स वाले गाइस फायरफ्लक्स वाले एलिमिनेट हो चुके जो कि 11th नंबर पे गाइस अभी नोवा की टीम जो नोवा जिमी अभी जा रहे हैं शायद यहाँ पे कोई भी नहीं है आई थिंक कोई भी नहीं है चलो इनको मिल गया जोन
It is brutal for them on the southwest. Nova squeak in on the northeast side in the meantime.
यही वाली जिंदा है अभी
Difficult run for Nova, but they've found themselves a position to play from. Oh, great news. Snipes already moving further towards the center. Wolves locked in combat right now.
Vampire trading off. Remember, it does go down. Ravenclaw knocked, but safe for now. For the time being, Pick Feet close by, spotted over the hillside. Fluke tries to go for the spray, but he hits the deck and fades the shots there. Vampire playing together, playing solid. Beautiful though, finds a little bit of an opening, tags it on, and finds a second knock onto Vampire. Fluke tries to control the ridgeline, but it's just not going their way. Two stops, not going to be able to do anything as there's a second player from Wolves to move through. And what a push coming in. Beautiful over that ridge. 5 eliminations for the Wolves, and Vampire cannot stand up to the test.
Clean engagement from Wolves there. Vampire look
like
so much better already with 2 stops in the fold. They just get
दूसरा मैच में भी लगातार दूसरे मैच में भी बहुत ही अच्छा खेलते हुए यहाँ पे
Wolves just play through the pressure. 7 eliminations already on this game. Looking to end their Miramar strongly. S2G still playing out the game slowly. Now looking over towards IHC. Incredible spot for them. Very difficult to play against this position from S2G. The circle moves further down towards the southwest. It's almost a guaranteed S2G win.
Will be difficult to wrest it from their control. But how far can they go? They sit 15 points behind lobby leaders Inco. A chicken dinner would see them there, and the eliminations would see them even further. IHC trying to roll over the top now into Alpha 7 sightlines. Mafioso and Carrillo lighten teams up left and right. Will have the forward positioning Carrillo to be able to regroup towards as well as they control these teams on the south. Alter Ego, this is the difficult push that we were talking about before. Fnatic lobbing that
बहुत ही बढ़िया नेट था कनेक्ट भी हुआ अरे इन्होंने डाउन कर दिया एलिमिनेट कर दिया नेट के सहारे भाई क्या नेट था यहाँ पे एलेक्स का ओ भाई एलेक्स का नेट क्या था भाई
even the barest ridge side of this spot from S2G still in.
नोवा का एक और प्लेयर मारा है कौन मारा
Stalwart looking to pump some more numbers.
नोवा का दो ही प्लेयर बचे हुए ऑर्डर एंड जिमी दो प्लेयर्स एलिमिनेट हो गए
not the PMGC we expected
एक और प्लेयर डाउन हो चुके हैं नोवा के लास्ट प्लेयर बचे हुए शायद उनको 12 बॉय को खत्म भी किया जाएगा जी हां जिमी बचे हुए हैं अकेले तो इस मैच में गाइस नोवा उतना ज्यादा कर नहीं पाएगी चिकन तो फिलहाल नहीं निकाल पाएगा नोवा की टीम से अभी S2G के ऊपर नजर डालते हैं A7 के पास भी चांस है गाइस
quite a while yet on the side of Nova. S2G with the high ground though. Need to start to put the pressure in. Only 1 elimination so far. Kengzo wants to put a nade up towards that ridge line. Cooks it up. Doesn't find the knock. And looking to suppress it as well. Didn't really find too much damage there either. Buradam trying to move away from them, but really can't do that. Sky Only somehow manages to lead out into the field, but actually gets backed off by Revo from Alpha 7 from the north side. A little bit maybe overzealous on the rotation. Top from Godlike Stalwart, spots Sky Only rocking up to his shack, and actually he's not going to waste any time in just going straight out into the field. Sky Only under pressure from all angles, but Top can't afford to be out the open like that.
उनको मारने के लिए लगातार लेकिन मार नहीं पा रहे शायद नेट करेंगे यहाँ पे सैली यहाँ पे अरे ये कूद के नेट से
oh wait, no, hang on a minute, that was from himself. Okay, I thought that was from Top, but no, it does go up in flames, and it is actually Pika to get the point.
Stalwart looking very dominant on this northern side. To push even further down. Buradam, great chance in this game. Really given an opportunity here, John, and done next to nothing with it. Mine MP being away from the rest of the team. Now Kengzo going down to some great shots coming through from S2G. Now starting to really leverage this position of theirs.
चारों के चारों player alive है. STE के POV से देख रहे हैं.
Godlike Stalwart towards Alpha 7, who have themselves been quite the terror on this northwestern side. moving over the ridgelines. Top wants to go for a spray, but Pika has already fallen and doesn't really have the cover on that flank that he needs to be the force on this 2-2 split. Mythic over the side of that ridgeline. For top, and he's still holding strong for now. Doesn't really have so much mobility. But the sidelines that S2G hold, but Alpha 7 are going to think twice now about pushing around this sideline. A nade over the top doesn't really go far enough, and Mafioso can get rezzed here. Mythic close, crawling in towards top on the UMP. And hits the deck in the smoke, wants to go for the heal now. Carrillo has the nade in hand and wants to pull the pin. Smoke actually just being redeployed in front of Mythic. They can keep this ridgeline.
HT के साथ तो पक्का इनका कुछ आगे जाएगा और ये लोग हैशटैग 2 पे अभी जाने वाले हैं।
He's playing it super sneaky. I think he's been spotted. Mythic
बहुत ज़्यादा डैमेज पड़ा है यहाँ पे।
Stressful scenario now for Alpha 7. Mythic. A real
Alpha
tough
7 के
spot.
पास यहाँ पे भाई बहुत ही
keep them
ज़्यादा
on that
कठिनाइयाँ
side.
सामना करना पड़ेगा अभी।
Have to break away
ST
now.
वाले बहुत ही अच्छा खेल
Have
रहे
they
हैं।
done enough to clear enough space out from this south side to give them an easy exit? Silas, one of the best players of the team at the moment, sends out wide. Should have spotted this player quickly. Goes to the vinyl from Buddadam. Tries to finish it off. Will do. As Buddadam United down. And S2G with a clean sweep. The southwest side. Moving up towards this crate. This is a perfect opportunity for them now.
The Wolves have one of the few positions that can really slow them down, but the zone will push them off it soon enough. The question is, what can they do before that happens? Can they get an opening towards S2G? Alpha 7 gets spotted out by Razy. Mythic taken super low and starts his movements forwards in the buggy and stays alive for the time being. Just that sliver of HP keeps him in and actually allows Alpha 7 to have 3 players moving central. They've already given up on Mafioso. Wolves have to move from that position, and they will move up north and swing out to sweep against GeekFam as Memory swings out wide on the ridgeline, and Pitfeet leapfrogs over the top of him to put more damage through. 1-2, and through and through. Memory pulls them back to mortality.
Great stuff there.
One HC की टीम भी एलिमिनेट हो चुकी है गाइस यहाँ पे और 10 एलिमिनेशन अनस्टॉपेबल मेमोरी के पास 10 एलिमिनेशन निकाला इसने
still in the match in stage 7
अच्छा नहीं पूरे टीम के पास
only 5 teams remaining, so again a decent result for them. Alpha 7
नोवा जिमी ने यहाँ पे एक प्लेयर को डाउन किया, ओल्ड मेमोरी को डाउन किया है नोवा जिमी ने यहाँ पे अकेले संभाल रहा है नोवा जिमी।
The direction of the shack for Jimmy, I mean, I said it before, is going to allow him to survive for a long time. GeekFam did not push up into it, and now Wolves are fairly decimated. They've managed to achieve 10 eliminations though in the meantime, so a phenomenal result for them towards the top. Now S2G looking to just continue this pressure as they push in from the south. Alpha 7 have got some solid spots to try and defend from though, as Silas moves up close and personal to Revo and Mythic. Has got a nade in hand. Will know that those vehicles are there. Should be able to place it nicely. Mythic will receive the brunt of the damage, but can start to heal that up very quickly. The rest of S2G will have sightlines, and they'll know that there's a player by this rock now. Bandages only, and only the one for Mythic. Those stims not going to last too long, and he's no helmet either. Throwing those bandages over from Revo, actually going for a second deployment as well. Such a crucial position, and Carrillo steps up for Alpha 7 to move Silas back. Slow S2G, but they've already taken down one player from Wolves, only Pitfeet remaining.
Looked like a good grenade over towards Alpha 7, but a bit too short here from Stalwart. S2G taking a lot of casualties at the moment, a lot of damage going their way. Still have a really strong spot on the top of the high ground. And I think maybe Silas' position was a bit overzealous there. Gets forward and maybe is able to be that player that is the cobra in the grass. But Hamzy G's going to go for it. And this is a mistake. This is the biggest mistake we've seen all day.
Gets cut down in the process. Alpha 7 though, 3 eliminations this late in the game. It wouldn't be a big chicken dinner, but it would be a great way to give them confidence to come back in and keep this momentum going. S2G likely now down to 2 players on this south side. No team at full force. Pitfeet playing in the shack. I think he might just be able to stay in this next circle. Will do so. has to hop out the window if he doesn't want to take blue. Oh, no, wait, he's already on the outside. I thought he was on the inside, but no. We'll be able to move forwards on foot. Godlike Stalwart, 3 players on the northern edge. And trying to challenge out Alpha 7.
Razy and Kelsey now have to really work hand in hand. If S2G want even a chance in hell getting up towards that top 2. Stalwart tossing the smokes out, creating the train. Good shots from Alpha 7 though, and Stalwart's picked to pieces.
Mythic pulling them apart there on the push. Top already down, action low. Scry, the only one really healthy at this stage for Godlike Stalwart. Ooh, action so close to going down there. Managed to get the first aid off just in time before it tickles too much. Mythic close. Loves crawling around in these smokes. Nades over the back and a Molotov to slow down that ridge line. Will pop the nade further back and Revo suppressed. Carrillo up the top, going to be pivotal in this engagement. Mythic needs to land a shot as well. It's traded 1-for-1. Scry with the blue zone coming through, goes for the flush instead, and now Carrillo can look to stand up, spots Scry and takes down Godlike Stalwart. But that is an excellent go time for S2G themselves. Klausy and Razy, the last 2 players. Find Revo at the back and S2G looking to step up tall. Carrillo over the ridge line.
एलिमिनेशन और S2G ने यहाँ पे चिकन डिनर ले लिया गाइस, जैसा कि पता था कि S2G यहाँ पे अगर चिकन डिनर लेती है तो फर्स्ट पोजीशन पे जाएगी और ये लोग वही फर्स्ट पोजीशन पे जा चुके हैं.
They pull it back together and with that they strike out for the top of the table.
A couple of mistakes at the end there. You can see the relief as well. They thought it might have cost them, but Razy and Kelsey bring it through at the end. Some real clutch movers there. Necessary to keep them in it. I think Hamzy G going for that res though had to be the boldest move we've seen all day. Just rolling down in the UAS.
Sometimes you just got to make that sort of play, you know. Sometimes it just happens like that. Talking to Alpha 7 about that finish as well. Both of those teams will be very happy with how that one played out.
चिकन निकाली S2G ने यहाँ पे शायद ये लोग फर्स्ट पे जा चुके होंगे गाइस.
Pump their numbers back up again just a little bit. Got S2G, who just missed out on that chicken dinner on Miramar last time around. But this time, they're able to pull it all the way through. Really, really good stuff from S2G. Played that map out very nicely, which is a real boon for them tomorrow. If they're going to dominate on that map 2 times in a row, and they can continue to do that tomorrow too, wonderful stuff. That's going to give them a real boon coming in tomorrow, knowing that, you know, by the end of the day, they're still lacking some points. If they want to get towards that #1 spot, take home the grand title for Turkey, you know, there's always Miramar still available and ready to give them those points that they need.
How cool would that be to have a defending champion team at next year's PMGC? But they've still got a whole match and an extra day to play through if they want to maintain that spot at the top. They were 15 points behind Inco at the start of this game. I think they had 8 or 9 eliminations there on top of the chicken dinner, so they will have cleared that hurdle. It is now definitely within their wheelhouse to keep this one turning.
Absolutely, S2G is like a good powerhouse during this tournament so far. These past 2 days, it's been nice to see, you know, they're consistent. They have that firepower behind them. You love to see it. It's the kind of thing that is going to keep this team running into tomorrow. And I don't think they're going to run out of gas tomorrow either.
No, seemingly it's they've been winding up and they have been ramping up over the course of the matches that we've seen from them, and it's a brilliant way to be able to operate in this tournament. However, it is, I would say, always easier to have a goal than it is to maintain a lead.
11 बजे कॉल करता हूँ तुम्हें 11:30 बजे करीब जगे रहोगे ना 11:30 बजे तक.
Yeah, being ahead is sometimes like a double-edged sword.
iPhone में BGMI कैसे डाउनलोड करूँ? तुम्हें ID की जरूरत पड़ेगी जिस पे पहले से होगा मतलब वो iPhone तो वैसे डाउनलोड करोगे.
I think that maybe S2G would love to be in second place because it seems like on the chase they are somewhere else, man. They're like a dog with a car racing down the road and they're looking for that registration plate, or in this case, the PMGC trophy.
It's quite the thing to be looking for.
Don't know why it's on the back of
the
the car.
11:30 बजे मैं करता हूँ.
It's got to be somewhere, doesn't it?
It's got to be somewhere.
You've got to put it
करवाता हूँ
somewhere.
डाउनलोड
I think
तुम्हें.
that's where it is.
Or it was on the stage yesterday. It's not there anymore.
There is a car round Jakarta.
It was just there. Someone moved it.
Yeah,
they moved it for that martial arts display earlier.
True, which was very cool.
Yeah.
If you missed it, check it out.
Definitely.
Here we are.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, anyway. It's late.
Okay. Yes, it is. But yeah, that was a really, really great performance. I would say from Alpha 7 as well. right? Because we talked about S2G. Alpha 7 controlled so much ground there. It was unfortunate that the third party came in from Godlike.
Highlight क्यों नहीं दिखा रहे ये
but this is
लोग?
a team that, remember, we were saying had slipped.
I think that the game could have been so much easier for S2G if they hadn't sent Silas out that far. I think with the high ground that they held, that game was practically impossible to lose with the 4-man on the top side. Silas is kind of playing it just a little bit too cheeky, in my opinion, taking up that position. It gives you an opportunity to get more of those elimination points. If that's what they're going for, they wanted to pump up as many points as possible. So
कौन सा iPhone लियो लूफी तुमने और competitive में start करोगे क्या? iPhone ले लिए तो.
But fair play if that's the case. Again though, you losing that opportunity at the chicken dinner
कौन
off the
सा
back
iPhone
of
लिए?
that, and even Hamzy G going for the US play, really boggled my mind. I was very happy that they still got the chicken dinner in the end, because everything up until that point I was like, this is good, this is good, this is good. What are you doing? What are you doing? This is good, this is good, this is good. That's kind of like the thought process. It was really from 100 to 0 back up to 100 again. All down to Razy and Kelsey essentially.
Yeah, I mean, they did manage to capitalize. But I think I would say that with Alpha 7's performance there as well, I would say they are back in this very much so. They did have a lot to play with at the end of the first day. Towards the end of the second day, they have now managed to regain some of that momentum. Hopefully they can push through for this final match and put themselves back in that top bracket and in contention for the title.
Absolutely.
Hello Rex, कैसे हो आप?
So at the end of the day, I think there are some other teams down below as well that I'd like to start seeing perform even better. T2K, for instance, we were talking about them saying that look, it's a team that really has kind of slipped underneath the radar, but
I will play after the last
it's
match.
not like they're out of the picture yet. Geekfam also another team that does have these moments of greatness, but it is just them going out a little bit too early. I think that does kind of come off the back of what the team is and how they play, which is hyper aggressive. They're all over the place. They're a very quick team. They're just darting around a lot of times. Doesn't necessarily bring you the greatest success, just because they don't feel very tactical. They just feel like it's quite whimsical, but with just a lot of skill behind them, which is fair enough. I do like watching them. But I think some more of that thought process needs to come into play for Geekfam right now.
I think in general this lobby
Hello Deepak bhai, कैसे हो bro? स्वागत है आपका स्ट्रीम में. Guys, S2G ने चिकन डिनर ले लिया है फाइनली. भाई मुझे बिलीव नहीं हो रहा था, लेकिन मैंने शुरू में ही बोला था.
Quick on their feet. We've got the teams that have some great game sense. We've got
क्या हाल है?
teams that
बहुत
are just
अच्छे भाई.
hyper-tactical. I mean, I'm looking at DRS for instance. It is phenomenal to watch, phenomenal to see here at the PMGC.
Absolutely, they have been such a treat to watch all of these engagements coming through and to watch this lobby develop. I think the one thing I would like to see
अभी वो लोग ना टॉप पे नहीं जा पाएंगे. आई थिंक टॉप पे भी चले गए. ये भोसड़ी वाले थोड़ा सा हटाएंगे तब ना. थोड़ा हाईलाइट भी नहीं दिखा रहे यहाँ पे. पता नहीं हाईलाइट का अरेंज कर रहे कि क्या कर रहे. अरे भाई तू तो लोग चला जा भाई. हाईलाइट दिखाओ भाई.
This time around it was S2G with their bid for the top of the tables.
हाईलाइट दिखाओ, नहीं तो S2G 1 नंबर पे चली गई है क्या यार? देखो वंपायर स्पोर्ट्स का ये जो एलिमिनेशन था, आज तो मज़ा ही आ गया मैच देखने में. सूर्य कुमार यादव की बैटिंग, कितना रन मारा? मुझे लग रहा था अल्फा 7 की टीम यहाँ पे चिकन डिनर लेके जाएगी, क्योंकि उनके पास बहुत ज़्यादा एडवांटेजेस था और उनके पास भी. लेकिन S2G ने यहाँ पे चिकन निकाला क्योंकि वो लोग कंसिस्टेंट थे भाई वहाँ पे.
S2G coming in clutch in match number 5 for this tournament here at the PMGC Grand Finals. 24 points for them. They are back on the leaderboard. And just like SCG, in terms of being back, Alpha 7.
Hashtag 5 पे नोवा की टीम ने hashtag 5 किया.
77. And with 7 eliminations too. 19 points total. I mean, this is what I was hoping to see out of them earlier, but I'm glad that they're finally deciding to pick it up.
इंडिया का टोटल 228 रन. ओ भाई क्या मारा है
I found it really funny during that game. You really just have that pinpoint moment where Alpha 7 are just trying to play edge the entire game. They're like, it's really rough, the terrain's not really to our advantage, and at some point you're just like, screw this.
Yep.
We're just going to send it in the circle. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, doesn't matter. And in that sense, you know what? A second place for a game like that, I'll say that is a big win for Alpha 7. We did have a few questions. Do they still have it? They it's a good point.
They definitely still have it, and I mean, this might be the bounce back, and this might be the stretch that they can put themselves forward.
जिसमें सूर्य कुमार यादव के शायद 112 रन है। ओ भाई। और उसके कितने रन है भाई? क्या बोलते हैं जो बिहार का है, क्या बोलते हैं उसको, लेफ्ट हैंड से खेलता भाई, याद नहीं आ रहा नाम, मेमोरी का माँ चूत गया है भाई, समझ रहे हो।
Crazy performance coming in from
और
STG,
ये
and you
हुआ
were
है,
just talking about
ये हुआ है
A7,
मेरे रूटीन
right?
खराब होने की
Staying
वजह
back
से।
a little bit more, being
S2G
patient,
चाइना
not
की टॉप टीम
overcommitting
है।
especially.
ऐसा
I
है क्या?
really love that play, and you're
बहुत
touched
अच्छा
as
खेली
well.
S2G
Maybe that
ने
is
यहाँ
their
पे।
point of, you know, breaking point in terms of coming back now. But maybe coming back to another team that we saw in the top 4 here in terms of points. That
चाइना की
was
है।
10 points out of that really bad position. That's
उनका
exactly what
फ्लैग
they
तो
need, right?
Yeah, exactly.
टर्की का लग रहा है
The
मुझे।
really tough part of that game for them was crossing that road. Once again, they have those splits, right? The splits is what they just do really well. They could cross that road super easily. The moment they make that cross happen, they pick up a few eliminations here and there. That's why I have the impression
ईशान
we saw
किशन
a
ने
lot more
कितने
of
रन
them
मारे
today
भाई?
compared to
दीपक भाई,
yesterday. Is even
ईशान
their
किशन के
back
कितने
game,
रन थे?
they get a few points here and there. No, and it still like keeps them in that race for that top position, which is what you want to see for them to keep on pulling off until tomorrow, because that keeps them in that potential race.
लास्ट मैच होने वाला है गाइस, लास्ट मैच, इसके बाद अपन लोग भी खेलने वाले, ठीक है? ये वाला मैच देख लेते हैं, उसके बाद अपन लोग भी खेलने वाले, तो उसके बाद भाई आ जाना सब लोग। सोलो वर्सेस स्क्वाड खेलूंगा, और शिवा होगा तो डुअल स्क्वाड थोड़ा सा हाथ गर्म कर लेता हूँ भाई। वैसे अगर किसी को ग्लव्स दिखे ना, मतलब भाई थोड़ा सर्च करके मुझे ना ग्लव्स वो कर देना भाई। एक रन, बस एक रन ही मारा।
119 points for S2G Esports, now in first place. Inco Gaming with 110 points, and that is what
भाई
I was saying.
बॉल
With
पे
Alpha
चली
7,
गई
it's good
S2G
that
की
they decide to
टीम
bounce
यहाँ
back
पे
right now because they put themselves within third
119
place.
Yeah, a lot of teams
तीन
going to be
भाई,
joining the
क्या
100-point
भाई
club
क्या भाई,
right
यहाँ
now
पे
as STG,
इनको के
Inco
प्लेयर्स
Gaming,
जो
Alpha 7
खेले ना
and
भाई,
also the team of
क्या बताऊँ
DRS
इनको।
Gaming. But yeah, got to be careful. Some teams know.
अल्फा ई स्पोर्ट भी बहुत अच्छा खेली, मुझे लग रहा था ये लोग चिकन डिनर निकालेंगे यहाँ पे। नोवा की स्टील #5 पे है वो लोग 94 पॉइंट्स के साथ, अभी थोड़ा सा ज्यादा हो चुका है, मतलब 20 पॉइंट्स आगे हो चुकी है भाई, मतलब 20 25 पॉइंट्स।
on the bottom page have slowly been eking their way forward in the rankings.
Yeah, with C2K, I mean,
S2G चाइनीज है,
they
ये
were
टर्की
able to
फ्लैग
pop off a
क्यों है?
little bit
क्योंकि वो लोग
yesterday
टर्की के
towards
हैं।
the end, right?
Sandesh here too.
Yeah, but I just don't. I don't see that it factor like we're able to see when you look at Nova, when you look at Alpha 7 and S2G.
ये जर्मनी वाले हैं ना, #2 पे जो टीम दो टीमें शायद जर्मनी की है।
And then you have Wolves. Hey, going all the way up to 9th place.
चाइना की
And
चार
Godlike
तीन चार टीम खेल रही
I was
है।
had a little bit I was going to do, but you know I'm not going to do any more because they had a decent performance. So I get to
4
see
एंग्री मैन
Godlike
चाइना की
Stalwart
है,
still
उल्ट
fight
ई
in
स्पोर्ट्स
them
चाइना
right now
की
with
है।
the very nice points of 69 run on their side. Thing is, I want to see the follow up. Okay, hey, you set that one up, 7. That's on you. That's not me.
Talking about Wolves right now, 9th place. I was so excited in that match because it looked like, first of all,
Greek
Vampire
Farm
really started
USA
off
की
strong,
team है
had
ना?
like 5 eliminations early in the game. They got taken down by Wolves in a very convincing fashion. And that is when I saw your eyes just light up, 7.
China
Because I
वाले
thought now is the
AZE
time
है,
for
हाँ
Wolves. We
भाई,
just talked about them as
AZE
well.
है।
So seeing them in 9th place. 81 points. They're just on the break points for the
Greek
first
Farm वाला
page. Is
USA
that something
का
where
team
you
है
see
ना?
them as well ending the day?
अरे
First
भोसड़ी
page
का
over
मोबाइल
Remy?
खड़ा हो जा।
I think that if they tighten up their splits a little bit, yes. Because we were very critical about that one. Like the split, I understand it. If
यहाँ पे भी मोबाइल होना चाहिए था, टैप टैप करके चेक करने के लिए। लेकिन मेरी किस्मत वैसा
makes sense. They got a lot of control in like phase 2 to phase 3. Instantly when they have
ये लास्ट मैच है गाइस, ठीक है, इसके बाद अपन लोग भी खेलेंगे। बेसिकली मैं खेलूंगा, अपन लोग क्या, और स्क्रीन में भी होगा लाइव स्ट्रीम, क्योंकि कल फिर से वाच पार्टी होने वाला है, ठीक है, कल का लास्ट डे है।
Remain as 4-man team.
I felt like it could have been cleaner. I felt like they were relying too much on the terrain.
अरे हिंदी कमेंट्री लगाओ ना, हिंदी कमेंट्री नहीं है क्योंकि हमारी इंडियन टीम नहीं खेल रही है इसमें, इस वजह से हिंदी कमेंट्री नहीं है। तो अभी आप लोगों को यही देखना पड़ेगा, इसी वजह से वॉल्यूम कम किया है और मैं ज्यादा बोल रहा हूँ, थोड़ा कमेंट्री मैं भी कर रहा हूँ वहाँ पे, ठीक है, तो देख लेना गाइस, ठीक है, यहाँ पे बंद भी कर देंगे नेक्स्ट लास्ट वाला मैच। मतलब उतना ज़्यादा मुझे टीम्स का नाम याद नहीं है ना, मतलब प्लेयर्स का नाम, तो इसी वजह से थोड़ा कमेंट्री में कम कर रहा हूँ, समझ रहे हो, लेकिन फिर भी चल रही है बीच बीच में। 2 नेपाली टीम है, अच्छा ऐसा क्या, खत्म हो गया गाइस, चलो अब अपन लोग खेलते हैं। अरे लास्ट मैच, ये लास्ट मैच था क्या मीरा मारोला? खत्म हो गया क्या? खत्म हो गया क्या? आई थिंक सो। चलो गाइस, खत्म हो गया। अभी आप लोग अपना गेम गेम खेलते हैं फिर। चलो रुक जाओ, मैं थोड़ा सा रेडी हो जाऊँ, पहले खोलता हूँ गेम। चलो फिर अब हम लोग टपाटप देते हैं और क्या। भाई ये लास्ट था क्या यार? क्या हुआ है भाई? इतना ज़्यादा मेमोरी मेरा खराब क्यों हो रहा है? होल्ड ऑन गर्ल्स, होल्ड ऑन, होल्ड ऑन। दूसरी आईडी लॉगिन कर रहा हूँ, वेट। ग्राफिक्स थोड़ा सा अपन लो करते, स्मूथ, एक्सट्रीम, कलरफुल, क्योंकि मैंने गेम डिलीट किया था इस वजह से। ब्राइटनेस 100% करते हैं और ये वाला यूज़ करेंगे अपन लोग, ठीक है। ओके करते हैं। बेसिक वाला तो ठीक है। एडवांस कंट्रोल, स्कोप वन डिस्प्ले, होल्ड, स्कोप सेटिंग। अरे डाउनलोड फ्रॉम क्लाउड कैसे होता है? अपलोड तो क्लाउड आ रहा है, हाउ टू डाउनलोड फ्रॉम क्लाउड? सेंसिटिविटी, कस्टमाइज, एडवांस वाला, सेंसिटिविटी यहाँ पे डाउनलोड करते हैं। अरे नहीं, क्लाउड मैनेजमेंट, डाउनलोड एंड अप्लाई। अरे ये सब में नहीं होता क्या भाई? क्या चूतिया गेम है भाई, छी भाई। अच्छा मैंने वहाँ पे डाला था, उस वाले में था। अकेले अकेले राज गुप्ता भाई, मैं उस आईडी से नहीं खेल रहा हूँ ब्रो। क्या क्या भाई मेरा, गाइस रुको, थोड़ा सा सेंसी वहाँ से कॉपी करने दो। ये भाई इतना ज़्यादा गुस्सा आता ना भाई, क्या बताओ भाई, छी भाई। रुक जाओ गाइस थोड़ा सा प्लीज़, आई एम सॉरी भाई। गाइस पता है ये गेम डिलीट करने ना, पता है सुबह में वीडियो वो वाला क्या बोलते हैं उसको एक्सपोर्ट किया पता है, और वो वाला वीडियो एक्सपोर्ट मतलब वो मेरे पास वो ज़्यादा इनफ वो बोलते हैं ना वो नहीं था। हेलो आवाज़ आ रही है भाई? तू मैच क्यों नहीं देख रहा था भाई? समझ में नहीं आया, देखा कर भाई। टैप टू मार्क ट्रांसपेरेंट डिसेबल स्लाइड इन sprint 71st person third person aim assist enable auto hit location 11 कर दो इसको, always on करते गायरोस्कोप इसको डिसेबल एम पिक्चर enable ठीक है। एडवांस कंट्रोल बेसिक कंट्रोल स्कोप मोड होल्ड कैमरा रोटेट वाले एरियास ऑफ करते हैं, फोकल लेंथ एडजस्टमेंट होल्ड पीक एंड फायर इनेबल और ये डिसेबल करते हैं। ग्राफिक्स अपना तो सेट कर ही लिए थे, इफेक्ट ये वाला रखते हैं अभी पीला वाला ठीक है। अल्ट्रा साउंड कस्टमाइज बटन 3 वाला है ये, अरे 3 वाला यूज़ कर रहे हैं बहन, 3 वाला यूज़ कर भाई। सेंसिटिविटी देख लेते हैं, ओ भाई कस्टमाइज पे आ जा भाई, ये वाला डिसेबल करते हैं अपन लोग। स्क्रीन 100 एडीएस डिसेबल और 150 ठीक है। पिकअप डिसेबल, क्रॉस एयर ब्लैक, रेड डॉट वाइट, हेलोग्राफ वाइट 2x 3x ये ठीक है। हैप्टिक एंड फीडबैक तो ये नहीं चाहिए, ये सब ठीक है, सब ठीक है। लेट्स गो। हेलो आवाज़ आ रही है? चलो गाइस खेलते हैं अपन लोग, अब थोड़ा टपा टप देते हैं। साउंड है कम है भाई, आ रही आवाज?
आ रही है। अरे वो मेरा माइक मैं कह रहा था किसी टीम ने 2 बार चिकन लिया क्या?
कौन है तू? कौन?
किसी भी टीम ने नोवा वगैरह।
कौन है तू? अपना इंट्रोडक्शन तो दो। मैं कौन? मैं क्या होता है?
मैं हूँ, तुम हो और बाकी सब पानी का मैं।
इंट्रोडक्शन तो दे भाई, मैं तुझे नहीं पहचानता सच्ची में। कौन है तू?
भाई बहुत अच्छी बात है। मैच स्टार्ट करोगे भाई? अननोन भाई मैं भी नहीं जानता आपको।
अब चलो
भाई आपके व्हाट्सएप का नंबर ये तो नहीं है ना?
कार्ड मार दी जाएगी तेरी अगर व्हाट्सएप का नंबर बोला कुछ तो। भाई पहचानता हूँ ना तुम्हें, व्हाट्सएप पे कहा जाता है। अरे 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 भाई क्या कर रहा है भाई तू? क्या कर रहा है भाई तू? ठीक भाई अपने भाई को संभाल भाई, बोल ऐसा नहीं करते।
3 बार
रुक जाओ साला, ये वाला व्हाट्सएप डिलीट ही करना पड़ेगा कमर्शियल।
अरे नहीं है वो गलत है,
गलत
तो नंबर याद नहीं है।
डिलीट ही करना पड़ेगा अभी तो भाई। लेकिन मजा है भाई S2G ने जो चिकन निकाला लास्ट में भाई।
मैं कहता ना खेलती है भाई, सेक्सी खेलती है S2G भाई।
टर्की वाले मस्त खेले।
2 बार किसने चिकन लिया? सिंगल चिकन लिया, 1-2 बार किसी ने रिपीट किया चिकन।
वो लोग बहुत ज्यादा चिकन। आज किसी भी टीम ने 2 बार चिकन नहीं लिया, सबने अलग अलग लिया। लेकिन वो क्या बोलते हैं,
हाईएस्ट पॉइंट कितने?
इनको की टीम S2G की टीम 119 पॉइंट।
ओ भाई साहब नोवा कितने पे? तीसरे पे चौथे पे?
पांचवे पे।
हो नोवा हगरी है।
नहीं नोवा
भाई खेलते
ठीक खेल रहे हैं
भाई, खेलते टीम है भाई, टीम है।
और भी बोल रहे हाँ भाई पाकिस्तान वाले।
पाकिस्तान जिंदाबाद। सॉरी
क्या किसमें?
क्या भाई
ऑल पे पाकिस्तान जिंदाबाद।
भाई पाकिस्तान जिंदाबाद भाई, ऑल पे भाई पाकिस्तान जिंदाबाद भाई।
भेज दो अपनी मम्मी को भी, ठीक है पाकिस्तान।
भाई उसके कुरान में मुठ मार।
ऐसे दुश्मनी नहीं फैलाते। इमरान खान के तो माँ की आँख नहीं कहते ऐसे।
मम्मी की जय।
अरे भाई इमरान खान पे कहाँ चला गया तू?
नहीं बहुत अच्छा आदमी है भाई वो, माशाअल्लाह इंशाअल्लाह।
भाई तेरे ऊपर भी ठरक निकाल देगा वो, समझ रहे तू?
भाई उससे तो मेरा पीए दीपक कलाली बात करेगा, मैं नहीं बात करने वाला उससे।
हाँ दीपक कलाली
या उर्फी जावेद को ले दे के मामला रफा दफा करेंगे। जो कहाँ उतार रहा है?
कितनी सारी टीम है भाई, ये सारे वो देख के आए भाई। इनको अंडर एस्टिमेट मत कर, गाड़ मार देंगे ये लोग, समझ रहे हैं? अभी वो लोग मैच देख के आए होंगे।
अभी एक आधों के अंदर से पैरा भाई घुस रहा होगा, एक आधों के अंदर ऑर्डर।
तेरे अंदर भी कोई घुस जाता, तू क्यों इतना?
भाई पता नहीं क्या हो रहा है।
स्ट्रीम में कोई नहीं है, स्ट्रीम बंद कर दिए क्या?
नहीं स्ट्रीम ऑन है। स्ट्रीम
कट क्यों जा रहा है बार बार? ये
कट जा रहा होगा, चूतिया स्ट्रीम है। अब उस टाइम तो जब एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे थे तब तो नहीं कटा लौड़ा, अभी क्यों कट रहा है बार बार?
जब हम गेम खेलते तब आपका कट जाता है यार, क्या है या फिर ये गेम खेलना इसका वजह से हो रहा है। बहुत गंदा लैग कर सब। 1 HP वाला।
अरे शिवा इसको भरते आजा। घुस अंदर ही है। रुक जा मत जाना, वेट होल्ड कर। अरे शिवा इसको भरते आजा।
अरे बंदा आइए जरा,
आवाज ऑफ करना।
Marked a location.
आवाज ऑफ करें।
अपना नहीं मतलब वो गेम वाला
टैब वाला ना, ए सॉरी स्ट्रीम वाला। बंदा आ गया, दो जना आया।
मैं थोड़ा हील कर रहा हूँ, ठीक है? क्विक स्कोप कहाँ पे होता है यार? सेटिंग करना मुझे क्विक स्कोप।
स्कोप वाला सेटिंग में होता है, स्कोप वाला सेटिंग खोलिए खुद दिख जाएगा वहाँ पे।
मिल गया। चलो आओ इनको भरते हैं फिर। नीड कर रहा हूँ थोड़ा कवर। अरे जा, एक और प्लेयर चला गया।
यहाँ पे एक नॉक है। हेलो यहाँ पे।
Attack the mark.
नाइस नंबर 4। भाई
मैं कह रही है ये कौन सी भाषा बोल रहा है ये?
मेरा फिर एक नॉक।
Attack the mark.
जा मैं कवर फायर दे रहा हूँ भाई।
चल ठीक है, एनटीआर आ गया। सामने वाला में दो नॉक है।
Watch out.
अरे ये आउट ऑफ क्वेश्चन। नॉक होगा ये, बच गया एक।
रुक जा राज, रुक जा। हेल्थ किट दो। नहीं यहाँ है बे, आराम से। आगे
अरे साला निकलते ही लेट गया मादरचोद।
हेल्थ किट गिराना जरा, ऊपर वालों को लेना पड़ेगा।
गिर गया
ऊपर वाला एक एचपी है, ठीक है। अभी भी कट रही है क्या स्ट्रीम?
नहीं अभी अच्छा आवाज आ रहा है। फिर कट गया
पेल दिया सबके पेल दिया।
इसके ऊपर चलना है क्या? सेटिंग लगाइए।
हाँ
चलो
आ जाओ।
तो भाई क्यों कट रहा भाई?
ले यार। अरे साला
ये लेटा इसे मार
कहाँ है? और है
नेट खींच रहा मार।
अबे तोड़ी बहन की।
जॉर्ड अंदर चल, अंदर आ। बस पकड़।
नेट टाइम पे फटा यार।
गुड भाई। रॉकी क्या कर रहा है?
अरे उस हेडफोन ने लगा रखा ना। बंद है
भाई।
अरे यार
अच्छी एक गोली मारा बहन का लड़ना।
चलो फिर ऊपर चलते अब।
ऊपर चलते हैं। हाँ कूद जा तू, वहीं कूद जा।
गाड़ी रोकना पड़ेगा।
अपन सब वहीं आएंगे।
वहाँ पे गाड़ी नहीं थी, मैं आगे जा रहा हूँ चर्च के साइड, मतलब ये रूइंस के साइड। अरे ऊपर मत उतर जाना रे घुस। हाँ वो टावर के ऊपर उतर जाएगा तो
भाई भी रिला
लौड़े लग जाएंगे।
क्या
डर ही लगता भाई। भाई वो प्लेयर क्या स्ट्रेटेजी लगाया ना चूतिया साला, आते ही लेट गया, पता है आते ही लेट गया भाई
से मार दिया उसे, उसकी स्ट्रेटेजी से मार दिया बंदे ने। उसकी स्ट्रेटेजी से मार दिया बंदे ने, वही घुमा के उसे पटक दिया साले को।
मैं एक्सपेक्ट नहीं कर रहा था कि लेट जाएगा साला। आया सामने लेट गया। तो अगर लेवल 1 का हेलमेट और वेस्ट नहीं होता ना तो उसकी माँ चोद देते वहीं पे खड़े।
हाँ तो लेवल 1 का हेलमेट वेस्ट है कोई।
लेटवाते हम उसको।
ही तो बनाया नहीं है, थोड़ा सा भी तो है।
लौड़ा है ये, कुछ नहीं है ये। 2 मिनट में गिर जाता है। 2 गोली में, मतलब माफ करना।
अरे नहीं अरे वो वैसे थोड़ी है, वो तो बस दिखा दिया ना कि
दिखा दिया
हमने, देख लो।
एकेएम का एक गोली लगती है इसकी गार्ड फट जाता है, टूट के गिर जाता है ये। एकेएम का एक गोली टच किया इससे
दर्जी भी मना कर देगा भैया हमसे ना चला जा रहा है।
हाँ वैसा सीन होता है।
गाड़ी ढूंढो बे।
आज स्क्रीन पे भीड़ नहीं है क्यों?
क्योंकि वाच पार्टी चल रही है भाई, और सब लोग सोच रहे हैं कि हम लोग वाच पार्टी कर रहे हैं। अब धीरे धीरे सबको पता चलेगा कि गेम प्ले स्टार्ट हो जाएगा तो आएंगे सब लोग। अरे इंग्लिश कमेंटेटरी है ना, इंग्लिश वालों ने मैच मतलब भोसड़ी वाले, समझ रहे हो?
हम मोबाइल में वो पाकिस्तानी वाला देख रहा था और
अरे उन लोगों का हिंदी, पाकिस्तानी का हिंदी तुम समझ गए? चलो वो लोग पता नहीं कौन सा इंग्लिश बोलते हैं, मतलब हिंदी
सब मिला के बोल रहा है। गलत कमेंटेटिव भी करता है।
अरे भाई बोल रहा है S2G की टीम शुरू में ही इलिमिनेट हो जाती है, अभी जिंदा कैसे? अरे भोसड़ी वाला S2G को
सुन लिया, मारेंगे
भाई। ट्रोल करने में उन लोगों को मजा आता है, पता नहीं क्या करते भाई। मतलब वही तो, उन लोगों को खुद नहीं पता होता वो क्या बोल रहे, मतलब कुछ भी कमेंट्रेटरी के नाम पे हग रहे हैं वो लोग। अरे नहीं यार ऊपर थोड़ा
बगी है। अबे नंबर 2 नशे में है भाई, क्या बात है
नहीं बैठ गया यार।
वो पाकिस्तानी कमेंट्री देखा है ना, इसी वजह से नशे में वो अभी शौक में।
बाल लिया
S2G का बारे में, अरे S2G का वाला खतरनाक बुलाया।
अरे वही तो मैं सोचा भाई S2G शुरू में एलिमिनेट हो जाती, भाई इतने पॉइंट्स है इनके, कैसे बोल रहा भाई शुरू में एलिमिनेट हो जाती है, मतलब 3 वर्ष हो
कैसे खेल
कोई टीम खेल रही है क्या?
है?
पाकिस्तान की कोई टीम खेल रही है क्या?
क्या पता, नहीं खेल रही है सर, पाकिस्तान वाले ने क्वालिफाई नहीं किए थे वो लोग।
वही तो मैं कह रहा हूँ, तो क्वालिफाई नहीं।
पाकिस्तान का टीम है क्या?
हाँ है ना, उनकी भी टीम है, अच्छा खेलती है।
एक प्लेयर का नाम बहुत अच्छा है भाई, मतलब वो अच्छा नाम है उसका गेम में। क्या नाम है भाई उसका? नाम याद नहीं आ रहा मुझे।
किसी चीज का स्किन
जोनाथन को लेने से मजा आता है।
अभी मारने के बाद फिर होगा रुतबा।
अभी गेम आएगा ना तब मजा आएगा भाई, बस 15 तारीख से पहले गेम आ जाए। अरे यही पे चल भाई, कहाँ जा रहे हैं?
एनटीएल बोल रहा है, वो तो बोल रहा है कि कल ही आ रहा है गेम।
कौन है एनटीएल?
अबे वही एनटीएल
बस कल कैसे आ रहे हैं?
हाँ कल आ रहा है, हाँ कल ही आ रहा है।
बुद्धि मतलब दिमाग नीचे सटक गया का घुटने में।
अभी आएगा तो भाई वो सब होगा, क्या बोलते हैं,
उल्टा लटको
भाई ये पाकिस्तानी का मतलब वो देख के ना, कमेंट्री देख के मुझे लग रहा भाई असर हो गया इसके ऊपर, इसी वजह से मैं थोड़ा सा देखा और वही हटा दिया। तो STG को बोल रहे कि शुरू में ही एलिमिनेट हो जाती है।
मारेंगे और
खेल कैसे रहा है?
नहीं वो ऐसे नहीं बोल रहे थे, मतलब एलिमिनेट नहीं, मतलब वो बोला ना ऐसे S2G की टीम ना बहुत शुरू में ही एलिमिनेट हो जाती है, अभी कैसे खेल रहे ये लोग और फाइनली।
हाँ ऐसे कैसे खेलने भाई, बंदे मार रहा है तू है?
बंदा बाड़े यहाँ
चलो मेरी बेबी को बचाओ, पुलिस को बुलाओ।
अरे भाई चाय पानी नाश्ता हो गया आपका?
हाँ हो गया,
ओ भाई क्या नेट था। अरे उठा रहा है, आओ जल्दी आओ, ऊपर लेके गया,
कहाँ मार करो,
ऊपर लेके गया, पूरा डाल दिया। एक HP है वो,
बहन के
ओ एक HP है
भाई।
रुको मैं जा रहा हूँ डाउनलोड करने, मेरा वो पैक डाउनलोड नहीं है, रुको थोड़ा सा डाउनलोड करते हैं अपन लोग। कुछ गन्स का स्किन डाउनलोड नहीं है, वो कर लेते हैं जब तक वो लोग खेल रहे हैं। चुत क्या हो रहा है भाई, कितना टाइम का 100 Mbps वाला नेट है, लौड़ा चल रहा है नेट 100 Mbps के नाम पे चुत गाली आता है, इसी वजह से मुझे डाउनलोड करने में गांड फट रहा है। एक गन की स्किन, ये वाला M4 की स्किन तो सबके पास है, छोड़ो ये वाला नहीं करेंगे। अरे कौन लगाई थी? ये लगाई थी, हाँ ये ऑक M7 QBZ M7 की स्किन। गाइस आप लोगों ने डिनर कर लिया क्या? यहाँ पे इतना बढ़िया M24 का स्किन है, पता नहीं कौन सा M24 का स्किन लगा के घूम रहा था ये। AWM का तो लगा ही हुआ है। SMG का थोड़ा देखते हैं क्या सीन है। उसी का स्किन डाउनलोड हो गया, इसका डाउनलोड है, इसका नहीं डाउनलोड है, इसका भी डाउनलोड हो गया, इसका भी डाउनलोड हो गया। QBZ का स्किन अच्छा है इसके पास। DMR गाड़ियों का स्किन भी नहीं डाउनलोड है, पता है। गेम ही डिलीट कर दिया था मैं, गुस्से में नहीं, मतलब ऐसे ही हो गया था क्योंकि मुझे एक्सपोर्ट करना था वीडियो जो कल आने वाला है वो वाला वीडियो, इसके वजह से। DMR SMG शॉटगन तो चलाता हूँ नहीं, बट डाउनलोडेड है ये सब। शॉटगन की स्किन कैसे डाउनलोड करके रखे हैं, लॉन्ग मशीन गन इसके भी डाउनलोडेड हैं सब। DP का तो पहले ही डाउनलोड था। ये DP का स्किन मस्त है ना, ये वाला कैसा है, नहीं ये वाला सही नहीं, ये सही है। AM7 का तो है नहीं इसके पास, पेन वेन सब का स्किन तो डाउनलोडेड है। हाँ व्हीकल का स्किन डाउनलोड कर लेते हैं। ये वाला गाड़ी का स्किन मेरे पास बहुत अच्छा है, पता है। ये ऊड वाला भी सही लगता है, ऊड वाला, लेकिन इसमें दिखाई बहुत कम देता है। नहीं यही वाला सही है, डासिया सडन। बोट, चलो गाइस अब थोड़ा कौन सा पैरासूट अच्छा है, ये वाला भी अच्छा नहीं। सीजन 2 का नहीं है क्या, सीजन 12 वाला, सीजन 2 वाला पैरासूट नहीं है क्या इसके पास? ये वाला मस्त है। कब आ रहे हैं ये लोग? गेम खेलता हूँ। तू वाके देख मेरा तेरी बातों में TDM खेल आए भाई, ऐसे धमकी देते ये लोग। TDM खेल आए, खेल रहा हूँ भाई, TDM ही खेल रहा हूँ।
This is a simulation game set in a virtual world and does not represent real life. Please play in moderation, take frequent breaks, and play responsibly.
Team match, let's go.
Blue team has scored for the first time! Nice shot! Cover me! Clear! Reloading! No mercy! Killing spree for the blue team! No mercy!
अरे यार
Killed! Reloading! Dead! Cover me! Watch out! Killing spree for the blue team! Enemy down! The blue team is in the lead. Dad, cover me!
भाई हाथ जम नहीं है भाई, खेला नहीं जा रहा है।
Reloading! Clear! I got supplies.
गोरोजा वालों को हेड भी मारो तो फिर पता नहीं है, फर्क नहीं पड़ता, तुम हेड मारो चाहे कुछ भी मारो, गोरोजा है वो मार ही देगा।
Cover me! Enemy down! Dead! No mercy! Expired! Reloading!
Great! You're about to win!
The blue team is about to win! Down! Nice shot! Killing
team
spree for the
victory.
blue team!
Let's go. भाई कितना ज़्यादा ठंड है यार, हाथ कांप रहे
This is a simulation game set in a virtual world and does not represent real life. Please play in moderation, take frequent breaks, and play responsibly.
फ्रेंड रिक्वेस्ट भेज दिए राज भाई, ये मेरा नहीं है आईडी, इसमें फ्रेंड रिक्वेस्ट ले लूँ क्या? ये रिस्क की आईडी है। ये क्या बना रहा भाई तू? स्कूल जाने का रास्ता रोटेशन। थोड़ा ये कौन सा रोटेशन बना दिया? और 2 प्लेयर में काहे का रोटेशन है भाई? क्या बनाया? रोटेशन बनाया क्या तूने? 2 प्लेयर्स में कौन सा रोटेशन है?
हेलो बेब्स।
शिवा को भेज रहे थे, वो नहीं लिया। अच्छा नहीं लिया क्या?
अरे वो मैं कॉल पे था भाई, फोन कान में लगा रखा था भाई। अगर पापा के साथ बकवास भारी पड़ता है। ये भी चलो कॉपी।
हमारे घर में एक प्लेयर है। चल 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 चल। चल ऊपर ही आ गया।
उसे तो मैं खदेड़ रहा था।
भाई ऊपर ही आ गया ये तो। भाई
यहाँ ही बंदा है, उसे पेल देना आराम से, वो निकलेगा।
चलो चलो उसको पेल देते पास पे जाके। अरे लोड़ा ये UMP45 का क्या 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 टट्टी है यार इसका। वो क्या बोलते हैं? आयरन साइड डैमेज नहीं। चलो मैं जा रहा हूँ इन पे पोस्ट करने।
अच्छा
उनका बेबी फाइट हो चुका है। चल चल आजा बेबी।
ना तो चलो।
मैं ऊपर से जाऊंगा। रुक थोड़ा हील कर लो। पीछे वाला बॉट मार ले, तेरा 1 किल बढ़ जाएगा।
हाँ मैं बोट मनी मारता, तुम्हारा मतलब
नहीं मारेगा तू।
नहीं मारता
लौड़ा क्यों प्रतिष्ठा में प्राण गंवा रहा है? मार ले भाई, 1 किल हो जाएगा।
हाँ प्रतिष्ठा में प्राण चले जाए मंजूर है, लेकिन प्रतिष्ठा ना जाए।
ठीक, गाड़ फटे तो फटे, नवा भी ना हटे।
ना घटे। नहीं अरे ये नहीं होता बे। ये थोड़ी होता है प्राण जाए लेकिन वचन ना जाए। भाई क्या इंसान है रे तू। चल स्टैंडर्ड बात बोल ना।
नहीं प्राण जाए नहीं, वो यहाँ पे वो प्राण नहीं जा रहा तेरा, प्रतिष्ठा में प्राण गंवा रहा है तू। चल आजा इनको चोद। अरे भाई क्या 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 गेम आ रहा है तू नीचे से इन पे।
मैं तो
3-4 है मुझे लग रहे हैं।
3 2
पकड़ ले ऊपर। अरे चूतिया। चल चल ऊपर चल, बहुत हो गई। अरे नहीं हट जा। ओ माँ की चूत इनकी। भाई क्या कैमर है ये लोग। ओए वाह अरे भाई वाह वाह क्या कैंपर लोग हैं। हेलो नाजीम खान भाई, कैसे हो आप? स्वागत है आपका स्ट्रीम में मेरे भाई। और मेरे भाई क्या हाल है? बहुत बढ़िया भाई। भाई क्या कैंपर लोग थे भाई, सेक्सी कैंपिंग। और
मुझे लगा 1-2 होंगे, 2 से ज्यादा थोड़ी होंगे। 2 फुट दे रहे हैं।
4 थे भाई सीढ़ियों पे।
जोकर तो मेरे पीछे है, मैं नॉक नहीं हुआ, जोकर कैसे नॉक हो गया?
तो पहले तो ऊपर वाला मुझे पता नहीं था कि वो गांजा फूक के खड़ा था वहां पे। क्या अंदर वाले ने मुझे डैमेज दिया बहुत सारा, और ऊपर वाले चूतिया अभी भी देख रहा है। मैं थोड़ा 2-3 सेकंड रुका, मुझे सोचने का
वो दोनों बाद में कूद के आए। कहीं पता नहीं क्या लेके आया।
कूद जा वहीं पे कूद जा।
बग्गी है यहाँ, मतलब बंदे।
चल ऊपर ही तो जाना है यहाँ से। अरे यहाँ पे आ, मेरे पास आ। अरे तेरे पास गाड़ी जा रही है रे, गाड़ी जा रही है, तू आराम से रहे अंदर ही, ऊपर जाने की ट्राई करियो। लौड़ा फाइट ले रहा है तू उनसे, थोड़ी सी तो गोली होती है। चूतिया है क्या तू, क्यों फाइट लिया? कवर में रहे मैं।
अरे भाई ये मेरे पे घुस रहा है भाई, बिल्कुल
अकेले था,
अकेला था।
गाड़ी लेके आओ, गाड़ी लेके आओ मेरे पास आना, यहाँ से आओ।
भाई वो मेरे को घुमा के मारने की कोशिश कर रहा है गाड़ी।
ये चूतिया को समझ में नहीं आता, ऊपर से उजी लेके आते हैं लौड़ा।
उसे लगा उसके बाप का बजट ज्यादा है तो इसलिए उजी लेकर नहीं देंगे उसे।
कैंपिंग और व्हाट, अभी कैंपरों की मार्च होते हैं ना भाई। अभी रुक जाओ, वो तो थोड़ा हम लोग
ये कैंपिंग करने के लिए
वो थोड़ा सा हम लोग एग्रेसिव हो गए थे। ऊपर कूदा, मैं ऊपर से जाता ना तो 2 बंदों को वहाँ पे भरता, और नीचे से जाता तो ये पेल लेता।
वो दोनों तो गए थे भाई, वो दोनों बंदे थोड़ी थे।
नागिन का माँ का भोसड़ा।
भाई तू मास्क कब उतार रहा है?
ये नागिन से मुझे अलग ही चीड़ है भाई। देखो फुस अरे इनका मार इनको पहले भाई, तो कोई मरे से ना मरे, पहले नागिन मरनी चाहिए। M7 ढूंढ भाई, M7। ऊपर मत जाना, हमें जरूरत नहीं है उनको ऑन करने की। आगे वो आएंगे तो अलग ही दिमाग खराब करेंगे। चलो आगे। टॉमी SMG नहीं तो पता है, और ये मुझे विश्वास नहीं हो रहा है, पता है कोई भी प्लेयर M7 या AKM नहीं चला रहा है, या तो M4 और मिनी, M4 मिनी या M4 ये जो तू तेरे पास गन है UMP, बस यही दो
चलती है,
यही दो गन
क्लोज में UMP नॉन चोक गन है। अगर तूने मास्टरी कर ली, नॉन चोक गन है भाई, और मैं जब ट्रैक करूंगा तो यही चलाऊंगा UMP और M4, और
मैं तो मिनी और M4
मास्टरी करो भाई उसकी।
चल अभी क्लासिक में भले UMP 45 चला रहा हूँ, थोड़ा एग्रेसिव बंदों को चोदने के लिए।
भाई सेक्सी चलती है भाई UMP, मतलब पता है इसका हिप फायर वो थोड़ा रहता है, फैलता नहीं है,
एकदम स्टेबल रहता है। टन हेड में मारोगे ना, 3 गोलियां लग जाएंगी हेड पे,
और बंदा और डैमेज कम है, AKM से भी बहुत कम है और उससे भी बहुत कम। 6 पड़ा इधर, ये बैरल पड़ी और 6 पड़ा है।
ला फिर तो भसड़, फिर तो फटने वाली है
भाई। बैरल चलाई आज मैंने 2 बार भाई, खत्म गन है।
अरे कल वाला भाई क्लिप का याद आ गया, चलो ठीक है कल की क्लिप। अरे तुमने देखे क्या, जब सेवियर आया था किले, और जब लास्ट में हम 3-4 गोली पे नॉक हुए सारे के सारे, टन हेड ही मार रहा था मैं उनको, टन
छनक गए।
सेवियर शॉक में चला गया था, ये कैसे हुआ? अरे ऑन नहीं किया क्या? यहाँ पे कोई आएगा नहीं मुझे लग रहा है। चलो जंप करते हैं अभी नीचे आप लोग।
इंशाल्लाह मकसद याद रखना है भाईजान।
हाँ एकदम।
वो बोलता है इंशाल्लाह भाईजान मकसद याद रखना है। वो बोलते हाँ भाईजान, दोस्त उसमें बोल तो दिया लेकिन मकसद कौन सा ये भूल गया।
जम बेबी जम, बहुत दूर लेके जा रहा है हमें। गाड़ी है क्या रिकॉल पे? बग्गी दिखी मुझे
रिकॉल पे, गाड़ी है उसे उठाओ। क्या इसकी गाड़ी किधर चलना अपने को?
फिलहाल एक प्लेयर को स्पॉट कर लिया हूं मैं। अरे नहीं मैं मरने वाला हूँ, 4 प्लेयर है। मेरे ऊपर। ओ भाई, बट इनके पास गन अच्छी नहीं है। बच गया बहन। कवर फायर दियो जरा उधर से।
मैं तेरे पे आ रहा हूँ।
एक प्लेयर उतर गया। एक ही था सर।
ये इन्हें मार।
ये यहाँ पे है, ठीक है।
Marked a location.
डाउन कर एक प्लेयर को पुश कर। बढ़िया, मैं जा रहा हूँ। कवर फायर दियो। तेरे साइड से ही जा रहा हूँ। सेक पे रुकूंगा। सेक के अंदर ही ये सूती है। ये तो भाग रहा है गाड़ी की तरफ। आई थिंक तो अच्छा सर, डाउन है, डाउन है। आजा आजा आजा। डाउन
गया गया रे। आराम से अब अंदर हो जा तू।
ऊपर चले गया, ऊपर चले गया। अभी है मेरे पास एचपी। बढ़िया,
आजा
चलो दोनों चलते हैं। आगे से जाओ, मैं पीछे जाता हूँ। तू आगे से पुश कर। एक ही था क्या ये यहाँ पे? आई थिंक सो। चलता हूँ भाई। खाना कहाँ पे? जाओ
पीछे हमने मार के व्हाइट हाउस।
जाओ, मेरे साइड ही रहना, मेरे एंगल में ही रहना। मेरे एंगल में आओ, मेरे एंगल में आओ, मेरे एंगल में आओ।
हेलो रे।
अरे
नहीं 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 थी भाई।
अरे रिलोड हो जा। अरे तेरी माँ का भरोसा भाई। छी भाई,
ये टीम कहाँ से आए भाई? बग्गी है गंदी गाड़ी पे, कुछ कहने का नहीं उसको।
तुमको बोला था मेरी तरफ रुक ले, तो उधर जाके
मैं
क्यों
ब्रेक मार रहा था।
रुका?
मैं जैसे सड़क से उतरा मैं ब्रेक मार रहा हूँ भाई। उड़ रही है वो गाड़ी।
यही पे रुकना था, घर पे। चल फिर भी अच्छा चले, गुड गेम, कोई बात। मेरे साइड रुका था भाई। मैंने बहुत ट्राई किया मारने का, पता है। थोड़ा सा एक कवर होता ना, इन तीनों को मार देता मैं, पता है। तीनों को मार देता। एक कवर होता तो सिर्फ, पता है तुझे, वहां पे थोड़ा सा कवर होता ना तो इन तीनों को मारता
मैं गाड़ी नीचे उतरा जाता। क्या बग्गी है? बग्गी है भाई।
ठंड की तरह लग रहा है यार। मुझे लग रहा है कि वो कंबल डाल के आऊं क्या? अभी कंबल वम्बल रखो क्या गाइस? कितना ज्यादा ठंड लग रहा भाई। 10 ही बजे, मतलब इतना ज्यादा ठंड भाई। मुझे लग रहा है कश्मीर में हूँ मैं फिलहाल तो।
This is a simulation game set in a
गाइस इस
virtual
मैच के बाद ना मैं थोड़ा
world and
अंदर
does not
कपड़े पहनने
represent
जाऊंगा
real
और
life.
ज्यादा, ठीक है?
Please play in moderation.
भाई मुझे
Take
सच्ची में
frequent
ठंड लग रही है। मैंने
breaks
इनर
and
लगा
play
के नहीं रखा है,
responsibly.
पता है। पीछे के साइड से मुझे, अरे बहनचोद नंगा को देख रही है। सारे नंगे क्यों है? रिसोर्स बाइक का माँ का भरोसा।
अबे काम करना है, जैम बैठ के खेला करो और क्या। सिंपल।
अरे हाँ, मतलब पैर पे रुको, पैर पे डालता हूँ। वेट अभी।
हाँ
गाइस कल ना चौकी यहाँ पे लगाएंगे, ठीक है? चौकी ऊपर बैठ के खेलूंगा।
चौकी लगाओ क्या? चौकी टेबल है ना?
उतर।
अरे उतार दो, आ जाओगे टाइम पर। बहुत दूर है।
अच्छा बहुत दूर। चलो पैर पे तो डाल दिया। अब अंदर पहनूंगा नेक्स्ट मैच में। बहुत ठंड है भाई। पता है अब अगर मैं लड़की होता ना तो ठंड इतना नहीं लगता, पता है, ऑटोमेटिक। साला
अबे चुप रहे।
सच्ची में भाई, वहाँ पे देख रहा है तू, कोई भी लड़की ने लगा के नहीं रखा था पैर में तो उन लोगों को ठंड ही नहीं लगता क्या भाई? इंडोनेशिया में इतना ज्यादा ठंड है भाई। ये लोग तो सिर्फ,
अरे मैं क्या कर रहा हूँ सुन, चौकी में टेबल में क्या कौन सा ज्यादा ऊंचा है? चौकी ज्यादा ऊंची, टेबल ज्यादा ऊंची?
दोनों बराबर है। चौकी अब लाऊंगा पास में, यहाँ पे लाऊंगा अब स्ट्रीम करते हो तो उसी के ऊपर बैठ कर रखो। आराम से। अब गाइस थोड़ा रात में ना ज़्यादा गेम खेलेंगे। अभी मैं सोच रहा हूँ कि थोड़ा और एक्स्ट्रा ज़्यादा टाइम दूँ गेम को। भाई मेरा फैसिनेशन समझ रहे हो, मैं कुछ ज़्यादा ही ये मैच देख के वो हो रहा हूँ, एक्साइटेड भाई। अब इंडिया के लिए प्रेजेंट करना चाहता हूँ मैं। करो था
पीछे पड़ा, पीछे पड़ा। साला 30 एमओ उठा लिया।
ले लो ना कैसे? अच्छा ले लो। टावर वालों से बच के भाई, किसी से बचना मत, बचना मत बचना, टावर वालों से बचना। टावर वाले चले क्या इन पे? 4 ही है बट नहीं। पीक एंड ओपन स्कोप थोड़ा ऑन करके आता हूँ। पीक वाला कहाँ पे होता है? चल लेफ्ट वाले पे चले कि राइट वाले पे? लेफ्ट वाले पे चलते। हाँ मतलब वही राइट वाले पे जा, कवर कर। नाइस। अरे 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 कवर में
कुछ अंदर। बहुत सड़ी के आराम से
रुक जाता थोड़ी देर,
उत्साहित हो गया।
टांग अब नहीं टांगेगा माधुर चोट। जब 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 जरूरत होता तब टांगता नहीं है लौड़ा ये। जब रिवाइव देने का टाइम आएगा ना तब टांग के घुमाएगा।
उल्टी चूतिया आता है इसका।
बेसिकली उसका गलती नहीं है, मैं ही चूतिया हूँ पता है। टांगे वाला बटन अलग कर दिया हूँ ना। मैं सोच रहा हूँ उठा क्यों दे रहा है ये। भाई काश ये दिमाग से कनेक्टेड होता तो मजा आता, पता है। अरे 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 बेटे रुक जा बेटे। अरे एक जंप किया। हीलिंग है क्या तुम्हारे पास? मेरे पास हीलिंग नहीं है। नीचे वाले प्लेयर्स लूटे नहीं मैंने।
बैंडेजेस हैं।
लो ड्रॉप करो। इसको देखो जरा कहाँ पे है। थैंक यू बेबी। बस 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 एमो तो नहीं चाहिए, एमो नहीं चाहिए।
उठा ले जल्दी से, चलते हैं।
पीछे से टीम आ रही है, पीछे से भी टीम आ रही है। होल्ड कर थोड़ा, चारों को 4 प्लेयर आ रहे हैं। वहाँ पे होल्ड करियो जरा। हाँ वहीं पे होल्ड कर, वहीं पे होल्ड कर। ये वाला बॉक्स होल्ड कर। आने दे इनको पास में। और नहीं आएंगे तो नीचे चलेंगे, क्योंकि ऊपर वाला भी प्लेयर है ना एक, इस वजह से नीचे भी नहीं जा सकते। तो होल्ड करते फिलहाल। कहाँ कैसे होल्ड कर रहा था? हील कर।
जल्दी ऊपर।
अरे नहीं, नीड किसने की? टावर वाले बहन के लोड़े। अरे
आजा।
अरे टावर वाले कहाँ जा रहे थे? रुक जा भाई सूतिया, हम लोग मेहनत कर रहे हैं, टावर वालों की किल लेने जा रहे हो। लौड़े, समझ में नहीं आता क्या? हेलो स्लेयर भाई, कैसे हो ब्रो? स्वागत है आपका स्ट्रीम में मेरे भाई। हिल कर 4 प्लेयर है। सही जगह पे बैठना, ठीक है? रुक जा मत फूट दे। की आवाज सुनाई दे रहा है। नाइस नॉक बेबी। गाड़ी आई, दूसरी टीम आई।
Marked a location. Watch out.
चलो स्कूल से चलते हैं ऊपर। गाइस आप लोगों ने डिनर कर लिया क्या? 10:30 बजे IDP एंड स्लॉट लिस्ट 10:40 PM स्टार्ट। ओके ठीक है, कास्ट कर दूंगा मैं। ओके कितना दूर है अभी? तू उतर गया क्या तू प्लेन से?
मैं उतर गया। मेरा
अरे भाई तू पागल है क्या भाई? गाड़ी लेके आओ जल्दी। मैं कहाँ पर रहूँ पता है तुझे? इतना ज़्यादा पीठ में मुझे ठंडा लग रहा है ना, क्या बताऊँ भाई मैं। बोला था यहाँ पे आ सा तू ने तो बम गिरने वाला।
प्लेन पात नहीं था।
मैंने देखा था तुम्हारा प्लेन पात था। झूठ थे। मेरा गाइड सही हुआ कि एक पास नहीं। अरे एक और ना गिर जाए तेरे पे। आजा आजा रे। अरे नहीं जाएगा ऊपर, क्या कर रहा है? आजा। फक द रेड जोन भाई। क्यों? इसी वजह से कॉम्पिटिटिव से बाहर निकाला गया था रेड जोन को, पता है? इसी वजह से। छी भाई अरे रुक जा। कितना दूर है प्लेन पर? देख तो।
This is a simulation game set in a virtual world and does not represent real life. Please play in moderation, take frequent breaks, and play responsibly.
अब कुछ अच्छा फील कर रहा हूँ पता है।
राइट
साइड लो, राइट साइड लो।
राइट में बंदे हैं
लो ना।
Marked a location.
अरे मेरा मोमेंट भी अरे नहीं।
Watch out.
आओ यहाँ पे रिवाइव। अरे क्या कर रहे हो? अरे निशान क्यों नहीं आ रहा? रुक जा मैं। कहाँ गया
Marked a
यार?
location.
हट यहाँ से।
Watch out. Marked a location.
आने दो ऊपर इसको। हटो उधर, ऊपर जाओ तुम। तुझे खा गए क्या ये लोग? क्या ये लोग हैं ना ये। यहीं पे आना, रुक जाओ, खत्म करने दो मुझे थोड़ा और
मेरे को रिकॉल करना।
अच्छा रिकॉल कर। इधर वाला बॉट मारा गया। ये कब से क्या मार रहा है, किसको मार रहा है? मेरी मूवमेंट ग्लीच हो रही है पता है। डीवीएस लेके बैठा था। गाड़ी है क्या ये पास वाला? कहाँ गाड़ी है? ओपन में जा रहा हूँ। वो कहाँ पे है? सेवियर
I'm recalling a teammate. Thanks.
उठाओ बन पीछे एक बॉट मारे घर के अंदर नहीं है बाहर यहाँ पे
Marked a location.
तब तक मैं चर्च पे जाता हूँ वहाँ से कवर कर दूंगा अरे उठा ले वो पेटी लूट ले भाई मैं लूटा नहीं हूँ क्यों नहीं लूट रहा इसको
Marked an enemy's death crate.
गोलियां ले लेना मेरे से अगर चाहिए किसी चीज की तो किस चीज की चाहिए मेरा गायरोस्कोप हिल रहा पता मैं कांप रहा हूँ ठंड के बारे बड़ी दिक्कत है गायरोस्कोप वाले प्लेयर्स को पता है गाड़ी आई दासिया स्क्वाड हाउस पे स्क्वाड हाउस पे डाउन किया छो 3 प्लेयर राइट वाले को भरते हैं
Watch out!
छोड़ो छोड़ो इग्नोर करो
छोड़ बेकार
ग्लाइडर को चोद क्या टूटता हुआ यहाँ पे पूछ करेंगे
Marked a location.
5 के
5 की गोलियां नहीं है मेरे पे एक प्लेयर डाउन है वहाँ पे मम्मी रेड जोन मैं नहीं जा रहा आगे हीलिंग चाहिए क्या तुम्हें
नहीं
दूसरा वाले ने मार दिया उधर से
Marked a location.
मैं बढ़ता हूँ आराम से आना ठीक है स्मोक अगर होगा तो करके कोई बात नहीं मेरे पास एक्स्ट्रा रिकॉल है जा रहा है तेरे पे, मारना पड़ेगा तुझे। पास में एक यहाँ पे बैठा हुआ है, ठीक है? जा रहा है तेरे पे, इसको मार दे आराम से भाई। रिकॉल वाला उठाया नहीं था क्या मैंने? भाई अभी पता चला कि मैंने रिकॉल वाला नहीं उठाया था। अरे कैसे मार दिया तुझे? वो क्या कर रहा है शिवा? तू प्रैक्टिस नहीं किया है क्या आज? क्यों भटक रहा भाई? अच्छे से खेलना ब्रो, अच्छे से खेलो ना यार, क्या कर रहे हो भाई?
मेरा डिवाइस स्टार्ट दे ही नहीं रहा।
जाओ रीस्टार्ट करके आओ डिवाइस को, जाओ।
नहीं देता।
रीस्टार्ट तो करो एक बार कम से कम। डिवाइस को रीस्टार्ट करने के लिए बोला, वो गेम रीस्टार्ट करके आया ना तो बहुत मारूंगा इसको सच्ची में। मम्मी कितना ठंड है भाई, लग रहा है कंबल वंबल ओढ़ना पड़ेगा भाई। हीटर उटर चलाना पड़ेगा क्या? इतना ज़्यादा ठंड यार, मैं गांड फट गया सच्ची में। भाई हाथ मेरी छूल हो गए ना भाई, इतना ज़्यादा ठंड है ना, इतना ज़्यादा ठंड।
This is a simulation game set in a virtual world and does not represent real life. Please play in moderation, take frequent breaks, and play responsibly.
इस टाइम तो ठंड की दिन है फिर भी। मेरे तो गायरोस को हिल रहा है फिर भी खेल रहा हूँ ऐसा। तू वही अच्छा खेल, ठीक है? अच्छा खेल मेरी जान, अच्छा खेल, ठीक है? नहीं करना छोटे अच्छे से बात।
Let's go. Keep quiet.
भाई जीरो किल भाई, मैं नहीं खेलना।
I need consumables.
भाई मेरे को जूस चाहिए।
I need consumables.
जूस चाहिए। जोनाथन रास्ता, जोनाथन।
Someone has been here.
Tag the mark. 800 मीटर से ज़्यादा दूर पे ये मार्क नहीं लगा सकता चूतियों की तरह। पता है आज ना वर्कआउट 1 ही घंटा किया हूँ, 4 से 5 बजे, क्योंकि मैच स्टार्ट हो गया था, इस वजह से आ गया मैं वॉच करने के लिए। अब कल तो संडे है, कल तो जिम ऑफ ही रहेगा। कल 2 बार लाइव स्ट्रीम किया जाएगा, ठीक है? कल तुझे पढ़ने जाना है, सुबह में भी खेला जाएगा, सुबह में भी खेलेंगे, और फिर शाम को तो बस पार्टी है ही, वो देखना है। मैच तो सुबह में खेलेंगे, सुबह से ही लाइव स्ट्रीम स्टार्ट होगा। अरे नीचे उतर गया, सारे उधर ही उतर गए क्या? तो चलो हम भी उधर ही चलते हैं। वेयर हाउस में प्लेयर है। वेयर हाउस को मारना पड़ेगा, चलो मार देते हैं।
अच्छा
आराम से, वहां से मत जाओ। सामने ये मार बहन की लोड़ी। ये अकेले बचा था, इसने 2 प्लेयर को मार दिया। ओ भाई क्या बात कर रहे हैं। एनिमीज लोग कभी कभी तगड़ा खेलते भाई सच्ची में। चलो चलो आओ, पीछे वाले को मारते, पीछे वाले जितने भी है। अरे ओपन में वो लोग हैं, पता है तुझे, ऊपर लूट रहे वो लोग। खौफ ही नहीं उन लोगों को, तो थोड़ा खौफ कराते इनको। आजा तीन प्लेयर, ठीक है।
पीछे टावर तो मार रहा था साला।
टावर वाला बॉट था मार। ऊपर से मारा क्या? ओह ऊपर भी है एक प्लेयर तो। एक प्लेयर यहाँ पे आया पास में।
Marked a location. Marked a location.
अरे नहीं नहीं, तू कैसे मर गया भाई? कहाँ पे गया था तू?
उसे ही मारने जो मार रहा है।
कहाँ पे टावर? क्या कवर फायर दिया ना। स्लॉट है, हाँ है ना स्लॉट। कहाँ पे उतर रहे हो?
यहाँ मार्क पे
है, स्लॉट है। लाइट आना नेक्स्ट मैच में, ठीक है। गाड़ी ढूंढो ना उससे अच्छा, थोड़ा आगे वाले पे चलो। अरे कॉल देकर मारा कर, पता है नॉकआउट में फिनिश हो जाता है। और मेरा पता नहीं ये क्यों ग्लिच हो रहा है मोमेंट, बार बार मेरा बंदा, ये ठंड की वजह से हो रहा है, पता है मेरा हाथ जमा पड़ा है, इसकी वजह से रुक जाता है जॉयस्टिक छूटने के बाद। गाड़ी में क्या जम कर रहा हूँ। ला 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 आगे थोड़ा सा। ऊपर है वो लोग, सीढ़ियों बैठा है, रुक जाओ, सीढ़ियों बैठा है, जाना मत आगे, आने दो उनको। उनको आने दो उनको। यहीं पे बैठा है सीढ़ियों पे ही। कितने में ये?
एक।
चलो
Marked a location.
तो रोहित चले क्या, लेकिन वहाँ पे नहीं जा सकते। अरे वहाँ पे चोर ये कहाँ पे डाल दिया अपने आप को। ऊपर मत जाना। डोंट थिंक सो कि कोई यहाँ पे होगा अभी फिलहाल तो। लूट तो आराम से लूटेड है क्या? चलो बढ़िया है फिर तो। ऊपर होंगे नहीं, खुला तो नहीं है। अंदर प्लेयर अंदर ही लो, भरते इनको। 4 है पूरे, 2 का फुल स्टेप तो आ रहा है। देखो एक को नॉक करता हूँ मैं।
Marked a location.
भाग रहे हो? एक प्लेयर डाउन है, एक है अंदर ही, अरे हील कर ले रहे। एक यहीं पे है, लेफ्ट राइट साइड में वो टीपीपी ले रहा है, ठीक है। राइट 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 साइड, राइट साइड आओ, चलो। प्रेशर उठा लिए क्या? प्रेशर क्या मोलोटोव था साला इतना देर तक रोक के रखा। आए प्लेयर्स आए, उनको निकलने से पहले ही मारना है, ठीक है। चलो तुम सामने से जाओ, मैं राइट से जाता हूँ। लॉक नहीं होना है, ठीक है। पीछे भी आ गए प्लेयर्स, ठीक है। सुन उस साइड भी आया है जहाँ से हम शुरू में उतरे थे ना, उधर आ जाओ। चार प्लेयर है वो लोग, सामने से जाना। निकल रहा है एक प्लेयर, ठीक है। सामने ही रहना, नॉक मत होना बस। नाइस बे। ओपे
I got supplies. I got supplies.
जोयस्टिक रिलीज क्यों हो रहा है इतना ज्यादा? अभी सही खेल रहा तू। दिमाग शांति से खेलो तो ऐसी खेलो। हेलो आसू भाई, कैसे हो ब्रो? स्वागत है आपका स्ट्रीम में मेरे भाई। चलो हटो हटो हटो। कितना ज्यादा जॉयस्टिक ग्लिच हो रहा भाई। सी भाई आसू क्या हाल है भाई? गाड़ी भाई आसू, यहाँ पे बहुत ज्यादा ठंड है। तुम्हारी तरफ है क्या?
Watch out. Watch out.
हाँ भाई कितना ज्यादा ठंड है। बादल भैया पूछ रहे थे तुम्हारे बारे में, कल रात में कॉल किए थे बादल भैया के पास। तो
Marked a location. Marked a location.
व्हीकल है इसके लिए वहाँ पे, ठीक है। अच्छा मिल गया बोला बगी के पास लेके चलना मुझे। आंसू बादल भैया पूछ रहे थे तुम्हारे बारे में। वो सीन की तरह पूछ रहे। ड्रॉप है स्क्वाड हाउस चेक करो शायद से रिकॉल के पास होंगे डेफिनेटली। Nobody is here. बहुत ज़्यादा प्लेयर अलाइव है। जोन चलो जोन। वन हाउस पे जा रहा हूँ, ठीक है। आगे वाला सेक लो, आओ इधर, बहुत गाड़ी ही आ रही है यहाँ पे। अरे जा, अरे मेरा जो स्टिक माँ खींचो इसकी। राइट राइट राइट।
Mark the location.
रुको रुको, स्मोक करने दो। पड़ रही है गोलियां, अंदर से मार रहा है वो। जा रहा हूँ कास्ट करने। हेलो, चलो गाइस नेक्स्ट स्ट्रीम पे मिलते हैं आप लोगों से। नेक्स्ट वाला स्ट्रीम पे आ जाइए आप सभी लोग। गाइस नेक्स्ट वाले स्ट्रीम पे आइए आप लोग, ठीक है। कितना ज़्यादा ठंड है भाई, लौड़े लगे पड़े, बीमार हो जाऊंगा मैं तो इससे।